Alright, so what happens if I click Mega Million Zero, add profile, visit Prime Loot page, back? Following since 3 minutes ago. Mega Million Zero, is he live right now? This dude said he's casting. So, live? Alright, he is live. Cool, I'm gonna watch it in English. do I advertise myself on their channel? Saying like, in English, come here? Alright, I'm gonna do that. English on my stream. I might get kicked. I don't know if that's against rules or not, but I'm going to do it because I'm addicted to giving all cultures the ability to listen and hear. See, there's Russian, there's Foxy. I'm not going to go up against Foxy because Foxy is awesome, but here's we go for the day. Currently, we got an IO ban, Dark Willow ban, a PA ban, and an Anti-Mage ban. Everybody that likes to get in their face, including a PL. So they're going to want to keep their mana. They're going to want to not get jumped in the backlines. It's the things that aren't going to allow them to get tagged up. Their backlines, they want to make sure their backlines are basically safe because that is pure assassination. You do have Legion Commander, another backline. You have a lot of crowd control. And the Mars, of course, I don't see IO banned or pick, neither Puck nor pick. Ban nor pick. We do have the Templar Assassin, a Luna, and now we have Troll being banned out. But let's talk about the picks and the derivatives of that, I suppose. Spirit Breaker paired up with a Bane. I mean, for the most part, that's just more crowd control than you really need. Not complaining. No one says there's too much crowd control. Tide Hunters are just giant rocks that are hard as like all get out to kill. Nobody really should fight into the Tide Hunter. He has one basic stun, which is beneficial. Outside from that, it's a lot of slows, and man, you have a time limit of going up against around a Tide Hunter. That is just drastic to deal with. Of course, the Grimstroke. Grimstroke's been not necessarily like what I would consider mainstream, but definitely very pop. Lots of destruction problems, especially during the laning phase. Very difficult to deal with a decent Grimstroke. Just as long as he's hitting all of his like spam wave crap that he does, I mean he's in a very beautiful place. Past that, I'm assuming I don't know, let's see. Trying to figure out what's gonna end up on the top. So they're going heavy push. I don't see Monkey King banned or picked yet. I would like to see a Monkey King banned or picked somewhere. That would be pretty dope. Not 100% sure how well it would play into it, but wouldn't be that surprised. You have, oh, there it is. Someone was going to grab the Monkey King. Monkey King is just extremely difficult to deal with. He plays into everybody's pockets as far as like Spirit Breaker, crowd control, keep people inside the circle. You have Bane who can immediate lockdown inside that circle. Nature's Prophet, which can throw up sprouts and then keep them inside that monkey circle. Ideally, you want lockdown, and it looks like that's absolutely what they're going for, and that's what they did. Oh, nice. Okay, so Morphling, lots of sustain, lots of tankiness, very high damage output if he scales off really well. If Morphling's able to pop off, then that's pretty high synergy. No Lesh. I would like to see some more mobility, though. I think that's a concern. The only reason why is Morphling tagged up. I mean, you're Grimstroke Weaver. You need somebody with like a certain amount of jump enter a fight, maybe some escape, high damage. Maybe like a Quap would be decent. I would probably like. Oh, damn. All right, so I'm up two. Not a bad day. I'll take two. And here, I really have no idea. I mean, you kind of have your bases covered. You could go for what I would like to call a swing character, somebody who can play multiple roles because you have a lot of damage already out, a lot of magic damage, a lot of burst damage. Lone Druid, very tanky, very damaging. You can do a bit of both. So yeah, that works out pretty well. I'm a big fan of the way this is. This is a decent lineup. I'm not sure who's gonna. Well, Quap's probably obviously gonna go mid. Don't know who she's gonna go mid up against. I would venture to say Grimstroke, but I've seen Weavers go mid. I've even seen Lone Druids go mid lately. I wanna. It's a rough call. So I'm not sure where the mid pairings are gonna come up, but this is definitely an interesting game so far. I'm gonna give it to anybody. If I had no choice but to say it, I want to say that Monkey Flawless Goblins, if they pop off and can outpush and do enough pickoffs on the Morphling and Lone Druid, they're fine. If this Lone Druid gets fat, if you start hitting like the 35-minute timer, Morphling and Lone Druid by default end up with all the farm that they need to get, and then it's just gonna be a terrible life from that point on. Outside from that, I mean, it looks like a really good route. I'd be pretty happy with this. Looks like it's going to be. I don't know if it's. I want to guess it's going to be a fair fight, but I don't know if it's going to be. But we'll see. Hmm. Now we just wait for the game to actually start. Who would you send into the safe lane? I would send probably Lone Druid, just because he's going to end up eating a lot of farm, but then you negate your own safe lane farm. A lot of times Lone Druids you want to put into the off lane too, because then you can side farm really easily, and then you're taken away from their camps and their stacks. It's going to be pretty heavy dependent on how well your safe lane, if you're not going to have a safe lane there, carries into their own stacks. If you're going to go, oh, I guess we're getting into it. If you're going to go into the off lane with a Lone Druid, you definitely want to eat into their jungle. You can actually throw your bear and like stop camps from spawning. It's a really rude tactic, but I really feel like Lone Druid's going to go mid up against the co-op. Not 100% sure, but in this venture, I wouldn't give it to Morphling because Morphling's going to take a lot of harass. I would give it to Grim, but Grim doesn't necessarily need mid. Doesn't need the mid farm. Doesn't need the mid. He just needs some basic levels, lower level play, and I think he would just do a lot better with harassing. If he's going to go with the Morphling top, which it looks like that's what's going to happen up here. And of course, Weaver Tide, that's pretty common. You have Monkey Bane going into your safe lane down here, and then you have your Spirit Breaker who's going to drop an early ward. Good job. Good job. All right, so let's talk about items. Of course, Nature's Prophet picking up that Blightstone, going to reduce some armor. It's a lot of harass. And then you have Spirit Breaker, first round boot, so he's getting some bonus damage. He's going to use that to go ahead and pick up some extra DPS. And obviously, you're going to need a run around gank. And then gives him opportunity to go ahead and just start TPing back and then running back into base a lot faster, which, as long as you can keep up your last hits in order for the scrolls, is pretty beneficial. Early note, Talisman going to be picked up on the Quap. It looks like he's picking up the stats. Oh, Monkey King did pick up just stats for right click, and Bane picking up a lot of survivability. I'm not sure, but I feel like he's going to be feeding all of this to the Monkey just in order to survive. Grimstroke, a lot of survivability. Here we go. In round one, you got a Tide. Tons of strength, bonus stats. Probably can end up either eating these or turning these into a wand. You have 50-50. Depends who you end up landing against. If you land up against with like a super heavy spellcaster, you always pick up wand. In the case, this is gonna just take him down, ain't he? Just keep going for it. Keep on the slow. Keep the pressure on. Are they gonna get first blood here? Is the big question. And it looks like there's a pretty decent shot right there. Tick one. Ooh. Did have to eat that Fairy Fire, and they turn it back around on the Weaver. Weaver's not holding a Fairy Fire, unable to quickly regain. So that was a nice outplay right there. Lone Druid did end up going mid, so proud for Lone Druid. Go you. Good call. And looks like it's going to go heavy both ways on that mid. I don't know if one really outscales the other. It's going to come down to last hits and just the quickest early pickups. For builds, yeah, Morphling, and he's sitting on just a boatload of I don't want to die, because I'm going to eat this tree, I'm going to eat this tree, I'm going to eat this tree. And that's pretty common. Didn't let the bear go. I'm not drinking beer, I'm drinking bubbly stuff. Not sponsored either. Grimstroke dropping the harass. Just really annoying to deal with. He's trying to get some of that harass back, but is it really worth it in the end? I mean, as long as if it's neutral, it's not worth it. See how mid's going down here. We do have some warding going off. So he's always under vision, so his Quap will always be able to get off for Qs. Oof, man, that is violent right there. So Lone Druid currently has Spirit linked up, and looks like, where's the bear? Looks like Bear went back to heal. Able to deny. Bear's rocking Blades of Attack and Coiling Blade. We do have some bonus fight going on down here. Looks like not stacking going on for the Weaver. Nothing too crazy. Monkey King picking up a little bit of slow. Just be able to get off the... only gets 2 down. So the Jingo Mastery does need 4 hits in order to be active, which is why you get the early Orb of Venom. You pick that up so that way you can slap them down and actually pick up the 4th. Otherwise, you don't get your bonuses. 1, 2, and walk away. I mean, I feel like that's something you have to commit, especially on a Tide who has so much HP, so much sustainability. Doesn't care if it's him. Rather just make sure his bear gets well fed. He's sitting off in his range form, just leaning back. Well, I say range form because he hasn't hit level 6 yet. We did miss what happened up there. I'm going to do a quick rewind, and then let's go up to the top lane. Oh. Oh, the Grimstroke with the damage. That strike. Are they going to get the double here? They do pick up a double. Oh, but do the trees pick up the... and the trees pick up the Morphling, and the tips go out. So it looks like Grimstroke is the real winner there. And the Grimstroke did have enough to spam his Ink Swell and Stroke of Fate. Stroke of Fate being able to do more damage based on how many people he hits. Let's see if we can go back live. 3-3. Didn't really miss anything. Do have a charge coming up top on the Morphling. They're trying to keep that harassment. That Morphling and that Lone Druid, if they can keep them nerfed down, they have the game. All right, just a little ding and a run. He's sitting still pretty heavy into his agility side. It looks like a root does come off on the Quap. Quap is probably really grateful that she wore her brown pants today. It's a Deadpool quote, by the way. No, it's not my own. Anti-word that instantly dies. Oh, no, it does not die. I thought that was going to be gone just on creeps alone. Looks like that's just a pretty calm lane overall. I would say that Lone Druid is winning this lane pretty heavily. We can go ahead and start doing some comparisons. Last hit denies. So you have Quap 9 versus the 26. That is a huge win on the Lone Druid side. It looks like they're trying to get a pick off, but I mean, it's Weaver, Shishuki, and run. Shishuki and run. Did he get the deny? He did. He denied off the neutral creep like a pro. Oh, dude, that was... I'd be cranky. I'd be cranky. But it's cool. It's cool. It's good to see a Weaver picking up with good habits. I mean, that's not one I guess you necessarily want, but if you need it, it's good to know that you have it. A little more slapping around with that... that Blightstone makes last hitting a little bit easier, especially when your natural attack damage is 72 plus 6, looks like. Or minus 6. Oh, no, the root. Double root. Double root. Oh, man. I would have been more terrified than that. I gotta say, that root is going to be completely evil. And then phase boots on top of it. You can't outrun the bear. Looks like there's a little bit of revenge coming in here from the Spirit Breaker. He's going to try to tag him up. Nature's Prophet coming into play as well. That's the biggest benefit of being able to relocate her on the map. Does decide to back. Interestingly enough, kind of odd. I'd figured there would have been more of an event to run, but not underneath the tower. The Spirit Breaker. Spirit Breaker needs to go farm a Vlad, not Vlad's. He's right there, Vanguard. He needs to go pick up a Vanguard before I slice dive on the tower. That was terrible. 3 strikes, you're out at the all ball game. Would you hit him? Oh, man, does not get off his mastery. This monkey's giving me room for concern. I don't know. I think it would have been worth the hit in order to get off your Jingu. I mean, you're not doing a whole lot to a Tide Hunter anyway. It's going to take all 3 of you to bring this guy down. If you in fact do, looks like they run from the little the Weavers. I know it's a swarm. One more. If you hit him the 4th time, I'll be proud. Oh, thank you, monkey. Such a good job. You killed him. There's no reason to dust. You killed him. He's dead. All right. So monkey does know how to use his 4th hit. See, that is a lot of damage because that Inkswell, the Stroke of Fate, it's every target it hits, it slowly gets buffed. And so before it hits the Nature's Prophet who's hiding behind it, it basically just ends up getting like super buffed onto itself. Knowing that there's a Nature's Prophet in the lane that's constantly spamming these, it would have been beneficial to go pretty heavy in a Stroke of Fate. I see the benefits of Inkswell, but if you're just... yeah, the damage, that's a lot of that Blightstone. And of course, why bother with dealing with the Swarm or the Baby Weavers? If you can just TP out of there, and Spirit Breaker could not charge out of there to save his life. It's alright.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Of course it is, Morty. Alright, the reason why I call them little baby weavers is because if you read the tag here, it opens up a gap in space-time fabric, allowing young weavers to slip through and aid him in combat. So it's just known they're little baby weavers that come through a space-time portal. Morphin just doing some basic farming. Now morphing does have plenty of standard. It's kind of neat. I mean, he grows naturally into the realm of agility and strength. 3 per level and 3.9. So by default, he gains every level of viable potential damage 6.9. Every level. So the Falcon Blade here, just make sure he has the HP and mana regeneration that he needs to survive while he's out doing everything he needs to do. HP instead of strength, because it's flat HP. Granted, it's not something you can play with. They do get the stun off. Hold him still. Waveform. And no more Spirit Breaker again. But that consistent push from the Nature's Prophet, it looks like it's going to be a problem because he's playing very, very pushy, which is what you want, essentially. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack, Morty. Alright, so just item check. You can always go over here and see exactly what it's going to end up as. Which, it's Orchid. It's always Orchid. Because you just TP onto somebody, you don't have to worry about getting countered because you just silence them. The only thing you have on the Spirit Breaker is level 5 and a set of boots. I'd like to see at least a basic Vanguard on what is going to be considered your tank. Which I believe should be a core position, but that's not my decision. You do have Quaps sitting in the agility boots, just want to get some more right click down. Monkey King, and by right click I mean attack speed versus right click damage. Monkey King also sitting on some agility boots, bonus attack speed. Hands of Might is picked up, so that's going to be beneficial as far as the way of scaling into late game without eating up everybody else's farm. And you have a Bane, who's playing a very hard position 5, along with the Spirit Breaker, unfortunately. And I feel bad for the Spirit Breaker because I love Spirit Breaker, but he doesn't feel good until he gets Vanguard. Grimstroke also playing a position 5 when it comes to what items he currently has, but now is starting to attack or double stack. He was double stacking there. That was the goal. He is not farming for himself. Tide looks like he's getting pretty fat. They do have a decent amount of prioritization because he's got his own lane, but Tide's one of the few people that can just live in his own lane without worrying about anything. Weaver, not a whole lot of items, but you know it's common for Weavers not to have a whole lot because they have so much utility as far as escape, damage, team fight benefits. Because you know this negative armor is like huge. Armor reduction per attack, I mean, it adds up being quite a bit. And if the for a split second, it's not bad to have on you, but if you leave it on too long, you're in a lot of trouble. Nobody wants to deal with the root from that bear. Of course, popping off the Mask of Madness and not the phase boots. I don't know why they didn't commit the phase boots there. I think that'd actually be kind of beneficial. Getting the charge in, hold the Bane down. Of course, Bane is fairly easy food at this point. And that charge, saving a life again. That is a very rough. How is the betting god doing? I don't know. Oh, they are linked together. Splash damage on one equals 1 to the other. Quap comes and commits her ultimate in there. Will they get vision on this Weaver? Weaver playing very greedy right now. Very greedy. He's trying to pick off the Spirit Breaker, but instead will potentially die himself. Oh. The Shishuki nightmare that he had to deal with on that one. Alright. Well, you know, can't fix everybody. And the game is exactly what the game is. You know, can't fix everybody. And the game is exactly what the game is. You know, can't fix everybody. I have no idea what's going on. What the game is. You know, can't fix everybody. That is so weird. No idea what's going on. Hey, what's up, Freddy? Yeah, I'm trying to cast some stuff in English. Hey, what's up, Freddy? Yeah, I'm trying to cast some stuff in English. Hey, what's up, Freddy? I have no idea what's going on. Cast some stuff in English. Hey, what's up, Freddy? I have no idea what's going on. Okay, I found the flaw. But yeah, I'm trying to cast everything that I can, including pubs, because I love, well, not pubs, but amateur, pro, non-pro. I really don't care, man. I really just love Dota in general. So feel free to join me anytime. All right, let's keep going. Ooh, Monkey solo ulti on the Grim. Grim walking out like a pro. Look at that. Doesn't use a blink dagger. Didn't need phase boots. Just walked on out of there with no problem. Tide coming in, doing a little bit of bonus splash. Very difficult to deal with this Tide. It's just gonna have so much HP. And he keeps running, huh? Bane ulting. Nature's Prophet does get in there, which is, once again, one of the most difficult things to deal with is the pickoffs. That Nature's Prophet did prioritize Orchid over the... oh, man. Looks like he's going BKB before he gets... I got a fever. I'm sorry. I'm trying to cast and think at the same time, and it's not working. Plus, I'm holding this. Grim Stroke. Throwing out more of that Stroke of Fate. Tons of bonus damage. Oh, okay. So it's pretty common for Nature's Prophets, actually. And now this one prioritized Orchid. I'm a big fan of Orchid, but Desolator is I couldn't get onto, which does a lot of negative armor. Makes him very viable, especially with the Bane to go ahead and blink onto him and Desolate and then just completely destroy. Ooh, the Swarm does catch a little bit of vision, but Nature's Prophet does get his way out of there. Bottom tower is finally lost. Maintaining a slight lead. The only big lead difference is going to be this mid tower here. Alright, they are going to start committing a little bit more in order just to take down. Oh, they're linked together. Grim does do one, does not splash onto the other, and Quap does blink her way out of there because that's what Quapsies do. It's like, I mean, it's still potentially anybody's game. But if you look at the last hit scenario, I mean, Lone Druid and the Morphling, which I said at the very beginning of this casting, is going to be the people that you have to look out for. If they end up getting fat, the game is fairly over. Monkey's just going to have a real tough time holding everything in and everything together. Oh, man. Then again, Monkey jumps in, does not. Does anybody have dust? There's no dust on the Spirit Breaker, no dust on the Monkey. So this Weaver's just going to consistently not have any worries. Monkey possibly infinitely rooted. It's going to be stuck up against those trees, does go down. And now if we look at from last hits, let's just go to the KDR. It is 3-1 on the Quap, which is by default great for Quaps, one way or the other, because that's what Quaps do. And then Lone Druid, 3-1. And whew, Nature's Prophet's starting to get a couple more pickoffs. But Nature is more of a, I mean, he's got potential gank, obviously. But I would say that the Nature's Prophet's primary focus typically is going to be very pushy, pushy, pushy. Oh, I have no idea what happened there. That was crazy. It looks like he went and he charged a creep. Attempting to get some type of vision, was not able to pull it off. Does go into the Morphling. Morphling completely stuck in the strength mode. I'm going to rewind that just a little bit to see what happened to Morphling. He got orchided into going into agility. That's hilarious and tragic. That's not supposed to happen. I do genuinely feel bad for that dude. It happens to everybody. There's no coming back from that. You end up with like 1 HP, and then they lick you to death. It's terrible. All right. Ooh, almost left that behind. Go back, Spirit Breaker. See if I can find this again. So I'm trying to find a way to end up being an actual caster, which would be probably the most ideal scenario. Because then I can become, you know, more official. But we'll see if they let me. All right, see how that kind of goes. All right, let's get back to this. So right now, as it stands now, that's one of the biggest benefits they have is actually casting is they do have a 2-minute lead on me, which is totally fine. Not even bothered. Looks like he's debating on that Spirit Breaker. Oh, is he going to commit the ulti for this? He does. Nature's Prophet jumps in. He's going to come. He's still only rocking the -2 armor. You're going to need a lot more than that to take down a Tide. Tide does make his way out of the monkey circle. Commits the ulti to that, and they still nuke him down anyway. But they look at the full rotations. You have 5 people there. Now you have to choose at this point to continue on as a 5, or do you split this back up? And you know you're 5-manning. You might as well just take towers. You do have vision, knowing Lone Druid. Very likely rotating, because that's what Lone Druids do. And there's a whole lot of moving around. Get out of here. Get out of here. Alright, Nature's Prophet still rocking that Orchid. Does want the Grove Bow. I would like to see the Desolator. I know why he picked up the BKB, but that's just to make sure he can teleport out more than anything else. 6-2 on the Nature's Prophet. Lone Druid 5-1, about where you'd want him to be. Morphling is not in a place you want him to be. Morphling, it looks like he's just getting denied, but he'll get fat eventually. Ooh, what in the blazes? That was a couple really good evades right there that you don't commonly see. Now, the bear at least hits you typically. I don't know how she popped off so much evasion right there, but I would have been really excited to see that, especially the Quap with low HP. Shishuki Boy coming in, pre-wrapping or softening the creeps there, which is kind of nice. Monkey still just going to destroy all the extra farm he can from the dire side, which is the goal, because then you can free up your farm down here whenever possible. But no one's tearing into that free farm, these camps over here. But it's very difficult. You do have, interesting. Looks like ward and counter ward games have been going on. Let's see who's being charged. It is not the Tide. You didn't see the little angle going on. Is he committing for that bear is the question. Into the great unknown. Yeah, I would be a little piggy too. A little bit of stun on the bear. Nobody wants to deal with that root, that infinite root. Because that is very difficult to deal with. Let's see what we got going. Let's go back to that directed camera. Mm-hmm. Oh, man. The one-man solo ulti from the Bane. I haven't really seen him use a whole lot of that Fiend's Grip, but I'm glad he did decide to bring that out, especially on somebody who's nobody's buying dust for, unfortunately. And that piggy's got to go. That piggy just wants to survive. Get his sleep back off, stop some of that chase. Of course, I'm still terrified of that root from the bear. As a Quap, anyway. I would be extremely terrified. Oh, yeah. Let me double check. Go live. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Well, yeah, I totally understand. I was playing behind. The biggest reason why I was actually playing behind, a lot of it actually had to do with being able to rewind and see some of the plays that aren't typically seen. Oof. A little bit of splash, run up. Now, someone has equivalent of an urn. If you notice, man, that gush becomes so much farther once that axe has been picked up on the Tidebringer. Really good when you have like somebody like a Quap who's still trying to run away and you want to just try to get some of that last second damage, or just in general if you have to like jump into a team fight, or like right there where you're like you're not going anywhere. Now that is an AoE on his 3 anchor smash. Oh, interesting notes. The leash, even though it hit the Quap, didn't stun the monkey. It's not common to note things like that, but I'm glad we did. Some more slow, some more harass. Trying to get that root off with that little pup, and does get the blink away. But still, continues to walk closer and closer. That gush will inevitably end up doing significantly large amounts of damage as the Quap tries to go away. Now, doesn't have the movement speed to keep up because, you know, it is a Tidebringer, sit at 372. Even with phase boots activated, it's very difficult. But if you can get the root on with the bear, that bear is going to do a lot of damage to that Quap, which is obviously has been what we've been seeing all game. So from the beginning, you've noticed we did have, like we said, the Morphling and the Lone Druid. If they end up getting fat, it was going to basically be taken over by the monkey side. And so that's kind of what it looks like it's been going off. If we look at last hits, Morphling actually was middle bracket, but now has been able to actually start coming on the leaderboard. Space that's been created by a lot of these team fights has just been so beneficial to that Morphling. Let's see what we have here. We do have a Glimmer on a Grimstroke, which is, man, just a little bit more high. But then you have Spirit Breaker. Probably going to pick up, I'm a big fan of going past the Shadow Blade on a Spirit Breaker. Spirit Breaker with a Shadow Blade is cool, but once you get that Silver Edge, it's going to help nullify a lot of that Tide's passes, which allows him to be so tanky. So if he can go ahead and grab that Silver Edge before they end the game, Tide can actually melt and they can participate in team fights. So that's going to be the primary focus. If he doesn't pick it up because he's been playing like a 3, he's been playing more of like a 4-5. They haven't been prioritizing him for actual, I'm good, thank you for now, but appreciate it. But as far as being able to push that 4-5 scenario and get priority on the Spirit Breaker in order to actually move forward, it's going to be hard without the farm, because they have not been giving him the farm that he needs. Bane also still playing like a position 4-5. Quap does have KNS done, which is also really nice. Does pick up her BKB, so now she can stay a little bit longer, not actually have to worry about those roots so much. She does give a decent amount of timing. A fresh BKB giving her 9 seconds to be able to actually do some right-click damage. Morphling still just trying to do everything he can to catch up in this game. Like I said, he's moved from the middle of the pack all the way to the very top, and that is just being hyper-focused. They haven't been giving him a lot of the stack priority. They've been giving a lot of stack priority to the Lone Druid, the top lane, which is what Grimstroke was basically double and triple stacking the whole time. Smoke going in. They're going to try to get into this. Looks like it's going to be a Roche fight really quick. I don't see any real vision around the Roche pit from the Dire side. 3-man smoke. So it looks like they're not going into the Roche pit. They were looking for a pickoff here. They did find somebody. They're going to go and tag up that bear. The bear's going to tag them up. Monkey does drop the ult, and they pick up the bear really quick. Lone Druid being one of their biggest problems. The next one being the Morphling. They get the double link up on the Quamp and the Monkey, but Grim walks his way into that circle with no problem and then still melts. He acted like nothing was going to happen in that scenario. It was completely wrong. Tide just tanking as much damage as he can, trying to get as much harass out. Nature picking up on the Tide. Oh, what a beautiful wipe. See, that went the exact opposite way based on the fact that they were able to get the pickup on the Lone Druid. Lone Druid being one of those primary cores that needs to die before anybody else. Lone Druid, Morphling. You tag one of them, you have a chance of winning an actual team fight. Instantly rotating in a Roche. It looks like Pop's going to still be pushing up that mid lane. They're going to send the 3 into the Roche. Bane, I'm assuming, is going to go do something with maybe make a stack or something. No? Enfeeble to stop the damage. It's not terrible. Quap's coming up. Still trying to tag up that mid. Only person that came back is the Grim. Glitner picked up on the... Glitner prioritized before Desolator. That is interesting. Only because you have so much meat you have to go through between the Morphling, the Lone Druid, and the Tide. You'd figure the the Desolator would actually be a higher priority pick over this magic damage, but at the same time, it's still a decent amount of damage, but it's not team damage, which is the big difference. Using this is like a greedy, I want to get kills, I want to do the damage. Desolator allows everybody to right-click your opponent because it negates their physical, their armor. So now everybody gets to play. Monkey does jump in. Does not throw the stun out. Decides he wants to save it for an actual potential team fight or pick off. Let's go back to a directed camera stance. Oh, I hear an ulti come off from the bear. They do commit the Monkey ultimate. The bear dies! The bear dies again! That is so bad. That is a second pick off for Druid. This should be another 5-man wipe if they just repeat, rinse, and repeat. The bear just feels so invincible at this point just because he's such high on the leaderboards. So the last hits. Now let's go to the KDA. Bear sitting at 8-3, and 2 of those 3 in the last like 5 minutes, giving out the most potential for the net worth.
I'm getting angry about this.
What's up, Gamburger? Hello, Coldness Boy. Oh, and a run and a spit. That Gush. See, now if he continued to chase, that Gush would catch up. Oh, man. Are they going to commit onto this guy? They might as well. Why not? It's a 3v1 up against the... Oof. Looks like a not. He might actually pick up the Silver Edge here. See how much he's missing to pick up that Silver Edge. I don't know what the math difference is, but the Silver Edge on top of the Spirit Breaker going onto that tide would be really helpful. The only other problem that you had to deal with outside from the Lone Druid just died. So now it's oh, the hype is real. Check that out. Straight into a nice little ulti from Tide. Still can't die. Does link up Nature's Prophet as well as the Monkey. Double gushed. Nukes down. Grimstroke. It looks like they're going to have no problem picking up these racks. Hit him, hit him, hit him. Good job. I'm so proud. Yes, they are disappeared, Morty and Rick. They are disappeared. What's up, Gameburger? Gamburger. I love the term Gamburger. I'm using that forever. Well, looks like they're going to try to defend their top. They did get that center lane of racks, and they still haven't picked up on the tier 2s from the Radiant side. No dust. Still no dust. They did kill the Weaver one way or the other. Looks like Monkey's going to jump in, commit the ulti on the Lone Druid again. This is going to be the 3rd immediate death from the Lone Druid in a row. That Lone Druid, he needs to learn how to team fight with his friends. Unfortunately, he's just hyper-focused on getting too much farm. And I understand the first one, but the second and third, it looks like he's just destined to lose. I feel, and I'm not trying to be detrimental to anybody, but that is not the best Lone Druid movement as far as map awareness and movement goes. Even Grim just not even caring. Just going to hang out. GG calls it. And it looks like that's going to be game. Beautiful game. All right. So, Flawless Goblins. Go you. Good job. Flawless Goblins victory. It's a round of applause for you. Round of applause for you. Which is cool. I'm very proud of you guys. I didn't do any of it. I got to watch it. I'm glad you're here watching this with me. I'm going to continue this casting on throughout the duration of the day. I thoroughly enjoy Dota. I hope you, oh, thank you very much. I hope you enjoy this. Feel free to join on with me. I plan on doing this for a long time. Thank you. I kind of been working out lately. Plus I'm wearing black, so stay tighter. I appreciate that a lot. So we're going to continue this on throughout the duration of the day. I'm going to follow this feed, Destiny League, and feel free to join me. Now, I do know the Destiny League, they do have another set of games coming up. They, let's see who's next, because we got Mad Monkeys coming in. We should have Dragon's Blood and Sworn to Die, Bright Crusaders, Swift Knights, Wiser Warriors, Headless Horsemen. So we're going to have like an all-day fun day with a lot of this. And I just love the crap out of Dota. I'm sure that's a lot of reason why you're here too. Plus, like, I suppose the handsome. I mean, I'm gonna take that. I'm not gonna complain. Thank you. And yeah, let's just see what this next game looks like. I guess. Oh, that was best of 3, and I don't want to. I don't know if you saw the first game, but yeah, it looks like we're just gonna be waiting for our next series. So if you're here when this next setup goes, you know, you're welcome to join. I don't know what to do. I know that they go to commercial. Okay, so let's kind of review, I guess, a little bit. So I definitely would have picked up on some more. I can't criticize anything on the side. because they won, right? So I can't say Nature's Prophet should or shouldn't have done anything because he did exactly what they needed to do. I would have liked to see a little bit more money on the Shadow Blade turn into. Oh yeah, I will definitely see next games for sure. I would like to see more on the Shadow Blade turn into a Silver Edge because that's really good for the Tidebringer, which is a big part of their headache. He was a part of their headache for quite some time. Um, Quap did everything that I think a Quap really should do. She walked around with agility boots a lot of times instead of intel. I think either way, you're good. The monkey ultimates, though, yeah, for sure. The monkey ultimates, though, on the lone druid were absolutely critical. Those last three ultimates are what absolutely turned that game around. I feel like Mad Monkeys had the complete advantage, but it was given up at that point. As soon as the lone druid just they didn't have a choice. I mean, as soon as they saw the lone druid by himself, they dropped and committed everything onto him. But as soon as that lone druid and that bear dies, that was GG from that moment on. Bane did Bane things below average, but I will say it was critical that Bane did not overly feed. It was a 1-6 Bane. You will sometimes see Bane significantly overextend. So the fact that it wasn't like a 111 or 112 didn't give them a better financial movement ahead more than anything else. Monkey, not Monkey, excuse me. Grimstroke, I feel like Grimstroke played to his strengths the best he could. I would like to have seen the Grimstroke span a little bit more on his Q. He looks like he held it for a lot more perfect rather than just eating to some other resources because every time you spam as a Grimstroke, every time you cast out your Q, you basically say, hey, screw your tangos, screw your tangos, screw your tangos. Buy more regen, and you typically force people to buy more into sustainability rather than into damage because you're very difficult to deal with in order to stay there and gain your XP, in order to gain your last hits, your creep hits, everything that you need. Grimstroke needs to keep that pressure so high that your eyes are bleeding and you're just tearing up because you hate being next to Grimstroke. You actually avoid him in lanes. You avoid being close to him because the second you do, you're just going to get slapped in the face with some pain that's going to hurt. Tide did Tide things. I don't think that there was anything better that Tide could have done or worse that Tide could have done. I think Tide, Aziri played very well. Didn't stack and then take off as many of the ancient camps as I think would have been more beneficial because those ancient camps, when you're going into those ancients, especially with a Tide, you can kill a 3-stack with no problems. He didn't get fat enough that I would like to have seen. I did like the early pickup for the magic resistance, but outside from the magic resistance, he just went straight into the KNS, which is your strength and intelligence. It does give you sustainability and it does give you HP and regen, so you do get a certain amount of sustain, but I would like to see more of the armor with the assumption that Spirit Breaker is going to one day break you and your life is going to suck. Spirit Breaker never got to that point because it never needed that point. If I was, of course, pitching off for the not the Mad Monkeys, man, I'm terrible. Like, I'm still learning Flawless Goblins, and they were the winners, too. I should have known that straight up. I apologize. But if I would have seen the Spirit Breaker on the Flawless Goblin side pick up this Shadow Blade, I would have been instantly panicked knowing that my passives and my ability to be sustainable was going to die. Regardless of this KNS, it's not going to be worth a whole lot because 16 strength, when you have no sustainability or survivability because of a passive, it becomes very destructive at that point as a Tide, and essentially you're just like a 1.5, 2 second stun, and then you're out. Weaver, Aeon Disc, beautiful, didn't pick up boots, was very well harassed, but nobody worried about the Weaver because I did not see dust picked up. There should have been significantly more dust. Hey, thanks, Namiki Miki. Wow, bro, nice tournament. Thank you. But the Weaver itself, I did like, but I think the Weaver should have had a harder game in general because there was not a lot of dust. I didn't see anybody picking up, especially with you have Spirit Breaker who didn't buy dust the entire duration of the game. You didn't have a Nature's Prophet who didn't buy dust. Somebody who could blink on you that, like the Quap that didn't buy dust, or who could jump on top of you like the Monkey who didn't buy dust. But they weren't concerned about dealing with the negative armor or any of the damage because the Weaver basically had no damage. You had Yules and an Aeon Disc, survivability, and a little bit of setup, but nothing that was going to be so detrimental as to completely destroy your game. Lone Druid, unfortunately, this doesn't show the Bear's items. The Bear actually was pretty well stacked. I would like to have seen towards the end more teamwork out of the Lone Druid because the if you notice, the lone druid continued to stay in that mental I need to farm game. So he would continuously run up those last three deaths were pickoffs by himself going into with no vision. Now, if he had Aghanims, then he could have just sent his bear to go get the farm and he would have stayed safe. But he didn't have Aghanim, so he had to stay close to his bear. So by doing so, and just assuming that the game was, not assuming that the game was almost over because you potentially lose, he was still expecting like a 20-30 minute game because he was still trying to get himself six slotted instead of just going on with the idea that like my bear can kill anybody, because at that moment his bear could kill anybody. The bear plus Gush pushed Quap all the way into their base. Like he could just tag them and then just shove them back. But he went by himself without the Tidebringer, without the Blink, without the Weaver, with the Shishuki getting any kind of inside vision because of the invincibility, without the Grim doing a splash just in case. So that way he can like, oh, we might have vision here that you don't see. Because a lot of times Grims don't realize that by throwing that, if you by some chance hit somebody, they automatically assume you have vision and they retreat. It is a lot safer to go into a fight with people potentially retreating because they assume that you have vision because you nailed a splash. Now, if you never throw that splash, you'll never get the opportunity to push them back in their mental headspace because you know what vision you have, but they don't know what vision you have. And I think that could have led into significantly more control of your own base. Now, Morphling did Morphling things, but Morphling was hilarious, not by his own means, but because he kept getting caught out with Orchid and then just slamming himself into agility and dying. So very mad props to that Nature's Prophet who noticed that transition. As soon as he would start going into agility, Orchid, boom, he had like 1 or 2 HP left. All he had to do was lick him to death and he's out. So that was a lot of fun to watch. I really did enjoy that game. Let's see what's coming back up. Come on. There's no more Destiny League up right now. I want to see the next game. I don't know about y'all. I'm really excited to see this. Let's go ahead and click on this tournament website and let's see what we can find. See what the next game queue is. Queue times. And thanks for being here. Good morning. It is currently 12:07 in the morning where I am from. And I am here because I love Dota. I'm assuming you're here because it's a decent time in Russia and you're not worrying about sleep because it's daytime. Feel free to post. I'm kind of curious. Like, if you're willing to write in the chat, just let me know what time it is where you're at, because I'm really curious. Because I don't have a friggin' clue. Let's see. Got Dragon's Bloods versus Swarm to Die. Ooh. All right. Let's see. I'm waiting. I do not want to sign up right now, but that's okay. So we do know that they are coming up. The Sworn to Die game is on its way, and Dragon's Blood. So let's kind of you want to go through the history of some of these guys, see where they're sitting and their standings go. Actually, they might actually have a schedule release on where the standings are on here. Let's see if there's a standing page. Oh, it's going to make me sign up for VK. All right. Go ahead and screen snipe me if you want. I really don't care. You can add me. No big deal. It's not letting me sign in. All right. That's terrible. Not now? Hey, I can click not now. Cool. All right. So Dragon's Blood versus Sworn to Die. I do want to see if there is... Where would we find it? That's the stream. I'm trying to see where I could click to see the standings. Oh, I guess this actually might be the standings right here. All right, let's check this out really quick. Feel free to join me. If this doesn't load, don't blame me. Blame Destiny League. Oh, I clicked it, but it wouldn't let me register. I clicked it, but I will find a way to register. I think I have to copy the paste this actually into, see if I can copy paste this into an actual browser, because I don't have overlays open in my Steam on anything, because Steam will glitch out, everything glitches out, and all kind of turns to poop. So I have a hard time. using any of that. Oh, cool. I'm totally signing in with Facebook over here. Data import. I have to register my phone number too. That one y'all wouldn't want. That's a terrible phone number. What? Oh, I have to get my phone. Shit, it's ringing. All right, that was terrible. Like everybody in the house is asleep right now. So, I can't register that because it makes me like, yep, it woke everybody up. Like I said, it is midnight here, so it's okay. My name is Jesse, but I go by Mega Million Zero just because it's fun. It's always just fun to say. It makes me feel like eating ramen. It looks like this is not working out. Oh, here we go. All right. Sworn Die versus Dragon Blood. Pretty excited about this. Let's see how this draft starts to play out here. Any hype? Any news? Any ideas? Any thoughts? Y'all know who wins? Looks like we're just still waiting on everybody. So that's the big thing about these, right? So I am an unofficial caster, and the way it works is they get a 2 minute head start on me, and then I can cast from that point. So unfortunately, all they cast into right now is Russian. I'm doing everything I can to get an English idea into this. I've always loved casting. I've casted plenty of things with my son mainly. We go through a lot of like amateur games that we see like sometimes pop off, like somebody basically went like 40-0, and we just have to watch and see exactly what they did because it's not common when you see some things like that. And we've perfected quite a few builds. One of the biggest ones is Robo Blitz is actually, he developed the Carry Dark Willow build, which has been really beneficial to like existence. Do I know some Russian words? No, I don't, but I would love to learn some, especially if I'm casting in Russian, right? Like I should know some. Let me see. See if I can Google some Russian words that are really cool. What would be a cool thing to say in Russian? I'm going to practice some of this. You tell me how this works. I'm going to go from English to Russian, and you let me know if this sounds like legit. To the newcomers, don't worry, I am casting. We're just waiting for the actual game to start. Once it starts, we'll pop off from there.
Я люблю русское мясо.
Я люблю русское мясо.
Я люблю русское мясо.
Я люблю русское мясо.
Я люблю русское мясо. Я люблю русское мясо.
Я люблю русское мясо. I love Russian meat. Does that sound good? Like, I'm trying. Like, I couldn't think of anything else to say. Like, it made the most sense to me. That I follow this dude. He doesn't actually speak. He's on YouTube, and the dude is like this huge burly Russian guy, and he all he does is cook meat. Like that's all I watch the guy for. He cooks all kinds of. Really, thank you. All he does is he cooks like meat all day, and like every now and then he'll whisper a word, but he really doesn't whisper a whole lot or say a whole lot. So it's. I love Russian meat is like real. Well, thank you. I'll practice more. Like for real, I will. Like that sounds fun. All right, Legion's out. They don't want to get jumped on, so they can have somebody squishy, somebody that can be easy picked off. It's a great way to save your backlines from getting charged out in death, which is hence the Spirit Breaker. If they don't want anybody charged out and die, they don't like their backlines getting picked off. Bloodseeker is although another person that basically good for picking off backlines. PA is good at it. Timber, it's his chain can be very beneficial, but you can get him in a lot of trouble too. So that one's a little bit more difficult. I wouldn't necessarily say it's a good idea to first ban a first round Timber out or a Night Stalker. That's really not common. So I'm trying to think of some of the builds because I do watch a lot of TI, like TI level gameplay. The only thing that I will say that is typically banned out, IO, Puck, Monkey. Those are probably the most common. As far as trying to get a beat on what they're going to ban out, it's very difficult. Mars plays with a Willow. Like I don't like getting Mars without. I mean not Willow. Okay, cool. Plays with a Willow, but plays with an I. Okay, so at least they got the Willow, but it plays with an IO. Excuse me. I don't like owning a Mars without owning an IO. Like that is, it's a terrible idea for me. You don't get to sustain. You have to do like the walk of shame all the time. If they just completely harass the crap out of you as a Mars, it's you're kind of hosed. Like there's not a lot you can really do at that point. So your early game is very difficult. You try to do the best you can with like to actually jump into a mid and late game, but without that sustain, you're in a lot of trouble. They did pick up the Tide Hunter, so they're going for a lot of that same crowd control scenario that didn't really work on the last game, but they do have the Bane and the Tide. Oh, there goes the Monkey. So like I said, Monkey typically banned. Monkey plays really good into a Bane. TA banned. Now I'm once again confused. It's very difficult in these games to determine their mentalities because they're playing a different tier. Destiny League, I was actually looking up some of the history on some of these guys. You know, they've got like 200 matches under their belt, whereas, you know, my son's been playing for 6 months and he's already at like, you know, like 3,000 hours. You know, I mean, so there's like a huge difference in like some of the tiers and the mentality that they pick into when it comes to like a direct meta. Like they're playing like the 7.3 patch, but it's not going to be the same 7.3 that's been pushed through some of your more mainstream games because they will work out micro meta within the meta that they're currently playing. Whereas these guys are coming off of the streets and they're playing a meta amongst their friends, amongst their groups, amongst their peers. Plus, I would assume that they would have like a lot of comfort picks because when I play ranked, I live a lot more on comfort picks. Because I end up usually playing first round, I'll play like position 4-5. And even if I'm like a second round core, sometimes I'll pick a comfort pick if it's convenient. Whereas Robo Blitz, who I play with, he always basically last pick and he plays typically mid or position 1. You know, he's playing directly up against the other person's team. So right now they're able to pick up things that are either obviously supports good comfort, makes them feel nice about the way the flow is going to go. Whereas later on, they're going to have to pick out to what is tailored. Wraith King has like the highest win percentage chance, like just so difficult to kill because you have to kill him twice. Juggernaut, a lot of good burst. Doesn't really carry into late game so much. They might be wanting this to go as a mid. Might go into heavier push. Lifestealer being taken out of the play. See, that's the thing is I don't see Lifestealer really pairing up well with a Bane or a Tide Hunter. But Lifestealer might be a counter to, well, probably the Dark Willow, I suppose, because Dark Willow, her W, Shallow Realm, That's a lot of magic damage. And so now they don't have to worry about versatility. They just want versatility. That's a really good because now you got Fiend's Grip and your big old AOE Tide Hunter ult, and that's not bad. That's not bad. I do like this because there are two really big things in a play, but it doesn't matter if you pick anything off of the and a Pugna. Why would they put that lifesteal into a Rubik? I don't know, but that's their decision. I really love this Rubik pick so far on the side of Dragon's Blood. So far, if I have to give it to anybody, um, yeah, I gotta say that I give it to Rubik. Let's see how they go with their right click because they still don't have a lot of damage sitting on there. I still, that's the other problem that we have too, right? Like, tradition right now is to make sure you have somebody that can quickly engage and disengage in the fight. So, like I said at the beginning, IO Puck, Monkey. Monkey's out, so you still want to have IO Puck in play. IO would go really good up against the Mars, but you don't want to pick IO this late. So you want like a Quap, an Anti-Mage, a Faceless Void, even like a Void Spirit. Who else would be really good? Other people that can engage and disengage out of the fights. Nature's Prophet's still available, like so I could see Nature still being picked up here. They did get out the Legion Commander, so there goes that. Because I could see Legion Commander doing really good, especially up against that Pugna and the Bane. Like just before they have any ability to, hey, there we go. Anti-Mages get picked up. Anti-Mage's ability to just jump into the fight, especially on a Pugna, he just multiplies himself, nukes down all the all of the mana. Same with the Bane. Like they just have no recourse because now who are you going to target? There's three. I mean, it really is like a good luck Chuck roulette scenario. While you're getting ticked on and still died from the other two, regardless if you catch the actual anti-mage, you're still having to deal with the others. Bane has the benefit of being able to enfeeble one, being able to Fiend's Grip the other one, hopefully sleep the other. So Bane is a decent anti-mage, but it's not the most beneficial. See, I'm still thinking Quap needs to get picked up at some point, but I don't see it. So who's on the list? Who else has really high mobility in and out of a fight? See, I don't think Necrophos is viable here. Not this late. Necrophos also, that you pick a Necrophos up against like an Ember Spirit. I don't see like an Ember Spirit. Somebody that just has the TA is already banned out too, so who cares about taking down her refractions? Who else be really good? I don't see Lena being beneficial either. Like unless you pick up a Blink Dagger on the Lena, I don't understand why you would ban the Lena. Who would you nuke down really? I mean, Dark Willow has enough HP and sustain. Like even if you like put everything on the Dark Willow, she casts Shadow Realm and walks away. Anti-Mage just blinks out of there. Like there's not enough to have the follow-up. I don't know. This could go anyway. Faceless is still available. Void, Quap, Puck, Troll maybe? I could see a Troll being a thing. Oh, there we go. Void Spirit. So see, that's more of the jumpy moving around. You want in and out of that team fight. You want to be able to get and hit all your damage and still bounce in and out of there without getting caught. And there we go. Puck. IO Puck. Mars. I mean, those Monkey. IO Puck Monkey. There's always got to be one or two of those three somewhere in the play. So it looks like I was right on a couple of those counts. Monkey did get banned. He would have been picked up somewhere along the lines. And so let's see what we got. Spectrum Sempra on the Bane. Yahevadi on Tide Hunter. Denzin on Pugna. Wanda Coffee on Terrorblade. Boba on the Void Spirit. Kaya Rule on the Mars. Psyblades on the Dark Willow. Maybe they banned TA. No, but they banned it themselves. Babiza on Anti-Mage. Tonyoka on the Puck. And the Rand on the Rubik. Only by, default because he's not on the list. So here we go. Here we go. We are a little bit behind, like I said. We'll see how this goes. Should be pretty easy. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Pretty excited overall. If I had to give it to anybody, so far, I gotta say it's Anti-Mage. The Anti-Mage versus a Void Spirit more than anything. Terrorblade scales so well, but Terrorblade is not in what I would consider one of the greatest places right now. Terrorblade, I mean, it's difficult to deal with him like late game, but games don't typically go past like the 40-minute marker because he has the most ridiculous agility leveling, just level per level, very strong. The anti-mage though is for the most part just going to outfarm everybody and then hopefully just nuke everybody down. Um, I don't know who's going to get, if they even plan on getting any kind of break for the Tide Hunter, but ultimately it's going to be like Tide versus Mars as far as like meat for meat goes. And unfortunately, Tide can actually just be like if he blinks in, you know, Mars throws up his. I love that they start walking around those couriers. I don't know if you saw that, but they play with the couriers. But the Arena Blood from the Mars is a great way to like just. Sure, you blinked in, now you splashed, great. Now you're stuck inside of my arena. What do? You know, it is a really great counter when it comes to like actual team fight. But for the most part, a lot of this game, team fights aren't more than like 2 or 3 lately. It's just been the way it is. So we got Radiant side is rocking the Wannakoff. See who's gonna rock the mid though. Dragon's Blood. Well, I clicked something terrible. Sworn Die versus Dragon's Blood. I'm trying to remember that as the name. Apologize, I haven't yet. I should make a note to like write some of this down and post a note or something, just so I'm not rude. But DB Dragon's Blood, which is going to be on your Dire side, and your Radiant side is going to be. We have some harass going on. Well, they called out exactly what she threw out. Bramble Maze. Looks like Tide does take a couple hits, throws out a splash. We'll regen the HP with no problem. It's going to be difficult to regen that mana. It's going to take some time, but he'll get there eventually. It's a decent opportunity to just throw out some type of damage, though. All right. So it seems pretty fair. 2 for 2. Pretty balanced, stable. Nobody wants to overcommit, overstress. It is 8 seconds into the match, so... And Bane loves the cheese. All right. Let's go with, I'm going to go with direct to camera for a little bit here, just so we can get some idea of what's going on all the way across the board. Tide Hunter did pick up basic stats for damage, Quailing Blade 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 on his right click. He can always eat those for more sustainability. Void Spirit basically doing the exact same thing. Those quick denies, man. Anti-Mage is very difficult to do anything as far as attack or denies into. A lot of space with that Bramble Mage. Unable to right-click anything if he gets Ghost Sceptered by the Decrepify there. So you can't get farm if you can't right-click nothing. So that's a pretty good pickup. I haven't actually played that level of harass with the Pugna. I'm gonna save that one for myself. That one's pretty dope. Oh, he is stuck, rooted. Is he gonna get picked off here? It looks like there's a pretty decent chance he might. No, looks like just plenty of harass. It looks like Tide knows how to walk out of there. He didn't need a whole bunch of those brambles. He does have quite a bit of sustainability, though. Oh, so interesting note. I don't know if you noticed what he did. He dropped both of the Gauntlets of Strength, reducing his actual total HP gain. And then he decided to actually eat his trees and then put the Strength back in afterwards. So what that does is it heals him higher by percentage. Mars is not going to have... He does have the mana for it. If he can land this spear, he does land a kill. Nope, that is not necessarily true anymore. Oh, he does get the kill. I wasn't sure if he was going to be able to pick that up. But it looks like there wasn't a big issue. So... That spear does a lot of work. Pin him up against the wall. Made sure he didn't get to go anywhere. Just held him down from there. Terrorblade's coming in. Right-click champion. Oh, this is what I was telling you about. The 4.4 agility gain every single time he gains a level. I wouldn't say that he's level dependent, but it is a really big deal if he out levels you, because you end up with just so much more agility than the next guy. 4.4, I think that's actually the highest in game. I'd have to verify that, but if not, it is pretty darn close. Mars, without an IO, does not have the sustain he needs. Now he's left 2 minutes in. The only thing he's got left is his Coin Blade, Fairy Fire, and 6 stick charges. Unless this homie over here that he has, which bought boots, is able to give him some type of regen, which it doesn't look like he is. He might just get bullied out of the lane. Bane coming up, trying to pick off that courier. Courier hiding in the shadows. All right. Courier doesn't die, and it looks like they're just going to trade hits over next to each other for a little bit. See how mid's going. Got the Void Spirit versus Puck scenario. It looks like levels are good. Let's go ahead and look at the last hit denies. And Void is kind of tearing up this Puck. As far as the last hits go, oof. Yeah, that blast that has a lot to do with it. I don't know if Puck is abusing his Q as much as he needs to. I'm not really sure what would be beneficial for that Puck outside from just abusing that and making sure you have absolute rune control. Now, that also comes down to this Dissimulate helps with the Void Spirit getting all of that additional rune control. So you're going to have to spell versus spell scenario. You still have 20 versus 13 at 21 versus 13, and that lead is going to end up giving Puck a big disadvantage here in a moment. Just because of that mobility. I mean, that is terrible to deal with. Puck should definitely go over there, grab that rune. I'm looking for him to. Oh, he does not use his orb to make sure he gets any kind of additional harass or damage pickoff. That's fine. It's going up top. Oh, that courier died. Not sure where exactly, but we have a very low top lane going. They're playing right-click heaven. Oh, he did not get the splash off, but did have the common sense to Coiling Blade that tree in order to get that splash off. If he didn't Coiling Blade that tree, he would have to walk up and around. That Dark Willow might have been significantly farther away, had a higher chance to regen, but instead he just chopped down the tree so we can get that that nice little gush. So very good job on the Tide. Not something that's common. But does pick it up. Making a nice little path. Ooh. Decrepify. Looks like he had just enough mana for that too. I mean, that was like second for second on mana. Tide doesn't have a whole lot outside from Anchor Smash. And the ability to basically not die with Kraken Shell. See how mid's going? Okay, so this is where I was saying those last hits play a bigger play. I'm going to shut up because he did get off that right here. That Dream Coil is what you saw there. Oh, man. Really surprised he was able to actually pick that up. So the Dream Coil is level 6. At the moment when I actually went into this mid lane, he was actually sitting at level 5, which I was going to say those last hits play a big role because you end up out leveling the Puck. You get your ultimate before the Puck has the opportunity to ult you and Dream Coil you, but that came down to like a split second scenario. Not enough mana on the Void or cooldowns on the Void in order to actually pick up the escape. Puck does pick up the kill and gets opportunities to run away. Now, this Vision Ward does allow him to fight uphill a little bit better and keep an eye on where the Puck standing is, and it does. It looks like it might be right out of range for. Might be in range. I don't know. That's a tough call for that top rune control, but especially when you go up against a Puck, the rune control is like darn near everything. It's a 2-3, pretty standard but slow game. It looks like Puck has the alchemy bottled. See how Mars' lane going. Mars is sitting at 28, whereas Terrorblade is sitting at 41. So 10 up as far as the Terrorblade goes. If this Terrorblade's going to outscale that Mars when it comes to team fighting eventually, it's going to be a very difficult fight.
You remind me of a tutor I once killed.
I appreciate that a lot, Mars. Couple high fives. Yep. that is a stressful high five. Like you're missing your stuns. Digging that cheese on the Bane. It looks like he's just like a last hitting champion. And he's also pushing up the lane pretty heavy. This isn't necessarily common. Oh, does get the stun off. Hits the maze. Nothing on the maze. That was too close. That was way too close. You have to capture the escape. Excuse me. You have to capture the escape, actually, whenever you're going to throw out your Bramble Maze. You don't necessarily throw it on top of you unless you're afraid of actually getting hit by somebody. That it works very well for a melee. In this case, he's throwing up against a Pugna who's ranged, so there's no point because he's ranged, so he can still hit you anyway, and he doesn't actually have to run onto you. So that was a little bit of a misplay, I think, from the Dark Willow. They still end up, doing okay. Puck sitting really low, no bottle charges. Looks like Void Spirit 55 to the 31. Void Spirit's just like walking away with this mid. Despite Puck actually picking up the kill, he seems terrified to actually go in. It just seems like a really stressful lane. Top lane, looks like Bane died bottom actually. Got a full-blown team fight. Spear does hit Rubik in the face. Was that Rubik that got? No. I don't even know who got hit in the face. I'm assuming that was Puck. I thought it was Rubik. I was totally wrong. Terribly chasing the Rubik. Rubik's just letting that heal do its job. Mars does run away. And it looks like Terrorblade does not really care too much because he's just going to go back to doing what he's been doing, which is just last hitting his brains out. There he goes. Rubik rocking no mana, no wand charges. Does get the mana boots. That's a pretty decent pickup. I like that. Mars. Man, I gotta say, if they had that IO, I think Mars IO would have been a lot better off. That he's consistently having to go back to the well to survive. Does not want to invest more into tangos or any other kind of regen outside from that soul ring. His goal, I'm assuming, is just, oh yeah, blink. Looks like double BKB there. That was a misclick. There's no double BKB. It's not a thing. Level 4 Blade pushing the, well, sure, stun him. Why not? Because he can't go regen that using his Brain Sap on you. Why are you not? Go Brain Sap him? Oh, does he have wands? Charge? Yeah, he has wand. Alright, never mind. He doesn't want to feed wand charges to the actual, to the Mars. But he's actually building up a stack. I mean, he's up to 6, and all he has to do is eat these spears, which, with his 4.3... see if those 8 stacks come to save him. Nope, Arena Blood, quick little spear and a dash, and looks like Bane died. I don't know why he didn't do that earlier. Maybe he was waiting for I don't know, some bonus. But he should have done that a long time ago, essentially. What it really comes down to. Mid Rubik versus the Darkseer. Looks like Rubik came in for the Puck. Puck has decided to jungle, which is always fun. But he was having a very difficult time. So Rubik's picking up some bonus levels here. Probably going to hit level 6. Trying not to die to any kind of like brute splash damage. I mean, this guy can just jump on top of you so fast. That is really dangerous. How much HP does Rubik have? 740. So if you look at each one of these zips, I mean, you're looking at 150. So that's between 2. That's 300. So that's half the health. And that's without casting any other spells. So he can bring him down to half HP just zipping in and zipping out with that Astral Step. Just choosing not to because he just wants last hits. He owns the lane right now. If he zips in and out, he risks people basically teleporting him in and pulling him out of lane. It looks like they popped. I'm guessing that's a Shadow Finger. No, that was just a basic Nightmare. Not even a Fiend's Grip to hold down that Willow. But that was more than enough. Pugna died somewhere along the lines too. Let's see how the farm's going. Going straight for the Battle Fury build. I prefer Manta, but it's not my game. It's not my call. I only prefer Manta because this game, and when you start hitting in the tournaments, it goes at a faster rate. You don't necessarily find yourself the time to farm, especially as an anti-mage. If you go into the Battle Fury, you're committing to actually having to farm for a while. Battle Fury Cleave does provide a certain amount of bonus damage, but it's not enough to sustain yourself into a fight. You don't get the Dispel. It looks like they're going to go ahead and find another pick, possibly on the Dark Willow if it gets up. Oh, plus the Fear. She does run away. See, that's the big thing about Dark Willow. Her W, which is my Shallow Room, instant invisibility, untargetability, and then she just runs away. Throws a Fear, doesn't have to worry about a whole lot. just quick disengage, and looks like she still died anyway. So that's rather unfortunate for her. Mars and the Rubik do land the bottom tower. So where are we going? Let's let the directed camera find its way. Void chasing Puck. Puck did not go back to that triangle. Decided to go into his own jungle instead. Anti-mage. Looks like he's done. Almost done with that Battle Fury. Note he went the... Oh, the cancel and the retract on the lifesteal. Yeah, go ahead. Lifesteal me again. I will do it back to you, homie. Oh, still gets picked off. And that's the mobility about that centerpiece right there. That beautiful touch of having a Rubik, excuse me, not a Rubik, a Void Spirit, your pucks, your quick movement, your quaps. Like, you just get in and out. They don't expect or see you come in. Nature's Prophet. Those same style characters. Oh, blood, Arena Blood on the Terror Blade. Does just jump in, right click with a spear. Nukes him down faster than he definitely wanted to. But he was not in an appropriate location. Like this, after it's gone, I mean, especially without vision. Looks like they're going to try to pick up on the that spear though, homie. Oh, and still tanky enough to eat an ulti from the anti-mage. Looks like they're going to come back, try to get a zip, the Astral Step. Doesn't need a second Astral Step. I don't know if he actually had it. He did not have it, but a quick right click to take out that Dark Willow. Let's see. Let's go back to override camera. Looks like everybody's back to Farmville. And then now the splash damage from that Void, it's just so significant that he doesn't even have to worry about getting ganked in a lane because he's not in lane long enough for you to teleport onto him. It's so much survivability and sustain. Battle Fury 14:38 seconds in. That is not a terrible. I've seen 12s. I think I've seen an 8 once. That was with a lot of help. You would have a Weaver go in, Shishuk, and help melt everything down as on like triple stack camps. And anti-mage would basically just go in and get like last hits. It's ridiculously rude, but you commit to a Weaver having 0 farm, but you end up with a scaling anti-mage with a Battle Fury like 8 minutes in. It's really stupid to deal with. Not a whole lot on the Rubik that's come up outside from smoke. Still maintaining the boots. Does have a G. I don't know where he's going with that. Figure that out later. Does pick up some bonus HP on the Void. More smoke on the Willow. So I kind of have a love with this HP regen here. All right, Battle Fury still on the anti-mage. All right, give it a second. Overcarrying camera, go. All right. Now his farm is going to start skyrocketing here. So if you look right now, Terrorblade's at 128, 121, and 114. If he's getting his camp stacked for him and he starts jumping around, if he's pushing his lanes kind of hard, and he's definitely going to end up adding like right at the top of that list. Anti-Mage is one of the fastest, most beautiful farming heroes, one of the quickest to get potentially 6-slotted, but at this point he has to commit to only farming. So right there at that mark, you can see that they did not double stack farm in these Ancients. You're letting him just go ahead and just pick up these singles, which is unfortunate because the Rubik, which is currently protecting Mars, as well as the Dark Willow, which is currently protecting Mars. One of them could have committed to come over here and make this double stack. Unfortunately, they didn't, so now he's down like another like 600 gold or something, or 300 and something. Oh, there's a... It used to show the gold count.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Let that override camera go back to town. Ooh, haste rune picked up. Just want to kill somebody with that probably. Double damage is the best thing to stick in a bottle, though. It is under attack. It is. Looks like this Mars Rubik Willow combo is just going to own their jungle forever. Tied by himself, though. If they get any vision knowing they're tied by himself, then they will very likely rotate up there and just pick him off quickly. But they don't have vision on their triangle. On the Dire side, excuse me, Radiant side triangle, so Dire doesn't know that he's up there solo. Time making a smart play, coming out of vision, letting Puck do Puck things. Ooh, really? I want to go back to this AM really quick. So he is going into the Manta, which is super dope. But he did, I don't know if you noticed, but he picked up the +6 agility item before he picked up the +10. I actually played that reverse. That was so quick. That Astral Step was like, you just want to pull your hair out. How do you deal with Astral Step? Especially as a Dark Willow, that's AoE. So even if you're in your Shallow Realm makes you untargetable. So it makes it to where they basically can cast spells on you, blah, blah, blah. But Shadow Step it's an AoE. So you're still very, very fragile up against that AoE damage. So that is a very difficult task, trying to survive. You had to walk back to pick up that bounty rune. So cute. I gotta practice my Russian more. Alright, I'm going to start kind of going back around. So let's see builds on the Pugna. Pugna does have his Aether Lens, so he's going to have a lot farther reach. That really does help with his life drain. Obviously, Decrepify and the Nether Blast. It doesn't actually help the ring, it just casts your ring farther. So you can hit from towers and have a little bit more of a runaway scenario. You have Tide currently getting hit up. Does pick up his Bling Dagger. Does have a Hood of Defiance and his Soul Ring. So a lot of sustainability as far as being able to keep up his mana regen. Natural 23-3. I mean, you can see where he's standing at. So he's at 22, 23 HP regen, and that's just off of that Hood of Defiance. So that keeps him in play very heavily when it comes to his HP. And anytime he needs mana, just pop the Soul Ring and go. A lot of people pick up this Falcon Blade. I'm not the biggest fan personally, but I've seen it very heavily. It is very cheap. It's very cost efficient. The downside is you eventually have to sell it back out. But Terrorblade does have the Manta, does have some more agility in his agility boots. Now if you look at the difference between the Terrorblade and the Anti-Mage, it's the same scenario, except he's basically up a Yasha, and he's like almost done with his Ultimate Orb. So 500 after that, I mean, he's got his Manta on top of it. So there is a big benefit when it comes to the Battle Fury scaling, especially when you're seeing it not on a Terrorblade, but you see the Falcon Blade. Falcon Blade, when it comes to actual cost, you're looking at 1125, whereas the Battle Fury cost, you're sitting at 4,000. So there's an obvious 3,000 gold lead sitting on top of the Anti-Mage. And right there, that Astral Step just does so much work on the Puck. The Puck typically very evasive, but just cannot keep up. The mobility when it comes to the Void Spirit, it's just extremely detrimental. If you have any kind of lockdown, it's just going to nuke everyone out. Let's see, what did Rubik steal right there? Rubik did pick up the Resonant Pulse, so that's kind of fun. Not what I would go for. I would probably like to pick up Astral Step if you could. But the Pulse does help if he plans on farming, which I highly doubt he will. Plus, then he has to get really close to use it. So it's you put your own self at risk. He does have the Blink Dagger in the case he does choose to, but not something I would actively choose. Bane does pick up the Aether Lens and boots. Now let's go back onto the Mars, who does have the Blink Dagger. So he has this jump in and BKB, so he doesn't get nuked down by magic damage, doesn't get locked down by the Bane, doesn't have to really worry about a lot of the other ultimates, especially when it comes to the Pugna damage, which is... We have a Smoke Gate coming in.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Are they rotating to take mid tower? They want to kill here? I want to follow this smoke gank. They smoked for a tier 1 mid tower, it looks like. Which, alright. Oh boy, Tide's coming in. It's a one-man TP in. Tide just gets hit onto the Mars. They're just slapping each other in their big old chubby HP faces. Brambles, nice little maze. Silence on the Bane, picked off on the Bane. That was so quick. That rebuke. Oh man, Void splash damage is so ridiculous. Fear pushes everybody back to kind of reset the fight. It looks like Tide does get his ultimate off. Rubik would love to have stolen that thing from him. Bedlam from the Dark Willow. Lifesteal coming in. The life drain, excuse me. Pugna completely misses that, but that's okay. Dark Willow is trying to get out of there as fast as she can. She has 3 seconds left, it looks like. And if she pops that, she can TP out. Might not need to teleport away, but I would still consider it. There it goes. That's her W and TP. The unfortunate thing is that saves you from targetable death, but they decided to use the splash damage and kill her anyway. That was probably her best shot. That was pretty common for Dark Willows to get out of here. Terrorblade is picking up and running. Let's look at the current gold worth. Net worth. Void, 1330. So Void, who did rock the puck mid really heavily, has scaled really beautifully out of here. The anti-mage, which obviously should be scaling with that Battle Fury really heavy, is doing so. Looks like he's going to pick up a Scotty next. And another poof on the Rubik. Does not commit his magic wand charges. Satchel step. No. Ages. Trying to run away at this point. It looks like Ty decided to jump in. Will be of some benefit. Void able to astral step out. Blood Arena Blood committed. Trying to kill the Bane. Get that crowd control down. Void getting healed up by the life drain from Pugna. It almost looks like a fairly one-sided meat fight from the Mars, because that Mars definitely did quite a bit of sustain there. But they still maintain a 5k gold lead, even though I gotta say that team fight definitely was very Radiant side. Pugna still gets picked off nonetheless. Couldn't run fast enough. That's okay. Let's see what Mars got from that. He's finishing up his magic stick. He's going full wand there. So magic stick, when it's finished, it turns into full magic wand. Go him. That is a 24-minute magic wand for the Mars. I'm really excited he still showed that you can commit to buying such an early item even so late. I'm going to take out some of that mana for the Tide. And it looks like he's just going to farm his out. And then he just continue farming. So he didn't continue to chase the Tide. He did prioritize farm, which is absolutely what anti-mages need to be doing as a position 1 at this point. Probably going to get rotated on. Looks like that's a negative. Looks like Tide's just going to let them go ahead and own that. I wasn't sure if they were going to commit into coming into countering that anti-mage farm out, but they are going to let that side go. They're just going to stay on their side of their towers, their side of their forest, jungle. Even though they have all of this vision, they're still not going to commit into taking back their jungle over here. It's interesting how most players play the game this way. Can we check net worth? Oh, yeah, absolutely. Oh, I'm sitting on net worth. Of course, you're very welcome. Yeah, net worth is like very priority. Sorry, I didn't mean to ignore you. All right. Let's see. He did pick up the Scotty. That is going to make him very detrimental to deal with. That Scotty is going to do some serious work. Yeah, like there's no doubt he is very tanky at this point, on top of very dangerous. Pugna sitting out. He's got Aether Lens, does have the ability to go invisible, so he can sit there and life drain, not have to worry about getting targeted. As long as he's sitting in the trees, he's got that benefit too. I like hiding in the trees, but you know, who's going to say no to a Glimmer Cape? You can always cast it on friends. Looks like they're going to try to pick off the Mars. Anybody? Mars not committing on anyone. There's no one. Nope. Oh, Bramble Maze went nowhere. Good Bramble Maze. Good Bramble. It's better safe than sorry. Tide picks up the Pipe of Insight. Now no longer has mana for Pipe of Insight. Terrorblade does pick up. Oh, he's got some evasion. That butterfly, baby. Yeah, that's... See, now you got to make somebody buy a Monkey King bar. Like, that is rude. Like, I love doing that to people in games sometimes, though, because you're just like, hit me now. Oh, wait, yeah, go farm like another 5k. Good job. Lincoln Sphere, so he doesn't get targeted off, so that's pretty beneficial. I like that for the Rubik, especially if Rubik's going to steal your Astral Step if you're being targeted by the Rubik. Outside from that, it does stop from the AM, I suppose. But I don't know. I don't know if I would necessarily go Lincoln Sphere this game. That's just a personal thought. Bane does pick up Aether Lens, get some reach on his spells. Mars doesn't look like he's picked up a whole lot, does it? Outside from that magic wand. He does have 1,700 gold, but he's been playing just the team fighty, killy, picky guy. And that might be why. He did let a creep kill go. That's fine. Rubik. Does have the Blink Dagger still, almost 2k gold. Might commit that to some team play items. Man, that AM's starting to look very beefy. He's got the Basher sitting on there now. That I feel like that AM is going to be able to tear quite a bit up. HP point booster, Yules, always beautiful items on the puck just for that sustainability and being able to just get out of dodge. Oof, did not even need to use the Yules, but the Yules into Blink does definitely help. Oh, Arena Blood committed on the Tide. It is a 2v Tide. Does fear him into the wall, and they disengage. Not enough damage. They recognize that now. I would still say I'd like to see a Silver Edge for Tide. I played Tide against the Tide the same way I play up against a Bristleback. Just make that commitment. Get something done, because if not, you're just going to have to deal with him the entire game. And it's just really easy to just break, and then you're done. Okay, so I want to do a comparison between Anti-Mage, which now is sitting on a Paladin sword. It looks like he's watched Hoarders a little bit, because he's storing everything in his little house there. Yep, good job. Oh, Shivas. Just, you can't run away from that. Shivas and Gush, like, you're screwed. You're just so slow. They have BKB? No BKB. Blink Dagger's never going to work. You got right-clicked out. You might be able to hold him up a little bit, but that's about it. There's no way to get away from that. But Tide versus the, Terrorblade, which currently Manta, as well as Butterfly, versus the Anti-Mage. I mean, you can see on the net worths that they're back and forth with each other, but itemization-wise, I really feel like this Anti-Mage is going to have a bigger benefit up. They both make duplicates of themselves. They both have quite a bit, but the Anti-Mage has the Cleave, which is going to give him splash damage. So when he Manta styles, and he's got his triplicates of himself up, he's going to not be able to be detected so easily. They're going to have to cast and attack each one, try to figure out which one it is, and it can happen in a millisecond, but it could be that millisecond difference that causes the Anti-Mage to potentially live or die, whereas the Terrorblade, who doesn't have any kind of splash damage, I mean, it doesn't have any kind of, if he makes a duplicate, the Anti-Mage doesn't have to target anybody. He just right-clicks one of them, and then whoever the real Terrorblade is instantly revealed. So that's one of the biggest differences, I would say, when it comes to both of those. I wasn't sure if Bane was trying to play some kind of Rat Dota game there. I was a little curious, because Rat Dota is like a thing, but not typically with a Bane. It looks like they're just going to have some more respect space for each other. I still give this to Team Anti-Mage over here, even though it's 19-15, just because the Anti-Mage is getting so significant. That full Abyssal's picked up now, so now that's complete lockdown. Once you figure out which Terrorblade it is. Now, Terrorblade does have this Sunder, which is a nightmare. So if Terrorblade lands an amazing Sunder in a team fight, and I mean just like hands down 10 out of 10 amazing, they're going to win like every single team fight. Because what's an Anti-Mage with like 5 HP is like a one right click away. So it's going to come down to a lot of timing. Unfortunately, he still doesn't have a BKB in order to make sure he doesn't get nuked down past that point or stopped from being able to cast his Sunder. Because here we go. See, that Basher was more than enough to hold him still to where he basically died. That Abyssal Blade. Pugna popped his Viz. AM jumps in. They're trying to find out this Pugna. Pugna basically dies one way or the other, even though he was Glimmer caped up. Void caught without any ability to just jump out of there. I don't know why if there's this very small screen frames where he could have possibly astral stepped or even dissimulated, I would have been spamming both in that moment, and looks like he just wasn't able to get them off. So that was detrimental to that. This might actually just be completely game, but like I said, the Anti-Mage is getting very significant, and it's tough. I mean, he's hitting this catastrophic point of, you can't kill me. A lot of it's still going to come down to Anti-Mage versus that Terrorblade, though, in my opinion. Puck zipping his way out of there. Anti-Mage just setting in some of that harass. Trying to get rid of that. Man, we got Tide, who committed his Ravage. Almost kills the Rubik. Just fails to, unfortunately. full HP thanks to the Pugna. Did Pugna get... Seen Pugna's getting the hearts. Looks like another quick pick off on Bane just because it's that simple for the Anti-Mage. Anti-Mage doesn't even have to worry about Bane. He blinks on top of him. He didn't even use Abyssal Skull that time, or Abyssal. But so as long as he drops that Abyssal Blade, there's nothing Bane can do. It's an instant kill for the most part. Might be rotating in a Roche. They know they're down 2. Definitely keeping eyes on the pit. Anti-Mage blinking in, so they don't know that he's actually in there. Jumping on the Tide. Tide does not have Ravage yet. They know for a fact he already committed that, and he has no mana left either. So he's basically just a big sack of meat. Astral Step being committed, as well as a Dissimulate. Not exactly sure why. I would say just genuine fear at this point. And without Anchor Smash, you really can't kill those suckers down, can you? Mars commits a BKB. Finds... Oh, it blinks in. Does catches nobody with that Arena of Blood. Terrorblade making a duplicate, sending it through the fire. Ooh, Arena Blood thrown in. Does he have the Refresher? He did catch it. Realize he can't do a whole lot inside of there. Bramble Maze catches the Pugna. Astral Step into nothingness because Puck just blinks out of there because Puck does Puck things. And AM catches the Bane again because he can. No, so Bane is basically free food, and I think he's died like 3 or 4 times in a row into this Anti-Mage. So that's just like free food. What's the gold commitment on there? So every time you see it, it's 300 free gold. Oh, 297. So just see him pop him, see him pop him, see him pop him. GG. Which is pretty cool. Go you. Man, same with Pugna. Pugna's not able to do anything there. That's Pugna's corpse. AM, critical mass. Just doesn't even care about the Terrorblade at this point. Like I said, I got to give it to AM. AM wins. I think that was the call that was made in the very beginning. Yeah. Looks like this pony was right. It's just very difficult once AM gets into this zone, especially because of Terrorblade, who does no splash damage. He too much blink, too much crowd control. See what Bane wants to go give another 300 gold to Anti-Mage with any type of vision. Of course they did. Anti-Mage after killing just goes straight back to farming. So I guess the question is, do you eat an Aghanim Scepter first or do you eat a Moon Shard first? Looks like he's going to actually buy his BKB. Alright, fine. Go the smart way. Well, it is a tournament, so I guess you're going to commit to tournament quality.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Let's see who's returning back to the fold here. They're just trying to maintain their mid, even though they're being pushed in from top. Making sure their mid doesn't get him. Terrorblade. Counterspell. Counterspell a little bit late. Anti-Mage does commit in. Ooh. Anti-Mage just trying to take down that Tide. Mainly just because he's stuck inside of there and has no one else to kill. Looks like Terrorblade's going to have to deal with like loads of illusions. And he is going to blink back over onto the Void Spirit. Does commit into the Void. Causes the secondary Arena Blood, so that is the first Arena plus the Refresher Arena Blood taken out. Uses Aegis. Tide ulti been blasted in. Anti-Mage committing everything he possibly can to this fight. Does come back out to start actually taking out the tower. Decent tower damage. Aegis used, so unlike some games where Aegis just kind of sits there and does nothing, at least they decided to commit. He goes in on the Void, does get the pick off on the Void Spirit. Does he make the effort to commit onto the Pugna? He does. It looks like that was a double bubble. Going into that Tide, that is just a lot of meat, but you save the meat for last, right? Oh man. I really need to learn that phrase. I love Russian meat, because that's exactly what that was. Oh man. Said it once, I'll say it again. Anti-Mage wins. Anti-Mage wins. Just based on the build, it's okay.
Well, there goes Radiant's top barracks.
Actually, not even based on the build. Anti-Mage's mobility there, just huge asset.
Radiant's top barracks have fallen. Things are getting dire.
Things are getting dire. Good job, Morty. Way to make a punny.
Towers destroyed.
So GG's not being called, which is totally fine. Just gonna let them get megas at this point because there's no buybacks. You got 69 seconds on the tide. And you don't really care about Bane, especially as an anti-mage. Terror wants to ulti somebody, but is it gonna be the right one? Who cares? Just let your anti-mage walk away. Oh, GG. Well done. Circle of applause. Circle of applause. Round of applause. That is a wonderful game. Love everything about this game. That was very well played, very well executed, I think, on both sides. I don't know if Terrorblade would have been the most ideal pick. I do like the Terrorblade here, but against the splash damage you had to deal with the Battle Fury, that was always just going to be tough. I think the Battle Fury was definitely the win. You can go with the Mjolnir build to do the bonus magic damage across the board, but it's not as guaranteed as the cleave, because the cleave is 100% guaranteed, right? So as soon as you hit somebody, boom, you cleave, and then you automatically reveal which Terrorblade it is. Everybody tags onto him, and then you end up with a 1 in 4 Terrorblade and a 15-0 anti-mage. And of course, I don't even know how many, but I'm pretty sure a lot of those came off of that Bane. But it was a beautiful game. End games that we end up for Glimmer Cape and Arterian Core on the Pugna, which it's not terrible, but I don't see the benefits so much of the Tyrion core if you can actually just end up with no cooldown and the ability to run around if you were to commit onto like an Ags or something along those lines. I did like the Shiva's Guard pickup. It did help get a couple picks up off of the Rubik. It's not a terrible, but it is a lot of meat that you have to deal with, and he executed fairly well. I'm not going to complain about the Tide. The Terrorblade, I just don't think was the greatest necessary pick, but it wasn't the worst. Now, the downside, too, is this Terrorblade, he picked up the Butterfly, and he also picked up the Monkey King bar, but he had the counter to actually be able to hit the Anti-Mage. Unfortunately, he did not have the damage or the sustainability. But Terrorblade ends up with a boatload of agility, so that's cool, but so that basically means Butterfly gives you evasion. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's giving you a high return value on your actual agility buildup because you're sitting at, I think it was a 4.4 on a Terrorblade. So the agility isn't the biggest benefit here. It's definitely just the evasion. So you could tack that evasion into other items rather than to actually going in a Butterfly. It does give you a lot of, once again, Terrorblade is an illusionary character, so you want to make sure illusions have as many stats as humanly possible, hence the Manta pickup, which I would have gone into anyway. The Basher giving you more sustainability because of the strength, as far as your illusions making sure that they have more HP. And then the Monkey King bar, now this is the only other downside. Granted, you're able to hit the anti-mage, but I think in this case, BKB would have been better. So when you're so close to death, you can actually just swap souls, essentially, with the anti-mage. And then you wouldn't necessarily need the Monkey King bar because you can just hit him like once. I would have gone more the BKB route rather than MKB, because then, yeah, sure, hit me a couple times. I'll almost die, but I guarantee you will when I'm done. Monkey King bar, Dagon. Yeah, it's cheesy, it's cheap, but it works. It's very effective if you get a BKB and a Dagon, because then you can be hurt. You're down to like 1 life. You swamp them, they have 1 life. You have a crappy Dagon, they instantly die. So it's a very cheesy way to play Terrorblade, but it's actually very effective after you've gone into your Skull Basher, your Manta, and even into your Butterfly. I would like to have seen this money go into a BKB Dagon scenario. That's just me, but that's the way I would have played it. Lincoln Sphere, I don't think was necessary. I didn't see that bubble pop a whole lot, but it has potential, I suppose. But really, Bramble Maze, your Dream Coil, Anti-Mage right click, maybe a Rubik. Sure, I could see him like, oh, I don't want him to have my Astral Steps. I'm going to go spend 4,600 gold into a Lincoln Sphere. Mars' Spear. I mean, there's not a lot of reasons to go into Lincoln Sphere, so I feel like this pickup was probably a very bad pickup. I don't mind seeing Boots of Travel just to be able to help push and then counter gank or even to gank, because the cooldown that you get benefit from the teleport scroll, which you can see right there is a 40-second cooldown. The only thing though is I think that money could have gone other places that could have been more beneficial, because that is a 2,500 gold pickup. Even if you were to just rock basic brown boots and sit at your 45 movement speed, you have more than enough momentum and movement with your spells as a Void Spirit. So even some more sustainability, although I can't say too much. He did go 11-3. He did do fairly well, but the Lincoln Sphere, I think, wasn't necessarily going to be anything that was holding him apart. Lincoln Sphere, once again, I would rather have seen like a BKB in this scenario, because then you don't have to worry about anybody's lockdown. It's significantly better than a Lincoln Sphere because you can engage into a fight, destroy whoever you want, and then disengage with a BKB, all within that timing, because your first is a 9-second. And then as your damage picks up, you don't necessarily need 9 seconds to kill somebody. As you can see on the Anti-Mage, he was able to nuke down Bane and Pugna within less than 1 second. I mean, he just went in and tick, 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 and they popped, essentially. Even Tidebringer became, Tide became like, you know, kind of, no, he was always just fat meat. I can't say anything about the Tide. Bane, I mean, that's your position 5 Bane right there. Your brown boots and your ether lens. I mean, that's your pos 5. If that's what you want out of a Bane who's going to make tons of stacks, I think that's the one thing I would say. I didn't see a lot of stacks coming out of this Bane. I would like to have seen more stacks coming out of this Bane. If you would have picked up more stacks, I think you would have had more farm on your crew. Maybe your Terrorblade would have been able to pick up that BKB. Something along those lines. But he did play really heavy support. He did play a lot of crowd control. So not too many complaints. Staying at level 12 does mean your deaths aren't worth the most. But as we saw there, you're still worth 297 gold every time you show your face near an anti-mage who absolutely is going to take advantage of that. Mars, this is a very above game for Mars. So go Mars. Round of applause. Did pick up the double Arena Blood. Unfortunately, I think those Arena Bloods were just not well executed to the extent that there's so much momentum and mobility from the Void to just jump out of there. Oh, great, you caught another Bane, who cares? You wanted to be able to get a lockdown, mainly on this Terrorblade, who was your potential threat, but essentially all you really need to do with Mars in this case, and if they knew it, is make space, let your AM farm. Make space, let your AM farm. And that's what they did. They executed that very well. You got Rubik, same thing. Make space, let your AM farm. He did pick up a Blink Dagger, so that's a lot of survivability. Force Staff, more survivability. And Mana Boots. I mean, that's your position 4-5. Whew, man, this dude last hit a lot of crap. This guy was full tilt. Go Anti-Mage. Man, part of me wants to just give him some like cosmetics though, because that Anti-Mage needs some love. But this Anti-Mage did do a lot of work. Very, very good play on Anti-Mage. A lot of advantageous moments when he just jumped on top of the Bane, jumped on top of the Pugna, made a lot of those plays and reduced the fight from a 5v5 to a 5v3. I mean, with no crowd control, because without Bane and Pugna, you really don't have a lot of crowd control, because you know, Pugna's Decrepify getting on you is really annoying to deal with. The Life Drain also annoying to deal with, which actually, another key point, BKB, Life Drain, no stoppy. All right, so that's, I would definitely pick up a BKB here. But you have Puck, a lot of sustain, a lot of mobility, a lot of actually below average Puck for him. Even despite catching the win, that Blink and the Yules, it's all you really typically need to have as much survivability as you want all the way across the board. It is just, it's very hard to catch a Puck. Even a moderately good Puck with Yules and Blink Dagger can pick up a lot of those combos to make sure you don't die. Dark Willow, I don't know. I think I like carry Dark Willow, and it's not even anything personal. It's just I don't think Dark Willow should be picked unless she's playing a position 1. A position 1 Dark Willow is a terrifying, terrifying event to see. Just hands down unbearable. But we're going to go ahead and take a quick break. I will absolutely be back. I'm going to be casting all of the rest of this. And give me, I would say, 5 minutes or so, and I'll be back, and we'll doodle around and see what we can do. All right. Thank you for staying and hanging out all night. What a beautiful day for Dota. Thank you for staying with me. I will absolutely be casting the rest of this Dream League. That is a lot of fun. I don't know about y'all, but I just enjoy watching a lot of these things. You get different ideas and builds. Feel free to join me along the rest of this way. Let's see what's next. Now, this is best 2 out of 3 in the Dream League. So that was Dragon Blood and Sword and Die. I need to practice my Russian. That is pretty freaking cool, though. We go straight into game 2 on this already. It looks like it's possible. Net worth. I love saying it. Like I'm gonna practice my Russian. That sounds cool. I want to practice this meat thing again more.
Я люблю русское мясо.
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 La люблю русское мясо.
Я люблю русское мясо.
Я люблю русское мясо.
Я люблю русское мясо. Я люблю русское мясо.
La люблю русское мясо. Я люблю. Shit, this is really tough. I love this though. Hold on. Okay. It didn't copy the thing. Oh.
Я люблю русское мясо.
La люблю русское мясо. All right, I gotta keep practicing. Let's see how we're doing in this draft. Did we already start this game too? I need to know. Let's see if we can disconnect and reconnect again. We gotta get this game 2 in, man. This is gonna be super dope. Dragon Blood, Sword and Die. I love that. Like Sworn Die, just the name Sword and Die. It's like we're going all in, and we're gonna win. We're gonna friggin' die. One or the other. It's awesome. I love that name. This rockin' vodka. No, it's fucking water. I wish it was vodka, but it's not. Vodka makes me like forget things. Not a fan. Okay, so it looks like the biggest things that I've seen so far in this tournament, always ban Legion Commander, because that's a big thing, and Bane and Tidehunter have to be in every single game. Like that's what I'm finding from this, which is cool. I mean, it's the Russian style, man. Like, so I'm a big Team Na'Vi fan, like Na'Vi, Dendi, but I was like an old school Dendi fan from like way back. So I've always liked the Russian style of gameplay. It's very Mexican at heart because I'm Mexican. But if you look at the Russian teams, they typically run a lot of teams that are very in your face, very aggressive, very Admiral Bulldog style. They just want to run their teams down your throat as fast as possible, which Mexicans try to do the same thing, but we're just poor at executing it. And so Russians have definitely like a better execution style to us. But I'm a big fan of like the Russian style of Dota. It's definitely different than the Chinese style. Chinese is a lot more strat. They stay farther back. You'll see a lot of backliners that stay like way super back, whereas Russians will keep their backliners like mid to like front range in some cases. Like you can see in that game, like Bane was like basically frontlining like half the game, right? Like he was pretty close to people, which you don't always want from a Bane, but you know if it happens, it happens. Come on, baby. I want this game 2. Let's get this game 2. Let's try this again. Sword and Die Dragon's Blood. Watch game 2. Should be live, right? Huh. Maybe it hasn't started yet. Oh, there it is. Oh, it's definitely started. I looked it up. I don't know why I'm unable to see this thing though. Interesting. I wonder how far back they're going to put us because they're actually. It's rather unfortunate that they're actually in the middle of the game. See if I can pull it up here. Go to live. Tournaments, games in progress. Come on, baby. Give me this game too. Give me this game too. What in the blazes is going on? Come on, baby. Do the locomotion with me. Once again, thanks for being with me tonight. It is 1:22 in the morning for me here in the States, more specifically the Texas state, which is big enough to be its own country. I just want to watch the game. I just want to watch the game. Maybe if I'm just super duper patient, put my hands up. Don't touch nothing, right? Just let it go. I'm clicking too much? You think I'm clicking too much? I might be clicking too much. Come on. Come on. Really? This is my life right now? I need to watch. I'm hoping that I missed a whole lot, if anything. So you watch now Vici Gaming. I don't want to watch Vici Gaming. It's not about Vici right now. It's about Russian gaming. I want to watch this Destiny League. Dragon's Blood, Sword and Die, Go. Directed camera, both team fog. Me. Oh, this is terrible. So how's your day going? It's just, I guess I have no patience. It's the main thing. Interesting and sad. Now it says that there's only one person watching. I'm assuming that's me, so nobody else is actually watching this game in the Dota 2. So there might be something wrong with the actual live feed, which has happened before, and it's terrible when it happens because it disrupts everybody's game. There we go. All right. It's about dang old time. Let's get these players connected. All right, no broadcaster. Let's see what we have here. Destiny League. I think I'm going to turn down Rick and Morty just a tad. Or you want me to keep him up? I want to bring him down just a little bit. Just a tad. All right, so Monkey, IO, Puck. For some reason, Night Stalker. I don't know why Night Stalker keeps getting banned out, but that's part of this meta. Dawnbreaker is getting banned out. See, I guess you either... I don't know why they banned Dawnbreaker. There might be some respect bans. They're probably going through people's history, like Dens, We, Want a Coffee, Adobe, and Spectrum Sampler. So they're probably going to see who they're used to playing, who their comfort picks are, who they have like the most matchups against. They're probably playing that style. Whereas when you go into TI and you're playing the higher end, you're definitely playing towards that exact meta. Legion Commander. Oh, I called it. Okay, so Legion Commander, Monkey King, Puck, IO. Who else is like a always either banned or picked? Spirit Breaker is another one. I can't think of who else. Those are the main ones that I've been seeing lately. So they banned the Mars without banning an IO. So IO could still come in, but IO doesn't seem like he's like big in Russia or Dream League for the most part. I don't know if he's just different meta, mainly because it's the Russian meta. I love Dazzle so much. Dazzle is like the worst thing on the planet to deal with if you're not paying attention. He spams like 2 or 3 spells and everything's like pure damage at that point, especially right click. I think they picked the Dazzle because they didn't want to see Dazzle standing next to a Legion Commander. I would pick a Dazzle against that because you get Dazzle next to a Legion Commander. Legion Commander never dies, and whenever he decides to actually ulti on somebody, they have no armor. So Legion Commander just right clicks everyone to absolute death. Like it is extremely difficult to deal with. Plus, you have a Skywrath mage there. Skywrath is going to make sure that they take all the magic damage they need to die out. So I really like this Sworn Die. If that Legion Commander is good, he's going to pop off and destroy things so far. Of course, you only have 2 supports sitting up on the Dazzle, whereas you have a support and tank. The Skywrath can also be considered like just an amazing gank harass on top of support, which depends on how many levels they give him. I hope they give him enough to be able to cast his ulti really early in the game. If they make him play a position 5, I'm going to cry because I feel like that's a race over Skywrath Mage because he needs to be very dominant in the laning phase and also keep up with whoever his lane partner is. Disruptor, Dazzle, of course, that's just 2 supports. So we're going to see who they pair up with because they're going to definitely be in separate lanes. Whether Dazzle's sitting in the safe lane or Disruptor, they're both going to be. I would put Dazzle in the safe lane. I would put Disruptor on the off lane. That's just a me thing, I suppose. But I like having those little extra heals and the sustain and save on your position 1, because if you have that on the position 1, your position 1 can spiral off like way easier because you don't have to worry about dying or healing or pots or this or that. Like Dazzle is just a great support, whereas the Skywrath Mage, not necessarily a support, definitely a hard ganker and really good as soon as Legion Commander hits 6. Whereas Dazzle's going to make sure whoever he's paired up with hits 6 without issue. Whoever's going to be going up against that Skywrath better get a magic stick though. Bane, like I said, Bane. Okay, who's left? Bane. All right, so Legion, Bane, Tide, Monkey, Puck, Quap. Those are the ones that I still feel are still pickable at this point. Just because they're in like every friggin' game right now. It's like so meta to have all of those. Called the Tide. Tide, very meta, basically. But last game, Tide and Bane were kind of paired together. We'll see how this pairs apart. They did split, so I wonder if I don't know. I wonder why that they're splitting this Tide Bane or comboing them so much. Bane, obviously, just tons of great crowd control and works extremely well with that Skywrath, extremely well against Legion Commander. I really enjoy Bane, Skywrath, Legion. Like this combo is just looking very violent, giving Legion all the opportunity to outscale everything possible. There's nothing shown on the Dire side that can scale well so far. Even Wraith King scales, but to what extent up against the Legion Commander? Because Legion can kill you once, Legion can kill you twice. TA is probably going to go mid and dominate the crap out of that mid lane. They haven't picked out their mid. They're going to probably pick a mid into this Templar Assassin. Who they end up choosing is going to be difficult. The refraction charges, they're OP, they're really good, but they don't necessarily, I feel, as strong. But once you start getting the meld and that right click in, the harass on the side blades, it's just so hard to deal with mid lane. So even if you pick up against a TA, fighting against a TA is still something completely different. Because depending on the ward placement, counter ward placement, you need to make sure you have vision on that TA at all friggin' times. There goes the Puck. Like I said, he's always either in, picked, or out. Because Puck is Puck. Who they pick here? I still feel like they need like some right clicky. They have 2 fat tanks, 1 right clicky tank. But they still don't have any movement either. That quick into a fight, quick out of a fight. Tidehunter obviously can engage, but Disruptor's more of a save and disengager. Dazzle's more of like a save, not necessarily an engager either. He needs to be able to cast his spells off to be able to do some negative armor. He doesn't really go right clicky. So Wraith King having to take and pick up all of this damage, but you need some like in and out. I don't like Invoker here. I really don't. You do have the Tornado as a potential save up against like the Legion Commander, but you can't save people from the Legion Commander and the Templar Assassin, especially when you have to deal with a Skywrath Mage yourself and a Bane yourself. Like the Invoker pick, I think, isn't the world's greatest. Invoker mid versus TA is going to be difficult to deal with. I feel like it's going to be a very tough lineup. I would put more of my money on Sworn to Die, even as is, not knowing what their last pick is. I would put more onto that Sworn Die, please, team. From draft-wise, that's my mentality. so far, if Legion pops off well, it's GG. They don't have anything that's going to be able to outscale the Legion Commander TA. But we'll see how this goes. But as is, my money's already on Sworn Die. Unless Wraith King gets like ridiculously fat, which is going to be difficult to go up against a Skywrath and a Bane. And a Legion, like it's a hard game for a Wraith King. The reason being is because even if you kill out the Wraith King,
Choose your hero.
GG. So that takes care of their back line. PA, like I said, always one of the usually like first or second round bans. PA has been, but we got Sideblades on Disruptor. You got Karu on the Tidehunter, Tonyoka on Invoker. It's kind of hard to say who's going to be the Durand versus the Bobiza on the Wraith or Dazzle. Dezen on the Skywrath Mage, Vahi on Legion Commander, Spectrum Simpra on Bane, Wanakofi on Templar Assassin, and Aboba on the PA. So we'll see how this goes. I put my money on Sworn Die. If I have to choose right now, money's on Sworn Die. It just looks like a lot more fight, a lot more sustain, a lot more pick off, a lot more early pressure. Wraith King is pretty dependent on levels, and I say that because his ultimate is level 4 is R, which of course is if he dies he comes back to life. It's on such a long cooldown for so long in the early laning phase that even if you hit level 6, as soon as they kill you the first time, you're free meat for like 2 minutes. So it's one of those things where you have to start playing farther back, like super early, where you're going to give a lot of that early farm to your Legion Commander, your Phantom Assassin, and you're terrified to go in, especially with PA being able to just kind of spam her knives at you, or Legion Commander making sure that you're not going to be able to get any of those right clicks in, because you can't trade off with a right click on a Legion Commander. You both have the same the life steal mechanic built into your kit. So it's gonna be a very tough ride for Dragonblood. I think Sworn Die just has a very good crowd control on the Bane, crowd control on the Skywrath, especially if he picks up his Rod of Atos, and the PA's crowd control. I mean, a lot of people don't give the Q slow enough credit until they get hit by it and they're running away. And they wish they would have got Force Staff, or they wish they would have got Ghost Scepter, or any kind of survivability, and then they just melt to the PA. So I gotta give this a Sworn, which is totally cool. So now they know he went straight into Exhort, good reveal, and he got to see, I guess, some of the items. So let's start with the basic items. Tide going in with tons of damage. You got 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. 20 bonus right click. You got Dazzle, just some sustainability. Wraith King coming in with a lot of additional damage, plus health and sustainability, despite having his actual... doesn't look like he's going to be going heavy into like the... no, he went into Vampiric Spirit, but the lifesteal... I like Mortal Strike a little bit sometimes too, just because in this early phase, that Mortal Strike, you pop off with a 150 on this. You're basically, every time you do land a Mortal Strike, if you can pop 3 or 4 of these off, you end up doing like 150 damage. If you pop 4 of them off, that's 600 damage done in the this little early team fight. That's if it goes that route. It's not always the case, but it is really funny to see sometimes. Obviously going in Exhort. Now, most Invokers lately have been going Quas Exhort. It's just been like the new meta. Quas Wex really hasn't been picked up a whole lot. I've seen mainly Quas Exhorts, and I think the biggest reason is the Aghanim Scepter does, so much benefit to the Exhort as far as damage goes, and I always see like a lot of early Scepters picked up. Disruptor does pick up some nice HP regen just to make sure his partner stays alive.
Who's blowing that stupid horn?
There's a couple right clicks coming in. Ooh, but was it worth it? So Tide was actually able to pick up that bounty a little bit faster than he was. Oh, the Exhort for the win. Look at that. That's just the ability he picked, not the actual spell he casted. So this is Exhort, and then he was able to pick up this, which is the Sunstrike, which is what goes into his Aghanims. But a really good Sunstrike. I would have liked to have seen the Arcana on him, because then he would have got like an Arcana point right there. But it's okay. start smacking each other down. PA jumping in really early on, pushing in that lane. What in the blazes happened there? I really don't know. Missed some of that. Let's go down here, pick up some more information. Looks like a double no talisman likely to pick up on the Skywrath mage, just dumping so much harass. Like I said, he has to kind of stay in lane because the biggest benefit to the Skywrath mage is being able to out harass the bananas out of the opposing team, especially if neither one of them has a magic stick. So there's so many charges that have been picked off that could have been magic stick, magic wand, take your pick of what you purchase at this point, that they're just not picking up. They're probably likely to pick one up here shortly, but not having one at this point in the game is extremely detrimental because the odds are this Skywrath has already cast it off like 5 or 6 times. So each one of those times 15, you're looking at a pretty good return. Legion Commander having no real issues. Went heavy into right-click damage. You can see with the Quelling Blade is going to get kind of trapped in here. Disruptor holding him in. Is he able to pick and run? Looks like he might be able to get away. Those skeletons are still going to keep chasing him down. Very not likely to kill him, though. Might be able to catch vision. If anybody's going to be able to do is this Disruptor Q, and then that's pretty much GG from there, senor. Bye-bye. Oh, really? Oh. He survived. Look at that. The overwhelming odds for the friggin' win. I expected him to be dead because that Disruptor Q does so much damage. Even early, each one of those pulses, it's 130. You get 4 strikes and 45 damage. That's 200 HP. He was sitting at like 80 HP at that point. Neutral creep to 9 to side plates. I guess he just wanted to go back. Hopefully he bought out. It looks like he has 26 gold, so I'm hoping he did. Looks like, let's go into the... She did not go mid. Okay, so I guess I forgot to acknowledge that she's not mid. So they decided to send TA up against the Tidehunter and Dazzle combo, which isn't terrible. I mean, you can still grab quite a bit. You know, she has Bane there making sure that she ends up doing all right. But why they ended up sending the PA mid is kind of different and also awesome. So the PA is going to get hopefully significant amounts of farm here. Let's see what the last hits are sitting on. So it looked like PA she's not doing bad. 17 versus 13 on the Invoker. So she's doing really well. She did pick up a lot of right click with the Quelling Blade as well as the Iron Branch. Early bottle just to make sure she has that sustain, especially if she gets any kind of rune control. They are not able to pick off this Skywrath. They're very wanting to. It looks like he's going to stand there and keep man-moning this. And the Legion Commander does decide to go ahead and pull back a little bit. Legion Commander waiting on his cooldown for his overwhelming odds to make sure he can get some more sustain so he can keep right-clicking. Skywrath Mage, despite getting harassed like completely out of lane for a split second, does return right back. This probably just popped and he kind of solved. Legion Commander committing pretty hard on this Disruptor. Just trying to make sure they out-harass. They're trying to eat through each other's sustainability at this point, right? So you have... Right now, you got one more tree left, one more tango left, plus, like I said, magic stick or wand. And it's the first one to run out of sustainability, which basically loses there. Did he pick up the magic stick? He did, but he already used all of his charges, unable to, stay alive at that point. You got Wraith King sitting on 9. If you're going to want anybody to die, though, you want it to be Disruptor. Because your Wraith King dying right now, that's going to push him back away from his 6. Which it looks like already he's actually falling far behind on the levels despite being in his lane by himself right now. So he's not going to hit his ultimate within a great time. This Legion Commander, if the Legion Commander could find the way to sustain and stay here, match levels as they go, even though off-scaling and be level 6 first, the Legion Commander can actually ulti him and then just take him completely out. So Sideblade's doing some work. It's a lot of damage, a lot of harass. It's kind of surprising to even see Ty this low. But the only one that could probably do it at this point, I guess, is the TA, just because of her bonus damage. Did she pick up melt? She did. So that bonus damage is 80 per tick, plus the fact is every time she decides to hit one of her creeps, as long as she gets the angle right, it's going to constantly tick on him. Sleep getting passed off. Look at that super floaty Tide. Just having a good old time swimming around. Sleeped up. And Bane loves the cheese. Bane loves the cheese. Ooh. PA level 6. Terrifying PA. 35 last hits to 29. Looks like they're chasing down this Legion commander. He does get glimpsed back. They have him locked down, overwhelming odds, trying to make sure he gets to survive. Was able to push the press the attack on there. So the press the attack did hit like quite a few creeps at the same time. So that's quite a bit. Running. Ooh, healing salve dropped where? Ping that again. All right. That's really confusing. I guess he just decided to pick one up. We do have a haste rune that spawned bottom. So that's exciting for everybody. And he's just going to let the Wraith King push up, because the Wraith King wants to push up as fast as possible. Start letting his nice little siege creep do tower damage, and then he plans on doing exactly what he's doing right now, which is go off and side farming. So Legion just has to be patient, not have to worry about getting attacked, press the attack, or spam your overwhelming odds. You just sit there and you just wait for the lane to come to you instead of you going and fighting into the lane. Especially if they're going to sit there and just right-click it down, just fight it at the tower and stay safe. A lot of evasion coming off on the PA. Might catch this kill. Oh, not playing the greedy route. I mean, she does have 7. She's playing really smart. So a lot of times you'll see PAs overextend right here just to come in and just hope for a coup de grace. But instead, she realizes this Invoker has 2 choices. Walk back to base, TP back to base. Either way, it involves base. Go farm somewhere else. This is my lane. And if not, you're going to stay in here. I'm just going to slowly just, kill you down with Stifling Dagger. Your choice. You can stay or you can go. Tide's been pushed all the way back to his tier 1.
Looks like dire structures are fortified.
Just trying to not die. And a lot of this Tide, I mean, Tide's having a tough time, but a lot of it just comes down to the side blade. Consistent tick, tick, tick. Every time she hits anything, it's just, look at that. Just, it's always going to be there. It's always going to be annoying. That damage is just detrimental for both of their existences, because there's nothing she has to spend. It's to be able to make sure it goes off and do that damage. It's a constant. I don't have to focus on killing you because I'm going to do that anyway. She decided to use that haste rune to just go pick up their gold. Oh, she did get greedy. Sunstrike comes down, hits nothing, but does push her back into the laning, which she just goes off, picks up a couple more last hits, and now she's going to pummel herself a nice little arcane rune, which is pretty cool. Oh, a little bit of vision right there. So if you look at it, it looks super duper on that nice little lip right there. I mean, it's their own. It's their own. But I still try to make a habit of pushing it out farther just so you can get a little bit of bonus range on there. A little bit of a team fight. Dazzle does die. Oh, side blades, man. It's just so hard to deal with. Captain Wanacoffee. She just, all she has to do is hit those angles. And as long as she maintains the angle hit, the harass comes on its own. And as long as the harass comes on its own, she's going to get kills. Without spending mana, without trying. Just, these side blades are just so mean. The meld bonus damage.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
How many Kraken Shell? He went 2 in a Kraken Shell, 2 in an Anchor Smash. So he does have a little bit of farm and a little bit of survivability. And a lot of Ravage Stun to try to survive. But still not enough to stop them from coming in to try to get the kill. Looks like Dazzle's going to be meted out again. And, ooh. See, Dazzle can no longer show his face. Like, at that point, Dazzle is 100% guaranteed free food. It looks like they're going to try to pick up another kill, or a kill in the first place on this Legion Commander. It looks like Legion's going to get away. He could have committed his Vampiric Spirits. Oh, the timing. So close. So close. Oh, that was really good. I know he missed it, but that's still really good. Did pick up his armlet. I mean, that's cool. Looks like PA might be toast here. She is. She overcommitted. Got a little greedy. So PAs do. They get greedy. They just pray for them crits, which is kind of like the PA life. Just praying for crits. But they're close to each other now. So like mid v mid, mid's doing really well. You have TA, which of course is safe, which is obviously going to do better against the Tide. It was probably done quite a bit. We'll look at the kill death ratio here in a second. Just want to go one last round on the laning phase on how everybody won out. Legion Commander getting glimpsed back in. unable to get away.
Nothing.
Looks like there might have been a rotation. All right, so let's go ahead and see with the kill death ratio. So you got Bane rocking 3 kills at this point. Not something you necessarily want or need on a position 5. The assumption is he's position 5, but let's look at his item build. Oh, they're giving him, of course, Tomb of Knowledge, which he should immediately eat so he can get his Fiend's Grip up, especially if he plans on doing anything. Sideblade's still doing work. Free food on that Dazzle. Is she going to pick it up another kill? Nope, she played nice. Despite having her ultimate and probably being able to drop that off, she could have probably just 200 damage. What's her ultimate damage actually come tick down to? Movement slow damage 250. So there's a really good chance she's going to nuke him out. Disruptor tagging in that Legion Commander. That was bound to happen as soon as that Disruptor hit 6. That was bound to happen. All right. Hold on 1 second. Just trying to make sure everybody has the opportunity to watch this in English. So I keep posting every now and then in the other forum. Oh, a lot of commitment on a Tide, but still unable to bring down the Tidebringer. You'd really hope for more. Hey, and they do get the pick off, and then it was the Skywrath that should have grabbed that. Who grabbed the Tide? Oh, the TA got that, actually. I really thought the Skywrath was going to be able to throw that over there. You got Legion Commander. Let's look up some of the items now. Let's see. So we got no money, 0-4 on the Dazzle, obviously feeding into the TA a little bit. It's very difficult not to. It looks like there's a glimpse coming in. Sunstrike. That PA does blink off onto one of the Forged Spirits from Invoker, but not enough or far enough to actually survive. It's still a decent attempt. I mean, at least you panic blinked. Like, there's a reaction there. Like, if you had blinked onto somebody, then there's a chance you would have lived. But you don't want to lose that practice, I guess. Looks like they're going to go ahead and get this tier 1, 13 minutes in. Legion Commander still rocking some free farm down here, which is nice. Might get tier 1 bottom if you want to go ahead and push that in, knowing full well exactly where they're at. That tier 1 died. So I would actually be out of here because I would be suspecting teleports actually sitting down over here on the bottom or even up on the top part of this jungle because I would TP almost immediately. That is a very scary place to be as a Legion Commander. So now you have Invoker just farming his little brains out. Oh, what we're going to do, let's look up items. So no boots picked up. Looks like he's going to go for Blink before boots. Not common, but sure, why not? Does have sustainability and mana regen. So that's obviously really needed. I don't think he realizes that he doesn't have boots, but that's not my choice. So boots on the Dazzle. So not only fast, but extra fast compared to the 300. So, let's see, we got Armlet sitting on a Wraith King, who I would hope would actually have more farm than that, but it looks like he's going actually just straight for Radiance. If you're going to go Radiance super early. If you don't get it by the 20-minute mark, I suggest just don't get it, because it's one of those things it's a scaling scenario, just like a Hands of Midas kind of thing. It's definitely like a scaling kind of thing. You want to make sure you have it as early as possible to take advantage. It's a diminishing return if you get it too much later. You have Invoker, Hannah Midas, picked up early. One of those things, like I said, scales. All right, that's a little better. I don't know if I can handle that too much. All right, so you have Invoker, Hannah Midas. He's got a point booster in his boots. He's going to be running around. He's just trying to farm as much as he possibly can before he gets too deep into that. That Hannah Midas has to go through some time in order to pay itself off. Granted, it comes with attack speed. There's another thing that it has too. It's a 2.1 experience. So you want to make sure you use it on things that are going to give you more experience rather than others. Your gold returns flat rate. So, but if you wanted to use it on a melee versus a range creep, your melee creeps are going to have more experience, whereas your range creep is going to give you a little bit more gold. Right there, you would use it on that larger creep to make sure you get the most experience doubled out of it. You want to scale that as fast as possible, because the Hannah Midas is a very expensive commitment, just like the Radiance is. But the Radiance actually offers a significant portion of team fight. If you get that early enough, you can farm out your Vampiric Spirits really quickly with the Radiance. So the faster you get those Vampiric Spirits up, the faster you can have some bonus skeletal assistance in the middle of those team fights or any of those engagements. So Disruptor, he does have boots. He does have a little bit of magic sustain, little magic resistance. We did get, I totally missed it, but they did pick off the Tide Hunter. Probably just definitely helped coming in from the Phantom Assassin. But that's going to be exactly what Legion's goal is. You're going to want to blink on somebody. Doesn't have blink yet, but did pick up a blade mail before the blink, which is fine considering you have phase boots. You can get in and out of the location, come in, just drop your ulti with your best friend PA jumping in to help you like that. That's just more kills and more dual victory damage. So he has quite a few people that he can basically ulti next to. Basically anybody. The Bane has a sap and enfeeble, so make sure he doesn't take extra damage. But you wouldn't want to use enfeeble because that actually nerfs your blade mail. So if I was Legion, I would not suggest enfeeble unless I just have a boatload of dual victory damage. In that case, you know, I just don't want to die. So yeah, use enfeeble. But there's a certain point where the enfeeble does win because you'll have enough damage to kill them on your own. Skywrath Mage being able to go ahead and just cast his any one of his spells because he can target, non-target. Silence isn't necessary, but the biggest nuke, which would be that Mystic Flare, it's going to make sure that Legion always gets those perfect pickoffs and never loses those duels. So the TA, tons of damage. If she's anywhere nearby and she helps right-click 2 or 3 times, and she's farming her brains out too. You got PA, bottled regen, and a lot. Oh, she went Battle Fury. So there's a lot of debate, and I think it's on a case by case basis. Battle Fury versus Molineer. Still Battle Fury. Like Battle Fury is just like dope for the most part because it's the guaranteed, right? It's a guaranteed splash. It's a great counter for anybody who's going to pick up Manta, which they don't actually have any Manta holders on the other side. So we'll see kind of how that plays out. Bane picked up position 5. Let's just go with that. We'll go to net worth really quick. And ta-da, and I think this is where we're going to stay for the rest of the game. We'll just keep track of where everybody's going because the laning phase is over, so we don't really care about last hits. We know who's going to scale really well, and that's going to be evident up here. Who's getting the kills, you know, it's going to be pretty obvious as we watch. But it is 9-10. It looks like we're going to have a little bit more farm. Coming from the ST side. Let's see how this runs. No one's doing a whole lot of anything. There's no smokes. Hey, we got a smoke. I gotta take that back. 3-man smoke coming up. And it's unfortunate that it's on the Dazzle, it's on the Disruptor, it's on the Tide, because you really want to make sure that you can kill the people that you're smoking against. So there isn't the most murder, I guess, or destructibility when it comes to these 3. I mean, you have like a lot of fat meat, some potential kill damage, but it's still having a difficult game. The Dazzle doesn't want to get picked off during a smoke because if he gets seen first, he basically pops. He's free food. Even the Disruptor is potentially free food, especially up against like this PA, this TA, and the Legion. So smoking in general, I would definitely want to make sure that I had, you know, Tide and a Wraith King in the smoke. But at this point, they're just doing everything they can to take out Kongor. They have no vision of this. They have no idea Kongor is even going down. So they're just getting themselves a free 19-minute Kongor. And this is the first Kongor. So if you can see here, he's only got the Aegis. Are they shocked? I don't know. I really don't know if they're shocked and surprised. They did smoke out of there, which is always nice. It's a good disengage. Of course, PA using that blur. All right, so Disruptor here. He dropped his Invis right there. Got vision in the area by using his kinetic field. So now kinetic field radius 350, and the duration's only 10. I mean, excuse me, the cooldown's only 10. So it's really easy for you to just drop that down and then get vision. You don't have to expend an observer ward, and the reason why you don't expend an observer ward is because it will be immediately eaten alive. because they're going to try to counter ward you. They're going to try to take your observers because, you know, it's 200 free gold. Who doesn't want 200 free gold? Looks like they wrapped around to push a tier 2 while they had the siege creep up. They went ahead and tried to do what they could to like make sure the siege creep doesn't die there. Tide tanking, gets right clicked down to death by a PA. Looks like she just, I don't even know if she landed a crit. She just right clicked him to death. Does use BKB. Wraith King coming in with the stun. Does get the counter on the Bane. That's not, man, I gotta say, I would not like to trade a Tide for a Bane. A Dazzle for Bane, sure. A Tide for a Bane, not likely. It's not a good trade. Looks like some rat Dota coming on from TA. She's just trying to push that bottom tower. Ooh. They know exactly where she's at. Did she get the teleport out? She did get the teleport out. Wow. So she picked up her axe. So she actually teleported to one of her nearby little pads. So the Psionic Trap, once you've gotten the axe, basically acts as a teleporter. And the runaway. Yeah, I wouldn't fight into that either. You don't have enough HP. Of course, Wraith King just barely got his Wraithfire Blast down anyway. I wouldn't have blinked into it until after that was off cooldown. He was kind of pushing his luck. So even if he saw him, there's a chance he wouldn't be able to get the pick off. Armlet toggled the wrong direction. Oh, man, he could have died there, that armlet toggle. That was a bad toggle. That was I want to eat all your damage. But not my game. So let's see how that goes. He's blinked up there a couple times. They're just trying to make sure there's no vision. Plus, it gives him good visibility. Nice sight. It is daytime, which is kind of beneficial. Disruptor's throwing that kinetic heal on that TA again. TA's not able to teleport out. She just dies. PA is teleporting out. She just commits her BKB. They do get another kill on the Bane. It looks like they were to get a pickup on the TA with no problem either. Unable to teleport out. Those Sonic Trap's just popping for funsies because she can. Not that actually does anything, but I think I would have let them there just for the sake of visibility. Looks like they're going to start playing into their own jungle. Legion Commander does start taking out some more of these Ancients, which are still not being stacked. I got to say, in this ranking, it is super critical for people to understand. Stacking Ancients is massive. If you're not going to stack camps as a position 4 or 5, and let's say you only get a chance to stack one camp, like the entire game, you know, make it your Ancients, because that's going to be the biggest gold for gold value in the end, or gold for time value. And there's not a lot of Ancient stacking. Even if you look on the other side of the map, there's still no Ancients being stacked on the other side. But then again, you don't really want to stack it for their team. It looks like they're going to be trying to come into their triangle. Does not get the kill. Did not stack them herself, despite having the Skywrath, which could have stacked them there. Probably gotten a double stack, but they decided to let that go. Probably just for time constraints. I wouldn't want to be overcommitting time to stand there, stack it, because you might be under vision, despite having this invisibility here. If you look at the invisibility revelation, whatever. So they have this taken over and they have this taken over, but there is times where these awards will actually sit right in the middle of that triangle. And if it does, you know, you're directly under vision and in a lot of danger. So I could see not taking the time to stack there. Tide got slept. I don't even know how that happened. I don't know if that was a troll moment. And Bane found a way to sleep him somehow. Oh, throwing that tornado. Man, that is the longest tornado. Let's see his build. Oh, he's pretty much full stacked at this point. Let's push up tier 3. There's nothing else to do. The game looks kind of boring. It's 12-11. They don't know who's got the upper hand. It looks like they've got the confidence to go ahead and push up here. Legion Commander does commit the BKB and melts underneath that disruptor. Ulti. Skywrath doing everything he can to kite out and kill the Wraith King. And they give up a Dazzle. Bane does come with the buyback. Oh, that stings. Is that real? That crit on the Tide was like gnarly. Oh, wait, hold on. Yeah, that was a gnarly crit. It's all physical damage, so that does destroy Tide. It's the magic damage that Tide has a really good defense for. That Kraken Shell does block 450 threshold and any incoming physical damage, but it also acts as a dispel up against magic damage. So it's a bit of both. But that was, man, that was like 3/4 of his life on one Q from the Phantom Assassin. That was, I hate to say it, but that was just sexy right there. That was gorgeous. I'm terrified of this team right here. But so far, it's kind of playing out the way we expected. It looks like the PA and the Legion's very difficult. If you look on their side, there isn't any duel damage from that's from duels gone wrong. So this Legion Commander definitely plays Legion Commander quite a bit. He's only got 20 duel damage, so he hasn't actually won a duel since, you know, in quite some time. 4-man smoke. TA still dead, but TA can still teleport to any one of her pads. So she can get there rather quickly. They do send the Legion Commander in first. Ooh, Legion Commander does blink in, and unfortunately misses that ulti opportunity. Wraith King able to blink back. Couple free hits on the skeletons. Trying to show their aggression again. Trying to say, hey, this is our map. Leave me alone. Know your place. So you can see they still own outpost, plus the psionic traps. Easy for TA to get and engage into a team fight. Looks like Dazzle might be in a little bit of trouble here. Dazzle's free meat, man. That is the free cheeseburger. How many hits? I'm gonna say 1 Q and 2 right clicks. What? One? Oh, 2 right clicks. But I really wanted to see the Q. She threw the Q on the siege, the siege creep. So not exactly the fairest, but it's okay. Ooh, the Sunstrike onto the Bane. Bane, easy food. Disruptor throws up his ulti. Everybody's stuck in there, unable to cast anything. Legion Commander did get a pick off and the ulti off, so he was able to stack a little bit more damage. He's sitting on 40 damage now. That was despite being under Disruptor scrap, I mean, that was a really good ulti opportunity, and he definitely took very hard advantage of that. TA teleporting using your little pads does come bottom, ends up blowing up the pad. Does she place another one for later? Not sure, but she does have the Desolator. She's going to be playing that Rat Dota, looks like, pushing all the way through. The Rat Dota game, she is a very good, and I would venture to say better Nature's Prophet than Nature's Prophet when it comes to team fight ability, split pushing, but I don't know, it's very comparable, but she has to be there for it, which is the only unfortunate thing. So unless her team's there to back her up, she has to immediately disengage, but Nature's Prophets typically immediately disengage anyway. It looks like PA is still looking for another quick kill, gets it, and she picked up her break. That Fan of Knives, break for 3 seconds. Tide is no longer a problem, does not need to pick up a Silver Edge. Tide is absolutely going to melt anytime she gets next to her, because man, I'd blink away too. I would blink away too. But there's a pretty good chance they understand that there's vision now, because as soon as that sonic trap was dropped, you know, they Tide just disappeared off the map. Oh, 1, 2, 3, break. Oh, see, that wasn't enough crits for her. That actually took quite a bit to take him out. He blinked out of there. Man, that is. Yeah, that Blink Dagger just did some work there. It's 1 life down, 1 life to go. This is just like PA game. I'm just gonna watch PA do PA things, because PA looks like she's engaging all the fights. She's ready to fight. She's got her Desolator. She's got her Battle Fury. She's got right click damage like crazy. No, not free camera. Let's go to player view. No, I wanted to see that. Oh man. All right, another right click and go. She wants it. She wants it. Is she going to take it? She blinks down. She jumps on top of Disruptor. Disruptor uses his little Ghost Scepter to not die. Legion Commander takes off another team fight. Was able to get his ulti off and pick up some more extra bonus damage. He's trying to use little spider legs to go uphill. Can't. Was being forced downhill. Might actually. Oh, does pop the BKB to stop the Disruptor glimpse. Now you have TA coming in doing tons of backline damage. Of course, that break on the PA taking out that Tidehunter. Just, it's so mean. Good job. Ooh, did they see her? Did they see her? She knows she's slow. She can see the Ghost Walk. She can see the Ghost Walk. Yep, she's targeting. She knows you're there. She knows you're there. She threw the flag. Come on, high five me. Show me where you're at. That's the whole game, right? All right, so I'm gonna go back to directed camera. No, let's go to free camera. Let's go to free camera. We're gonna do on a PA chase. Why not? Let's see where PA goes, because PA is like obviously leading this brigade. She's doing everything she can to jump on top of people. She's breaking knives. Oh, that fan of knives breaking everybody is just so much. Especially up against Tide, because his passives are just very aggressive to deal with. He just can't. He can't die typically. Waiting for that fan of knives cooldown. It is off cooldown right there. And that is probably the best 50 mana spent in this entire game right now. Ooh, she wants to keep going too. What? Oh man, he jumped to the back lines. She's going right on the tiebreaker because she knows she's the one that can actually kill him. Dazzle able to pick off and get. Oh, he put on the ring of life on top of the Tide to stop the Tide from dying. They're trying to go on this Wraith King. Wraith King dies. He's going to come back to life once, and it's going to take what, 3 hits? That might have been 4 from PA. That might have been 4. He's a little beefy. He's Wraith King. Do they have Vision of the Tide? Because I feel like if they get any Vision of the Tide, she's going to directly go on to him. She's level 25. She's picked up her 25 talent. Triple strike Stifling Dagger. That is like the most painful thing to do. I'm a fan of both. I don't mind the dagger if like you're going to play the patience game. All right, enough with that. Let's see what Tide's got. Let's see items. He did pick up his Aegis. His Ag, sorry. Glimpse coming back. TA does pop her invisibility. Has come out of it because of that Disruptor ulti. Still able to run away. And dies. And Dazzle, for some reason, thought that the Tidebringer was or Tidehunter. I keep calling him Tidebringer. Don't ask me why. Tidehunter was in danger there. So he put on his Shallow Grave to stop him from dying for some reason. Just in case he was going to get picked off, which is a very, very high possibility of this game. Ooh, that invisibility right there. That Glimmer Cape just... Because there's a chance he can get one shot at this point. He's on the verge of one shot. He has 10 total armor. Does she have Desolator? Because if that is, that's -7. So 3 armor once he's hit. Stifling Dagger. That is just brutal. There's a chance her Stifling Dagger can actually one-shot that Dazzle. It would be kind of fun to see it, but it looks like it's pretty over. It's 11k lead. Looks like he got his Gush Ags. Wraith King to pick up Radiance does have the Assault Cuirass, so he went the AoE build, AoE Aura build, excuse me, Blink Dagger. He is picking up a Silver Edge. Probably just to deal with the blur. The downside with Silver Edge up against the blur is you have to land that first hit. Another duel on top of a Shallow Grave, unable to die during the Shallow Grave. A massive Sunstrike that doesn't hit a whole lot. He does have triple meatballs. The break does take down that Wraith King. She wants to eat him again, but it looks like she would rather kill the Invoker, which has been so elusive this game. There goes the Wraith King. He's about to go down. There's a rampage on the PA. I knew it. Let's just watch the PA because she's the game. A double rampage on the PA. Like I said, GG, baby. Yep, that's it. Invoker's already rage quitted out. Tide's out. Disruptor's out. That is absolutely game. That was a beautiful PA. That was awesome. Once again, thank you for staying with me. Sworn Die taking the victory. Pretty excited about that. So looks like Swarm Die is 1-1. And ooh, That was a really good game. I'm pretty excited about that. Let's see how the rest go. Let's see what the hype is all about. Oh man, it looks like they've actually already started the next game. Unfortunately, we're still stuck being a little bit behind. I'd like to stay kept up, but let's see. We got lagged out on the last series. See if it lets us jump in rather quickly this time. As we cast this Destiny League, I just want to say thank you for being here. Really much appreciated. Kind of sucks that we're so far behind, though, unfortunately. But that's okay. I feel like I should actually restart Dota 2 in general. Just because this has been kind of happening quite a bit right now. And I don't know if it might be something to do with my client or connection to the client. So this has worked in the past.
Я люблю русское мясо.
Я люблю русское мясо. I gotta memorize that because that is just so fun to say. I love Russian meat. That sounds terrible, but I love it anyway. Alright, so let's throw this back up. Come on, baby. Get us in. Get us in. Alright, so who are the guys we're looking out for that gets banned every single game lately? Banned or picked. So we still have, what is it, Monkey Puck. That's been pretty heavy. Mars, another really heavy. Who else has been picked out? Actually, you know what? I've seen more Willow than I typically see too lately. It's pretty cool because you don't see a lot of Willow games. But I want to see Willow more played as a position 1, even position 2. Just because Willow's so mean. Willow mid is awesome, especially if you get her with some really fat farm. She can get really aggressive, get her early ags, Mask of Madness. I like to go straight into Moonshard. I think at one point in time, RoboBlitz had like the high score of like 50 some odd kills in like a game, and it was like per minute, it was like 3 kills per minute or something. I don't know. It gets kind of ridiculous. I do love the Willow builds that have been coming up lately. I've been seeing more Invoker too, which I'm not always the biggest fan of. Invokers, I mean, there's nothing wrong with Invoker. Invoker's a good character. But Invoker has to be in a really good spot in order to be picked up because Invoker is either I mean, he's feast or famine. But I suppose that goes with pretty much anybody for the most part. See if we can get this loaded. Come on, baby. Do the locomotion with me. Let's try this again. Hey. Oh, dude, nice. Players connecting 25 seconds. All right, so that's about our average. So we're still 2 minutes behind the actual game. I appreciate Foxy doing everything in the Russian scenario. I'll be here broadcasting everything in our English channels. So let's get us back into some Dota 2 broadcasting. All right. So let's go to this draft. What do we got on this draft? So we have IO banned. So like I said, IO's out. So if IO's out, typically your Mars is out because IO Mars is like really heavy. They have this beautiful bond that plays so well together. So IO's is gone. So I wouldn't suspect there's gonna be a Mars, but we'll find out. It's kind of hard to tell. Thanks. It's kind of hard to tell whether or not they're going to keep this up, but we'll see. Oh, Mayo and Mars is instantly banned. These guys watch TI. Sworn die watches a boatload of TI. So that's pretty cool. I'm excited about that. I like high five, mad confidence. I'm really stoked to see Smorn die now because they definitely do a lot of research. But if you, I don't know, I guess Lycan. Oh, please tell me this dude buys an Ags. I want to see a Pudge. What the crap is going on in this game? Okay, so like and bite is one of the most cheesy and best beautiful things that you'll see. If you watch TI, the like and tiny combo was like super detrimental. Tiny's been nerfed like all crazy, but it was really good. Night Stalker. Okay, so Night Stalker's been banned. Like in the last like 5 games, he's been banned, and Lion is not somebody that Lycan bites. So I'm kind of curious to see who Lycan's going to bite, if he's going to bite anybody. I want to see Lycan bite some people. I want him to just run around and chomp. I don't see Pudges in these games. I'm excited to see a Pudge. Like Dragon's Blood had the balls to grab a Pudge. Are you freaking kidding me? That is awesome. So you have a Night Stalker who's going to control the night, do like early gank rotations, and then Pudge is. I love that they picked a Pudge. I hope he can land hooks. If this dude lands like 20 plus hooks, I'm going to cry inside like a little baby. All right, so we got bans. IOMars, great. You watch TI, you know how to ban those. Naga's not really a common ban, at least not unless you really want to just stop up against a Scream, but that does stop a Lycan. So Lycan runs in, I'm going to come and kill you, Scream, and then there goes your entire ulti as a Lycan. You just kind of have to retreat. So that's a really smart ban. The Troll, you never want to get hit by as a Lycan because Troll just, I mean, it's just a really difficult fight. So it's kind of somebody you don't want to pick on. The Lena, I don't know if I would necessarily block out and ban this game. I don't mind the Kunkka. They're probably going to send him mid. He's just going to do a bunch of splash damage. Grimslow's going to splash him back if that's the pairing. We'll see how that goes. They already picked Pudge mid. I would love to see Pudge mid. I mean, like Dark Willow. Okay, I want to see position 1 Dark Willow. They picked her on the 4th end. There's a chance that Dark Willow can potentially be beastly. Like, I hope it is, and that's going to be friggin' awesome. Skywrath ban, Ogre Magi ban, so they don't need a whole bunch of big buffs. Although I would keep the Ogre myself and put him on the Night Stalker. You do have the Rubik ban, so you're going to have these big ultis you don't want to deal with. Pudge, Hook, stolen by a Rubik is hilarious, by the way. That's one of my favorite things to see. You do have Winter Wyvern. It's I don't know. He's just a bunch of sustain, bunch of damage. He's anti-carry kind of guy because you get all your team to like kill that guy. And Brain Count Control. Bane has been picked basically every single game. Bro, dude, for real. I just noticed something. Hold on 2 seconds. Just want to give a shout out. So Valdatic, dude, thank you. Thank you. I'm so glad. I appreciate it. You might think it's small, but for me, that is massive. So thank you very much. ZXC, thanks for following. Ashinio, thanks for following. Dude, thank you all. I appreciate this. This really does help me out. Support the stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Back to it. Monkey King Puck, IO. Always been. I'm glad to see the Monkey King back in. It's just really hard crowd control. Really tough to deal with that Monkey King. That Monkey King is going to do some work though. Like for real, he's going to have a very tough game to deal with. Mainly because the Lion is like a great, like, okay, you jump in on me, but I'm going to now stun you, nuke you down. You're going to have a dark day. Kunkka's going to just stand there and boat you into your ulti. Dark Willow's going to basically push W and walk away because her little Shadow Rump is what she doesn't care because all of those are single point target. She's going to walk out or throw Brambles in there, mess up your team fight while in the middle of your AoE splash of the monkeys. And then Lycan is going to have so much momentum to just run around and basically not care also. I still wanted to see somebody for Lycan to bite. And you still need a hard... What do they need on the top team? I mean, a really solid tank would be good. If you wanted to go with... Ooh, or something to counter the monkey. I mean, you need to be... No, everybody's got a lot of movement, momentum. I can see potential Void being in here. You can see they're banning out the... you got the Storm Spirit who likes to move around. I would like to see... What else? Man, this is tough. This is tough. I don't know. I'm still just excited there's a friggin' Pudge. Are you kidding me? Yeah, this meta, even though they pick Pudge, I still feel like Dragon Blood really has a good shot here. Lycan needs quite a bit of farm to be viable, and he's gonna have to farm for himself because there's nobody for him to bite. You're not gonna bite. Well, actually, you bite the Dark Willow, and that's hilarious because the Dark Willow Shadow Realm, like she's already doing tons of damage anyway. I mean, biting the Dark Willow is not a bad idea. Like I could only imagine a ranged wolf like spitting up all those balls everywhere for like for her duration. That would be dope. I would love to see that. There we go. Sorry, didn't mean to mess that up. Just drinking my liquids. This way. See if that one works. Feel like that way works. I'm trying to fix the line of the image. Oh man, who would you pick? Any preferences? So you got no keeper, right? I don't know why you would ban out the keeper. The keeper is actually decent for double stacking on the radiant side anyway. Ah, see the void. I would love to have seen void just to have that in and out. But you still need what, like a puck, an anti mage, a faceless. You need that instant. I am there during a team fight. So Pudge hooks you into it. So he places the location of the team fight. Monkey on their side is the instant I'm in the middle of it. Night Stalker can always convert it to night and actually get into the middle of everybody that you want to get into. Grimshow can do a lot of the same. So now you have Droll Ranger. I love the Droll Ranger. That instant silence, the leave me alone, the shut up Grim, the like monkey you jumped in but you're not jumping out. The Night Stalker, like, okay, you want to come on me, cool, but you're not going to be able to do your AoE silence on me thing. The Droll Ranger, I also want to see the Arcana on it because it's available right now. But the Droll Ranger is a really good pick. I do like the Droll. Tinker and the Immortal status is actually the highest, like one of the highest wins. Man, like you don't even buy boots on Tinker anymore, which is so cool. You just run around with your Blink Dagger, you run around with your Shiva's Guard and your Soul Ring, and you just do so much work. You don't need boots. You don't even need regular brown boots. You just move with your Blink Dagger. Like getting boots now is not even meta on Tinker. So that plus with this, like the run around of Pudge, if Pudge decides to actually pick up boots, I say Dragon's Blood's going to give them a good run for their money. The Monkey King is going to be very difficult to deal with that ult, but that Dro's going to have. It's going to come down to Dro. It's going to come down to Dro, the timings for the Tinker backdooring. If they don't have a way to jump on top of that Tinker, which is going to basically be Lycan's job, along with a Blink Dagger from Lion. But it's going to be tough. Like, and then Tinker, especially if he knows how to 3-stack and smoke like Ancients. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but so what Tinker does is he has his little laser, right? But you can pull your Ancients 1, 2, 3 times, and your laser is basically an AoE splash. But if you hit your smoke, ta-da, and you're sitting there, you can laser into your Ancients. The Ancients actually do not even walk around to find who hit them. They just stand there, and you like laser them like 4 times. You nuke all like 3 stacks of the Ancients in like, I don't know, I don't know, 20 seconds or so. And then you just rinse and repeat. Like he's gonna get ridiculously fat. Instant wolves, great for scouting. Did pick up a Coiling Blade, some HP sustainability. Has not picked anything on the Conka yet. We'll see what he picks up. Looks like some agility sitting on the side of Dro. Did pick up, looks like a Coiling Blade, just stats to make sure he can get some last hits in. Did pick up the splash damage Tidebringer. Dro still hasn't picked any ability. We do have the Dark Willow. Does have plenty of sustain. Probably going to feed these to whoever she's supporting, depending on what lane she goes. So it looks like it's going to lane with a Lycan. Lion probably doing the exact same with the Dro. Dro being body blocked completely by the Lion. That is a friendly thing to do. It's also slightly aggravating, but it's also friendly, but it's also slightly aggravating. Tinker did pick up, looks like just some bonus stats. Nothing crazy. Looks like he's going to rush bottle. So he saved 80 gold, did pick up 2 circlets. So he has 4 plus 5 right there, plus 6, 7. So 7 total damage. So if he's practiced, which I'm sure Tinker's practiced a lot of Tinker last hitting, he should be fine. Coiling Blade picked up on the Night Stalker. Monkey King sitting on Coiling Blade plus 2. So that's 12, 13, 14. And does get the slow. So that Orb of Venom, as long as he knows to actually hit his Jingu Mastery, which you need 4 hits. It's sad to see when a lot of people don't hit him the 4th time. Like, I hate seeing 3. You could have hit the 4, you didn't hit the 4. A quick wand on Grimstroke. I like the quick wand scenario. Probably just a respect. They like just don't risk the pudge hook. I wouldn't risk the pudge hook. That is terrifying to risk pudge hook. Because I'd rather just give up rune than first blood. Because that's way too much money. And then pudge starts with like a bonus flesh heap, which it's just a greed. It's a greed thing. Like, you just eat greedy people. I'm gonna be really interested in this top lane. Mainly because Dark Willow is going to be the range. She's going to be able to get plenty of harass in. But the downside is she's also going to have to be very wary of that hook and the hook placements. And it's just, she's straight just bugging that dude. Like, she's going to let him know, like, hey, I am something to potentially be feared. So we got wolves, and I like to send my wolves to go, like, counter out their ward. I mean, not their ward, but their the rune. But he didn't do that. Does hook his bestie. Check that out. Yeah, I would have tipped him too there. All right, that was a decent hook. Wrong person. I would say saved his life, but sure, probably didn't. All right, a little bit of harass going back and forth between the Tinker and this and the Kunkka. Let's drop it. Okay, so Torrent takes a little bit of time. Does need a little bit of setup to land those properly. And then this Tidebringer is just tons of harass. So here you have the lasers, which I was talking about, that have the splash damage for the Ancients, and then more harass on the heat-seeking missiles. This is definitely something I would prefer he went into if he was going to go double stack or triple stack his own Ancients. We'll see how he plays that out. Or she. Oof. Come on, take him down, take him down. So got quite a bit of harass coming off from the range. Able to dodge, although the Grimstroke should be coming in from this direction in order to get the most damage out of his Ink Swell, or Stroke of Fate. So the path, the damage is in, if you read it, the Grimstroke paints a path of ink with his brush, damaging and slowing enemies. The damage is increased with each enemy hit, with each enemy the ink hits. So you want it to hit more things as it hits you. Oh man, that's hook 2 gone. Yep, and another well-deserved tip. That tipping thing, that's a psychological thing. That slowly eats into people's mindscapes, because now you're having to deal with oh man. Alright, so they committed the Bramble Maze. Bramble Maze basically kiting out the Pudge. Pudge getting greedy, and it looks like Monkey picks up the kill. Pudge also goes down too. Monkey's constantly getting harassed by those wolves. Does not decide to actually go around and turn on those wolves. It's going to consistently take that damage. If you look at it, it's 243. It's trying to use that Jinjiku Mastery to go ahead and keep that sustain up, which is working out pretty well. And does convert himself into a tree briefly. Does pick up 21 extra gold for each one of those wolves that he decided finally go around and hit. But that Jingo Mastery was doing some work to keep his little butt sustained and alive. So bonus life steals 40% on that 4th hit. So you want to make sure that you're constantly hitting on that sucker. All right, so we've started. So I'm going to go ahead and let the Russian channel know that they're more than welcome to join. All right, and back to our stream. There we go, here we go, here we go. Oh, they're diving into the Pudge. Looks like he retracted himself, and the Lycan does not overcommit. They did get another kill on the Dark Willow. The Dark Willow did throw her Bramble Maze up. So this flesh heap stacks, it's going to get kind of high. He does hook one of the wolves, free wolf kill, does pick up 21 gold for that. The Lycan sending his wolves to just go kind of tick him down. Each one of those wolves does 34 plus 7. So if you look, he's got like 10 hits maybe. Well, because you got to consider armor as a potential factor, plus natural regen. It's going to take some time for him to get there. They did pick up the kill on the Grimstroke, and they're going to be playing with bottom as much as possible. I'm going to go and let the override camera do its thing. We're going to see what exactly happens here mid. You got Tinker. He picked up a bottle. He does have one of those water charges filled up. Does not pick up, should not pick up actually, boots Kunkka does pick up a helm, or excuse me, Night Stalker picks up the helm. It's going to go for, looks like, the ring. And he's going to wait for that 5-minute mark. So he's going to get really buffed in another 5 or 6 seconds. So it's going to be really exciting to see what he decides to do down here. As soon as that night hits, he does pick up that night duration buff. So you can see he does have 1 in 100 in the night. So does not have mana to execute anything, though. So it looks like he's going to use this first night to at least farm for a little while. I don't know if he has any intentions of going back to base, TPing anywhere, and trying to pull off any kind of gank. Mid does have some damage coming in from Kunkka. On top of that, Tinker decides to commit the ulti and gets the kill. Run, run, run. That tower slapping you. It is a tier 1 tower, so only does that 90 damage. He would still have to get hit like 3-4 more times here. At least 4 more times. So the tier 1, always worth kind of a quick dive. Not something terrible to do. You do have some more kills going up here on top. A little bit of high five. Oh, that's the monkey trying to high five everybody. That's a little monkey. He's at full HP. Hook's trying to land a hook. They commit the brambles once again, trying to do some harass, trying to get that monkey out of lane as much as possible. The monkey doesn't know how to walk, and he waited for that siege creep to go out and pick up that bramble maze. I wonder if they know that the hook is there. They don't, but common sense says you're going to get hooked. That was a beautiful hook. AoE on the poison damage, or that rot. So still takes that AoE damage one way or the other. Fortunately not able to like convert it into a flash heap. Gonna start picking off one of those wolves. That's 21 gold each one you kill. Come on, get that gold. Get that wolf. Get that wolf. It's just gonna be a lot of harass. Once those wolves hit level 3, it's very difficult to deal with them because you're not gonna get the kill on them. It's just about micromanagement at that point. And another beautiful hook. Does run on the side of the tower. Is still kind of locked in. Bramble Maze to try to get him stuck. Does TP, but he TPs all the way to base rather than TPing the tower. I wonder if he had some items he needed to pick up at that point. Nice little jump. Might pick up the kill on this Willow. It looks like they do. So that Boundless Strike on top of the Primal Spring. Primal Spring brings you up. Boundless Strike brings you down. Another ulti commit here at the mid. Trying to get another combo off on the Tinker. Tinker just trying to get some kind of survivability here. Ooh, man, barely makes it away. Wasn't sure he was going to make it away. I was like really stressed out staring at that. I wasn't sure what's going to happen. Like that was crazy. All right, so Tinker does get completely out of the way. It looks like they're giving a free farm right here to this Night Stalker because Dro decided to go start farming inside of her jungle. Night Stalker still only level 5. So it looks like they have the upper hand on this lane, considering where Dro's sitting at. Let's go ahead and look up the last hit denies card, so we can start doing a quick comparison. As the Grim dies, the Lion does get silenced down. Night Stalker trying to take advantage of this nighttime before it's over. Does pick up an Iron Will, does have Ring. Unfortunately, was kited out just by sheer momentum and movement, and forced the rotation back. Not a lot you can do from there. Joe picking up another last hit, and looks like we're not the end with Knight, but he is still level 5. All right, so last hits, you have center lane, which is, this Kunkka is like all over this Tinker. All he wants is a blink dagger, so he can actually start doing like teleporty things. He can't go off and like just jump around and start cross farming. Looks like we got another team fight top. Monkey trying to get that kill on that Dark Willow, picking up another flesh heap, and a beautiful hook on someone he might not want to have hooked. Oh, there isn't level 6 on top of the Lycan. If the Lycan had 6, though, he would have in a lot more trouble. Just popped off that crate from that ulti, and it would have been a different game. All right, so we have Tinker. Did Tinker finally pick up? He does not have his Blink Dagger, which is like a big goal for him. So we have Kunkka, who's actually leading in the leaderboards as far as the last hits go, sitting at 77 with 14 denies. That shows he's able to concentrate on both sets of progress. He's picked up phase boots. He's got double strength bracers. He still hasn't eaten his fairy fire. Hasn't had the need to, and it's maintained a pretty good amount of rune control. Tinker's trying to catch up. Now the thing about Tinker is once he picks up that blink dagger, he's going to scale really, really well. We have Joe Ranger who's going to be coming in third. Does pick up a dragon, lance, and this just adds tons of agility. You got 16, so that sits in that marksmanship on top of the fact that she has a bonus range. Now marksmanship does. She needs to be farther back in order for that marksmanship to work. If there's an enemy hero within 400 range, this basically does not work. So that Dragon Lance does help her stay outside of that 400 range, making sure she has a better chance of actually proccing those marksmanship arrows, which, and I don't know if you've seen the Arcana, but they proc off red, and they're really pretty. You have Dark Willow, just picked up some movement speed with that Wind Lance right there, just trying to go in and take out that last little bit of that tower, or the first little bit of that tower. Looks like she's just going to try to take it down pushing with that siege creep. Lycan decides to come and join the party. Did Lycan pick up? Yeah, he went for Helm of the Dominator. So that's really common pickup. I mean, I think it's actually standard for Lycan. Oh, was still able to get the ward down. Does pull off her Shadow Realm. Uses Bedlam. That's, man, you do not hook. You don't hook a Dark Willow. You're lucky she's not leveled up like significantly well. Night Stalker gonna come in, clean up. Does you know, it's nighttime. That's what Night Stalkers do during nighttime. They just go everywhere and try to kill everybody. Looks like he picked up and had to use his ulti for that, considering it's 11-13 nighttime. The 5 to 10, 15 to 20, 25 to 30. So the rotations of the days and nights, Night Stalkers had to use his ulti there. Yeah, there's no other way. A little bit of a counter coming in, trying to get the monkey. Monkey jumping out. Man, that mobility on that monkey. That's why monkey's like top ban right there. That monkey is very difficult. I'm going to let Override Camera do its thing for now. Hook from the Pudge, unable to land one. It's all right. He's actually been, man, they've been juking his hooks pretty friggin' well. Not a lot they can do about it. Lycan taking down that top tower. Tower finally goes down. Oh, really? Is he going Orchid? He is going Orchid, ladies and gentlemen. Kunkka is going Orchid. That is going to be very painful to deal with. Oh, man, that monkey's going to come in and land. He missed the stun, but he still landed his... So Monkey has several ways of actually kind of maintaining the fight. So he has Tree Dance, which allows him to jump around. But at the Boundless Strike, that is that monkey staff, that larger Goku-style pole that he can extend out and then cause some bonus damage. It also adds a different the Jingo Mastery. So this will actually add a Jingo Mastery to it on top of it. Plus, it's got a nice little stun. So the game's kind of calming down. Nothing too crazy. Been pretty chill. We're at 5-7. So who else has been winning? So Monkey King's kind of picking up. It looks like they're fighting in between for last hits there. But let's go ahead and look at net worth, because net worth is going to start picking in the actual kills. So kills, you got 2 on Monkey, you got 2 on Dro. Looks like 2-1 on the actual Pudge, which is really good with 4 assists. So he says sit on 4 Flesh Heap. Has potential for 6. I do hear the Bedlam going off. All right, nothing too crazy. Had potential for 6. Did pick up 4 of the Flesh Heap. You have Night Stalker, who's still farming his brains out. It looks like he's trying to finish his armlet, but is going for a potential Blink Dagger rather than the armlet in the middle of that. I don't know if you just queue that up. They got a commitment on the boat. Boat does pick up the Grim. Grim does die solo. Ooh, does Lion Finger just get a point? Night Stalker just running away. I would be running too. It is 4v Night Stalker. It is not nighttime, but that ulti was a survivability thing. Does get pulled back with X marks the spot. Dro's trying to pick it up with her multi-strike, and that's GG for him. All right, so that was a good runaway. He tried. little bit of vision coming off from the Pudge. It looks like Pudge is going to start playing a little bit more of position 5. Did pick up Invis wards. Grim is still playing the position 4-5 also. It's kind of hard to say who's got the least amount of gold value. He's definitely got like quite a few things queued up. The Aether Lens, Blink Dagger, as well as the Shard. Now, the Aghanim Shard for the Dismember allows him to swallow an ally. So he can walk around, eat somebody, heal them, and then, yeah, I mean, it's pretty dope. Because, like, if you have a buddy who's in some trouble, he's sitting at like 5 HP. So this is definitely like a really good support item. You have a hard carry, you know, your Dark Night Stalker is about to die. You just suck him up and then you spit him out later. Now, a lot of people who get sucked into that don't realize all they have to do is basically just right click, move, or cast a spell, and then you automatically get regurgitated on your own volition, and you don't have to wait for, ooh, nice hook onto the Dark Willow. Willow does not have any way to get out of there. She was not able to hit her W in time. Unfortunately for the Willow, they're going to keep trying to tag on the Lion. Lion taunting his way out, knowing he is pretty much safe. I don't know if I would have played that game, but that is not my game to play. I think I would have pooped a little bit there because it's still a 5v Lion. There is Vision sitting on the inside. Looks like they're very aware. He chose that camp for a reason. He waited for the spawn point for that before he just blasted his way down there. Grimstroke does pick up Aether Lens. Night Stalker does finally finish his armlet, and it looks like he did throw up that Blink Dagger into his like nice little Q basin. It's okay. It was just random spam. Pudge still has the Aether Lens and Blink Dagger on deck. 285 gold, so he doesn't have a whole lot of money for that. Monkey King sitting on 2K. Tinker had to pick up boots, so that's unfortunate to see a Tinker with boots. Tinker's no longer a boot character. All of his movement is basically based on that Blink Dagger, and you utilize your Soul Ring and Blink Dagger in order to get all of that movement around. So, oh, he did not pick up boots. Okay, I take that back. I thought you were. Nice little stuff from Grimstroke. Does get the pick off on the Droll Ranger for the Dark. And it looks like Grim just got leashed up the... which did nothing, unfortunately. He was able to leash up the Kunk on the Dark Willow, but there was nothing really cast on him. It was more like a, you can't be a part, not necessarily that I'm going to kill you. So, all right, go for them. All right, let's start checking out this net worth, because I think this is kind of where we end up after about the 17-minute mark. You can get an idea of where kills participate into it, plus the last hits and nice. So net worth, starting off, you have Monkey King. It doesn't look like he has the world's most, but that Battle Fury, 17-minute Battle Fury is, I feel like, kind of a late timing for Battle Fury for the most part, especially as somebody who was sitting inside of the safe lane. I'm not saying that it was necessarily easy to get any kind of better timings, but 17-minute Battle Fury, that's kind of late. I know commonly if you were able to stay and maintain lane, you're looking at like a 12 to 13 minutes. So that's a really late timing for Battle Fury, but that's all right. He'll make up for it, hopefully. It is 9v9, and you can tell that the graph is like extremely close as far as the gold versus gold, because that 1K keeps bouncing back and forth between Radiant and Dire. So the gold value, it's really like a quick trade-off. Monkey's going to go ahead and continue farming. And he's been doing that this entire friggin' game. He's trying to just catch up. I mean, he's head in net worth, but in his mind, he doesn't know where he actually sits versus the other team. So him playing very high position 1, it looks like they got a hook on the Kunkka. Kunkka able to get away. Still takes a lot of that Tinker damage. Now, if they start triple stacking or double stacking any of these Ancients, I'm curious to see whether or not they're going to give it to the Tinker to be able to get a lot of the split push, or if they're going to give it to the Monkey so he can get his AoE, his R basically. If he can get that to a high fruition where it's everybody potentially melts. The downside is, in order to hold him there, it's going to become a significant challenge. In order to hold people there, you have Dismember to hold them inside of the Monkey ulti. You can kind of use the Link that you get from Grimstroke to hold people, because they get psychologically they have to run at the same time. So now that as soon as you get linked up with your partner, if you split, you get stuck, right? But if you are not stuck, I mean, if you're stuck together and you don't split, you still have to move in the same direction. So typically, Monkey ulti goes down, there's a panic moment, and if they split apart from each other, then that Monkey ulti becomes, you know, significantly better, because then the split happens, they get stuck together, and then it compounds onto each other. So Grim has a potential to mess with Monkey's ulti, but it's not going to be anything like the Dismember. Unfortunately, Night Stalker really doesn't have a whole lot of like hold you down, and neither does the Tinker, so they don't really have anything to keep people inside of that Monkey ulti. Tinker still, I mean, you can see he's grabbing for Shiva's card now, so that's going to allow him to start pushing and like really fast. Dende, I've watched, actually has a really good build. He does the exact same build so far, and it looks like this is coming from Dende's play roughly 3 days ago, I believe, and it was the exact same build, and it was just spam, spam, spam all day long, lane push and combat fight. It looks like they did get a hook right on that lion, which is it was an easy flesh heap. Who's gonna say no, right? Lion flesh heap food, yum yum yum. That was you know, pretty good. Monkey's gonna come in. There looks like they did get the ancient build on what? The Lycan. He went full helm. All right, so now he has Helm of the Overlord. He's got the big old rock monster coming in. Now the HP bonus percentage 15 is huge, because that gives your entire team a bonus 15% HP pool. That's sustainability for everybody. Dark Willow's coming in. She's pushing out mid, trying to pick up some kind of farm. She does have the Yules, which is a really good setup for Brambles. But outside from the setup from Brambles, that also could potentially give you some sustain if you're trying to dodge a hook, for example. A hook's on your way. Oh, crap. Yules myself. Try not to die. There's some more Yules. Try not to die. And here comes the Dro from the back line, just trying to do Dro things. Does get hooked, unfortunately. It looks like she had a little bit of a stutter step. Monkey holds everybody together on the bottom part. Just try to go into that Kunkka. Tinker comes in. He's trying to pop off his heat-seeking missiles. They do get the kill on the Lycan. That Lycan kill does go to the Monkey, probably down in the ulti. They're going to try to take out this Ancient on the way of it. An additional stun on the Dark Seeker, or Dark Stalker. Night Stalker. Crap. Just taking down that Ancient. 250 gold. Pretty standard. Nothing crazy. Night Stalker. Man, I think I'd be a little bit aggravated there. It looks like I feel like you could have had like a little bit more, but he just got kind of like cherry picked off and like pushed off to the side really hard. Monkey's vision in this game has been really critical, or it's about to start getting critical now that they're getting onto the other side of the map. You want to make sure that you don't have to worry about lions with, well, Blink Dagger's almost online for the lion. So that's going to be a big switch up. They did go ahead and get the Hex on top of the Pudge. Pudge is stuck. Lion gets another stack. He is up to 2. That's unfortunate for the 22-minute mark. I would like to see quite a bit more, but that's not my call. That's it's just his placement at this point. Excuse me. I try to mute that. I apologize very heavily. Excuse me. So let's see. Got some more rotations coming out. You got Monkey going up. He did pick up the Desolator, so that's going to be really nice for all of his AoEs. Unfortunately, it only his attacks pick up the... we used to call... Lycan does feel useless. You are not kidding. There's nothing that Lycan can bite. Like, he's running around with an Ancient. He's like picking up farm. But what does he really have outside from an AoE? Unless he's standing like directly next to the Dro. And then, well, this one, what's the AoE, Black Dragon, Pelts, blah. Hold on. I don't want to talk there because it looks like Grim might have been doing something. But yeah, I'm completely with you. Lycan is very useless this game. They never give him anybody to bite. He really doesn't pop his ulti and just run in. He went just with that Ancient build. Monkey's able to do quite a bit here. It looks like Grim was able to get the leash off. Lycan did pop his ulti here, and he instantly used to just run away, which isn't what you want to see from a Lycan. You want to have like that fear, like Lycan's coming at you and you're gonna die. Now, it's not terrible when you're matched up with the this Black Dragon, because it does give you damage 100%, and then bonus armor. So that's not a terrible. It's not completely terrible. It's just unfortunate that he came online, what, 24 minutes in, when you could have picked almost anybody to be able to come in significantly sooner. And you can see right there, I mean, it doesn't take more than a couple seconds for Night Stalker and the monkey to actually just take out the Lycan. So, yeah, Lycan's fairly useless. This it's unfortunate, but yeah, I definitely feel it. Oh, man, these hooks haven't been too terrible. All right. So Night Stalker did pop his AoE silence. It looks like that is a very defensive boat. A little bit of runaway. No X marks the spot to make sure they even if. Ooh, all right. That man. Okay, so that wasn't the greatest hook, but that wasn't the worst disengagement either. It looks like they're up 4K. So we'll see how this goes. That shift is going to start coming, especially with Tinker being able to get his Blink Dagger online. So once that Blink Dagger comes up, he's going to start popping around all over the place. So there he goes. He's pushing bottom. So now Tinker's going to push that Dota, that Rat Dota style. Man. So that was one quick wave. Or did he TP2? Went back to base. And now he's going to go back to mid. Comes in, Shiva's guard, laser, and then just bounce out of there. Oh, starts farming the camps. So this is very Dendi. Like, this is very Team Navi, which is a very Russian build. I love everything about this build. It is super, super fluid. Once you get used to doing it, it's just detrimental because you can push these lanes out so far, so fast. So there he goes. He's now just going to start taking out this top lane. That Shiva's guard does quite a bit of work. And then he's just in and out. Is he going directly to the bottom or does he go back to base first? Okay, so he's going to go back to base and actually regen up. I got to say, like, this Tinker coming online right now, it's... Yep, that's going to be tough. So now they've already got towers. You're looking at like a wave, maybe like a wave and a half until they're going to start pounding into their top tower. Same with the bottom tower, you got like a wave and a half. Siege creeps were there. Looks like there's a team fight going around the Roche pit. They did get a hook off onto the Lion. The Lion did die pretty quickly. Here comes Roche death. There's not a whole lot that they can do here. They did throw the fear, but unfortunately it's not tied with a Bedlam. He did get the Lycan, but he's not paired up with an Ancient, and he's leashed together, so he can't walk away from the Drove. They're best friends. They're stuck inside of that monkey ulti. Oh, man. So they had to time a lot of that walking as Kunkka did not realize that that goes straight through BKB. Yep. Pierce's spell immunity. So Pudge stuttered right there for a split second, and he was going to just let Kunkka go. And then he realized, oh, yeah, I can do the dismember. Good job. Yeah, good job, Pudge. I'm so glad you pulled that off. I would have actually been kind of cranky if he didn't pull that off. It looks like this is going to be an easy Roche, and they're probably likely to just push up into the tier 3s with this because they're going to have the ability to at this point. And Tinker... Ooh, what is Tinker going to do? Is he blink out? He blinks in! He blinked in! What? This dude plays a lot of Tinker. Oh, man. I was 50-50 with that because the amount of burst damage Tinkers have. I mean, you have the Shiva's Guard, your laser. I mean, this is pure damage. Like, that just stings so much. Very good on Tinker. Like, Tinker's just going to be able to continuously push these lanes in also. That farm on top of everything. Yeah, that's rough. That's a rough life for everybody. All right. Looks like Joe's going to get stopped. She's so many levels behind at this point. As their primary carry, I mean, you're going up against a 19. You got a 21 Tinker that can just spam everything he needs to spam just to nuke you down without even trying. You got a 19 Night Stalker. I'm not really worried about the 14 Pudge, outside from the 9 Flesh Heap he has, because that just shows how effective he's been. Another boat committed onto the Tinker, no longer effective the way it was during the Tier 1 era. He got used to doing that combo, and it just didn't pay off. Even despite everybody being leashed out, Monkey drops his ulti. We're going to grab into these Tier 2s. Monkey may overcommit just considering he has Aegis. Oh, man. Look at that beautiful jump. Now, Tinker No, that is the worst time for Tinker to DC. So Tinker teleported on top of the monkey, landed it right there at this spot, blinked down, and then shot Kunkka in the face. I'm sure Kunkka was not expecting that Tinker there. That was like a split-second move. I gotta say, this dude's, yeah, he's very, he plays a lot of Tinker. Like, he has to. Like, there's no way. Kunkka did get off his Shadow Blade. Looks like quite a bit ago, but they definitely, they can, I mean, he's dusted. Like, he's in trouble. Like, they can absolutely see him. They're going to definitely keep pushing into this. Tinker's probably going to blink his way out. This monkey, I think, after a certain point, is going to want to die just to use up that Aegis, and they might use it on this tier 3. But Kunkka, their courtesy walking away from each other. Oh, he's hexed. Grim does jump in. They're trying to hook the Tinker. Ends up hooking the Grim. Might have been trying to hook the Grim. I'm not really sure. It looks like all the nukes are going to go down on that Dark Willow. Dark Willow does use rules. Get out of there. Shiva's guard still slowing everybody to death. Multi-shot being used. Monkey uses his tree. Jumps, gets jumped. Oh, man, that Ag Shard right there. That Agnum Shard just pulled that tree in, and then he spit him back out a normal tree. Look, he pulled the tree in, ate him as a tree, and then spat him out as a tree. That's cool. Oh, that's damage on that Dark and Night Stalker. Looks like Grim's trying to use his little angles to do some bonus damage to the Kunk on the backside. Does help kill that Dro. I don't know where Tinker went. He had enough HP to just stay there as well as mana to stay there. But I guess he just, for the sake of muscle memory and repetition, decided to go back to base. Psyblades still has has the monkey inside. Hold on, I gotta do this because I have to. That's just so ridiculous. What is, oh, yeah, that's awesome. All right, I'm out. Man, that was, yeah, it was a little cheeky too. There was, I don't know if you saw the Lycan Tiny combo, but Tiny was walking around with a Christmas tree. Oh, man, just the quick zap on top of that lion. Not a whole lot to do. Gonna throw out that nice AoE from the boat, but it does not work like it did at level 6, bro. It's kind of a tough life. Lycan just down, like you said, just not able to do what he needs to do in this game. Monkey canceled the stun just to make sure he landed the double. Did commit a BKB. Brambles, which doesn't work on a BKB'd Monkey, and Monkey knows how to walk out of Brambles. He's going to walk out the mid lane over here. So now it's 4v2. And Monkey still has Aegis. What's the timing on this Aegis? Got a minute left. Try to keep plowing in. Silence. Night Stalker. Lion ulti committed. Unfortunately, I don't think it's going to have the damage. You can just tell by the health bars right here, like the difference in like the actual HP. Just a huge difference. Ulti committed right there from the Dismember, which does go through BKB, which I think Kunkka learned earlier. Oh, an attempted hook. Pretty decent attempt. Oh, disconnect from Grimstruck. Well, they're the winning team. It's GG anyway. That was another beautiful game. Oh, okay. So yeah, that works. Oh, all right. So let's kind of look over some of the items. At least what would it end up as end game. Let's see here. So Sworn Die, man, they really tried their best. Like I said, it was as soon as that Tinker's Blink Dagger came online, it was going to be an extremely difficult fight because they're going to just have everything split up. They weren't going to be able to team fight as well because they're having to deal with the Tinker split push on top of the Tinker team fight, which you can see Tinker was able to jump on top of the Monkey King with his teleportation, jump in there, and then just nuke everybody down. So the Tinker is viable in all aspects. The Lycan, that just very not able to shine, was holding a gem of True Sight, which I don't think was even that beneficial to the team. That at no point in time did the Helm of the Overlord ever feel overwhelming. He never got anything to bite anybody else, but they never paired him up with anybody to bite. If anything, he could have possibly bit Dro if he wanted to go into the Ags. But despite having all of the farm that he had, unfortunately just was not able to do a whole lot. Kunkka, however, I think had a really good early game, was able to pick up a lot of kills, put a lot of pressure on that Tinker. He absolutely dominated that Tinker, but once Tinker got Ags, he was just going to outscale and outfarm everybody because that's what Tinkers do. Tinkers just want Ags, and then after Ags, they do not care. And once they just need to get to the Ags. Decent Ags timing on Tinker. Probably not the best. Could have been better. We'll get in. I mean, not Ags, excuse me. Blink Dagger. But Kunkka did everything he could to stop that Blink Dagger from coming online. Unfortunately, Dro, like, she also felt fairly underwhelming. I don't think it's necessarily her fault. I think it's just a bad lineup because Night Stalker, what does he do? He just comes in, right clicks, and like you silence him, but he's already got his passive buffs on him. Didn't pick up anything more than just a Hurricane Pike and the Manta style. This deep in, you wanted to be a little bit higher net worth, but being 3-6 as a Dro, it's just very tough. I love position 1, 2, 3 Dark Willows. This Dark Willow was good enough. I mean, it's for like a standard Dark Willow, but it wasn't anything that was just. At no point in time did they abuse her damage mechanic of her W Shadow Realm. It is just extremely disruptive. It's just way too much damage typically for even the biggest tanks to deal with. You have Lion. Lion did get a few fingers in. I think but he didn't. I mean, he got his second finger like 22 minutes in, so he wasn't being able to participate or use a lot of those fingers in those moments. It looks like they were just getting picked off rather than actually being able to do any of the picking. They play more defensively because they needed money on Dro. Lycan. Like we noted, he just wasn't able to do anything or be very effective in any kind of team fights. The Kunkka, I mean, despite dominating mid, I think should have rotated potentially more once he knew that he had any kind of lead on the Tinker, because you can't outscale a Tinker. Like, you can try, but unfortunately, it's just not in the cards to be able to take over that Tinker. Tinker. Picked up Blink Dagger and won. I mean, that's the Tinker's goal. Like, they don't even pick up boots anymore. It's not a thing. All of your movement comes from that Blink Dagger. As soon as you have Blink Dagger, I mean, you have Soul Ring, which basically gives you sustain, and you can constantly rearm everything that you need to in a very quick succession. And you can even rearm your Soul Ring to the point where you're just like, you're ticking down your HP and you're ticking down your mana like so damn fast that they just can't stop the split push. A lot of times Tinkers will typically go back into the base, but you can tell a Tinker's like fully online when he's TPing from lane to lane, which should have seen a lot more with the Bloodstone. Unfortunately, we didn't. But at that point, by the time the Bloodstone was picked up, the game was pretty much over anyway. Night Stalker, I gotta say, wasn't the greatest Night Stalker. Like, he wasn't able to get a lot of those first kills in the early night. Didn't necessarily feed, but it was slow to build up rather than what you expect from a Night Stalker, because that Night Stalker, that first 5-minute mark, that first nighttime kill is so vital. It helps you scale very significantly. Good for them that it wasn't actually needed. He still ended up scaling pretty well 10-3 anyway, just because they were everybody else was at a disadvantage. Not necessarily that he was advantageous to the scenario, but because the the other team played fairly poorly, that he was able to do very well. As far as I think, and a lot of it comes down to the draft. He ended up not dying. Like, he ended up ending the game with the Aegis of the Immortal, despite having it the entire duration, like the last 3 minutes of team fight that was going on. So really good props to Monkey King. Was able to pick up an early Battle Fury, went directly into your Scotty and survivability and your Deso, kill off everybody. Like, the Monkey provides so much vision, so much utility, so much damage. The Monkey's just awesome, just really hard to deal with. Typically a first round ban, Monkey, Puck, IO, Mars, people like that. Like, typically for early bans. This is exactly why. The Monkey was just so much setup, especially for this Pudge. Now, the Pudge, very underwhelming, extremely underwhelming, despite landing a bazillion hooks. They just didn't have the lockdown to carry out a lot of the kills, it seemed like. He on quite a few hooks, but that's a part of the mechanics of some of the other characters. Dark Willow being able to basically just walk away, Bedlam, Shadow Roam out. Lion, oh, you hooked me, cool. It's going to come down to who can click faster. I might be able to hex you first. Possibly, hex into a stun. Drow, just avoiding the hook altogether because she's ranged and she has any kind of visibility. She knows what to stay away from. But even despite having all those mechanics, Pudge landed a boatload of hooks. Like mad props to the Pudge. Really excited about that. He did super good. So let's see what's next on the watch list here. So that was Sworn Die and Dragon Blood. So let's go over here. Let's go straight to the next one. Oh man! All right, cool. Swift Knights versus Bright Crusaders, dude. I love Dota. Like, okay, so I'm assuming this is in Russia. It is 6:04 p.m. It is currently 3:06, or I guess 3:04 p.m. a.m. in the morning. So we're like 15 hours off, but I don't care. I think Americans, or not even Americans, fuck that. People that speak English need to have the opportunity to watch this shit too, because this needs to be casted in multiple languages. It needs to be casted in Chinese and Mandarin. It needs to be casted in French. Like we need to get like so many more casters online because this is a lot of fun, and unfortunately, we just don't have the caster base. So that's what I'm trying to do here tonight. I appreciate y'all being here with me. I'm having a lot of fun. I hope you're having fun too. I'm going to get into this. Hopefully, we just instantly queue and actually just start to see the draft right away. Typically, it takes a couple minutes before we actually get to jump into it. And the other side of the Russian stream is a little bit of a lead to us, but it's a Russian stream. Foxy's Rush. She's over there casting that right now, and I'm doing whatever I can to try to make sure the English side is taken care of. So feel free to continue to join me while this loads. I'm going to take a couple minute break. I do need to use the potty, so I'm going to do that, and we'll see how this goes, and we'll keep going on with this because this has been, at least for me, a lot of fun. I hope this has been a lot of fun for you, and let's keep this up. I'll be back probably in about 2 minutes. Give or take. Oh, all right. The draft. We're on the draft. All right. Looks like we made it to the draft. All right, Foxy. I hope you're doing a good job out there. I'm going to go ahead and take over here for. All right. So we got an Ember Spirit band. That's not common. Neither is a Nyx, and neither is a Clockwork. So, like I said before, I think a lot of these early bands, especially when they're going up against each other, people that they haven't played a whole lot into each other, I think for the most part it's a lot of courtesy bands. Look up the other person's information, profile. If they say like, "Oh, I play a boatload of blah blah blah," then you ban that blah 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 because that is going to be like a pain in the butt for you to deal with. So let's get. I'm going to do a little commercial in really quick. Almost there, almost there. I gotta practice.
Я люблю русское мясо.
La leblio rosque miasa. Tell me that was better because I'm practicing, all right? All right. So, a silencer. Oh, Elgar Magi. That's my baby. I actually earned that Arcana. Like, painfully earned that Arcana. So, I'm really excited to see an Ogre in the game, period, flat out. I'd love to see silencers in games because they scale like crazy. Outworld Devourer band. That's like a high-end TI style band. That's something you want out because Outworld is like a nightmare to deal with. He's got so much save. He's got so much DPS. I mean, like damage per second. It's damn near instantaneous because you can't do anything about it. You're gonna eat that friggin' meteor at some point if he got like decent timing. So I totally have like a respect for Outworld. Don't really know so much why there's so much Legion being banned out, but that's not my thing. That's theirs. You got Pudge being banned out. I don't know if that's a courtesy ban because Pudge is like hated on in pubs. That's like seeing techies. Jakiro. So let's see who are our commons. Are monkeys or pucks? Void spirits are usually common. So right now we still have Ursa band, Slark band, Monkey band. So DK, damn, I love that they went DK. What? So okay, so this lineup so far, we haven't seen anything like at all today so far. So outside from the Skywrath Mage, I think this is our first Magnus, our first Silencer, our first Akira, our first Troll, first Luna. No, I think there might have been a Luna. There may be a Luna. I'm not 100% sure. I'll have to verify that, but it might be our first Luna. This is definitely not our first quap, but that's a lot of that mobility. Is it a Void or Puck? Oh, there we go. Damn, dude. Oh, man. Okay, cool. So the Puck quap I would have called, but I was still freaking out that they picked everybody else. Only because quap is very movement, very Void Spirit style. Puck, IO, anybody that can AM, Faceless, the ability to just jump in, Nature's Prophet, to always just kind of be there. That quick movement, that quick succession. Because once you see that ball coming in, like there's a certain amount of panic that you kind of have, especially as like a Skywrath. You don't want to land where that puck shows up because it's an instant silence, especially if it's an ogre. Because like you're basically just your spells. Like if you're silenced, you're dead. So let's play this into it. I love Ogre Magi, like hands down. Ogre Magi is probably one of my favorites. He's got so much, you're not going anywhere with his stun. He's got tons of harass with his ignite. His bloodlust is like beyond all other, especially because the duration is like 30 seconds long. So he can basically keep this Dragon Knight running around all day long. But the same goes for the Magnus, who I'm assuming should be paired up with a Troll because the Magnus buff really just, I mean, it's just something you really want to keep on your melee or close line heroes because it's kind of like a cleave that you end up giving onto somebody. I don't know if Magnus is the greatest to be paired up with Troll, but it's better than, it's definitely better than nothing. But I would take the Ogre Dragon Knight buff over the Magnus Troll. To nuke down the Troll, I don't know if they're dependent on the Luna, but then again, the Quap, once Troll gets low HP and that little, black buff is off of him, she can just basically take out the rest of his HP with no problem. I feel like the Quap might have been better as a Necrophos, personally, because then you eliminate like 90% of their game, because then there's tons of magical, you have Silencer, as long as he doesn't scale and doesn't have an amazing game, you're fine. So I think this is going to come down to Silencer scaling, Troll being able to get off his ultis, Puck obviously silencing, but that's so temporary. If Puck goes mid and he ganks a lot, he roam ganks a lot, they're going to have a tough time. Quap is a great counter gank, but we just saw this, and I think it was Thompson and Anna, and it was Quap versus Puck, and Puck won. And it was a pub game. You can actually, I think the video is titled Thompson versus Anna, Puck versus Quap, and the Puck kind of destroyed the Quap because there's just so much I don't get hit, because then Quap, her Q basically becomes worthless. Because I'm going to hit you with my Q. Well, I'm going to go invisible for like a split second and not care. So I really think the Puck is going to be able to outdo this Quap pretty well in the mid lane. Probably scale out pretty well. I like that they put these vision wards in. And so the Puck should do exceedingly well up against the Quap, and I think that can carry on as far as maneuverability goes, especially after she gets the Blink Dagger and the Yules. So Magnus does. It's called cliffing. It's one of my favorite things. It's just push people up on the top of the cliff, but it looks like they're not going to really contest. It looks like it's just going to be, yeah, you grab yours, I'll grab mine. Even though these could be here, Puck is going to make sure that her lane gets actually pushed back. You can tell they're on like hardcore mode versus pub, because pubs would contest the crap out of each one of those. Which is also fun. And there's no hook to be afraid of, so why wouldn't you, I guess. And you got stun here. Looks like a silence here, so there's room for potential damage. Ooh, you can see who creep block a little bit too hard. Alright, so let's start with some of the basic items. Basic right click, like tons of sustain, like 2 stacks of tangos. So definitely is gonna not want to get taken down. I like the single stack with 3 iron branches. It's you end up with stats that way versus the 6 and 1 ogre. Another reason why ogre's like broken, like super broken. 14.9 right with this, but once this is gone, that is still going to be a really high stupid number. Looks like he went with his Q, doing a lot of that flame damage. They're going to be trading back and forth all day long. I would like to see a magic stick placed down here. Look, Joel did pick one up, so I'm grateful for that. Still like to see him with a magic stick nonetheless. DK, you're never going to kill the DK, so just outlast hit him. I mean, if they pick up a kill on the DK, I'd be really surprised. Just because the regeneration's very difficult to deal with. You have Puck coming up. Oh, let's go back to items. Jakiro, Invis Ward, so he's going to be able to just pick up free 200 gold if he picks it up well. Looks like a bit of regeneration, sustain, something that he's probably going to end up feeding to a Stroll. You have Silencer. Looks like going to be playing a little bit more supporty, which is pretty common. Might get a pick off here on this Jakiro, and they do pick up the Jakiro. That is really painful. First blood going that way, that is not something you want to deal with, fight into, especially when you're already going to be fighting up against like a Lena. That's just a lot of money going down in that lane. That's a lot of money. Does start to decide to spend the fire. Now, liquid fire is free. It does have a cooldown, but it does remove the attack ability. Like, for the most part, like, that's slow. It sucks, especially early game when you have no attack speed. I mean, so he's sitting at 1.81. So his timing for what he's used to, if he's like actually practicing the crap out of Dragon Knight, is he's not going to have the same right-click timings just because of that slow. So it's going to really mess up his last hitting super hard, and it lasts longer than you want it to last. Looks like Silencer might be going in, trying to get some kind of some damage control on this. Oh. Puck possibly picking up a kill on the Quap. Does she pick it up? No, Puck does not. Silencer didn't get a kill up here either. All right, so we Silencer does have, like I said, a lot of that sustain. Probably feeding that a lot of that to this Magnus. Maybe even using a lot of his self-ignite does do a boatload of damage. You got the 2 tangles coming up. Now, the tangles were dropped down here, so that way you can use your bottle to a higher percentage. You drop all 3 of those down, you drink your bottle, you put them back up. So you have lower stats until those actually come back. So it actually gives you, like, I don't know, like 8 or 9 more HP and like 8 or 9 more mana or something. It's not a lot, but when you're measuring and splitting hairs on how good somebody is, that 1 or 2% in every direction does add up. So here's why this trade is kind of not great. 2.4, 7.1. Not eating a tango, 7.1. I mean, this trade is just so painful to deal with because you're never going to out-regen that ogre early on. And I'm not saying ogre by any means is a tank, but for the first like 6 or 7 levels, I mean, it definitely is. Did he pick up his ice? He did not. But he did pick up his fire, and that does net a kill for the troll. So it looks like they're 1-1 down here, and it both trades off win on the bottom lane, so that's good. So now the troll's kind of sitting up in a little bit better spot, and the DK sitting in a little better spot. But here's the difference: 181 versus 300. So I would rather have been the Skywrath in the first trade rather than the troll in the second. So there's still benefits to being this in one matchup or the other. And Puck wins. Puck just wins. Was there you see right there, that Puck could have easily picked up that water rune and walked his way back. I don't think he would have missed a single last hit right there. I don't know why he chose to walk to pick up the water rune, but I'm not Puck, so that's Puck's decision. Let's see how top is going. A lot more Ignite spam. Just tons of Ignite spam. Unable to get off. He tried, man. He tried. He tried that skewer so hard. It was decent. Like, I gotta say there was a decent shot. Troll did pick up an early javelin. You got DK rocking the soul ring, so he could just, I mean, he's got HP regen anyway, right? So why not have infinite mana? Ooh, a nice commitment on that Dream Coil. Might still get a pick off. No, they're gonna pick off maybe this ogre, man. So many different things going on, but it looks like they're not going to pick up the ogre or the Quap. And Jakiro does make it out alive. The ogre decides to deny himself to Roshan. I'm going to assume he bought out before he did that. What? Might as well. I mean, it's better than walking, right? And then you save the... Well, actually, no. You don't get a teleport scroll for that. So he's got to buy his own TP scroll now. So now he's down 100 gold, if you count the TP scroll buy. Let's see, Quap did pick up Bottle. Raindrops. Oh, Raindrops are so good against Puck. She's running down here. Did use that haste to go ahead and commit her ulti on a Jakiro. I don't know if I would have gone that far on the Jakiro considering the troll was dead, but why not? You know, I mean, you're already there. You got to make your time and money worth it. You're committed to running down there. But, yeah, that was the haste rune for the win on that one. But yeah, so the raindrops, man, if you're going up against anybody that's going to do stupid damage like that, by that I mean like long range harass, short range harass, like these ticks, not necessarily worth it, but Wind Ranger, always get raindrops. Up against the Puck, get raindrops. Ooh, so that was a good skewer. You just had nobody there to help you, unfortunately. That was a lot of damage. That did quite a bit of damage to that ogre, though. But see, that's 6.5 now, and that's a natural 6.5 regen. Whereas, like, he's sitting at 13, but look, he's got an ability plus 9 on that to help him. Troll's natural regen sitting at 5.2. Puck is going to have, like, 4.3, 5.3 now that she's under the base tower. Quap rocking that double damage. Hopefully trying to just abuse it as much as he possibly can. It's working out pretty well for her, I suppose. Let's go back to the override screen. I think we went over everybody for the most part, right? Ooh, Skywrath gonna go with a 5 talisman build there. I mean, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 additional intel does help with the damage because it is intel based for Skywrath, much like Silencer is. Jakiro coming in, probably gonna just drop that liquid fire and everything on that. DK committed the ulti up in there. Magnus is trying to out-harass and do everything she can to get some kind of damage on this Luna. Not able to so far. Magnus isn't having the greatest game. DK does have 2 assists. Would like to have probably seen a couple more of those kills. Kills going the way of the Quap and the Skywrath. Skewer to run away. Bouncing cleat. That, man, those bounces still sting. I know it's like a reductive... Oh! A reductive rate of return, and oh man, it was just the glaives just so painful. So the glaives, the way they work is each time it hits one, it actually reduces the amount of damage. So it bounces 4, but damage reduced per bounce is 50%. So it's like 100, and then 50, and then 25, and blah 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 blah. Right? So ooh, nice, go her. She pulls off that stack. Mad props. Ooh, I heard it. I heard it in my bones. Good job. Let's see. DK doing DK things, just farming his little butt off. Troll coming in, just eating that Skywrath alive. There's nothing that you could really do up against that because once whirling axes, first off, it stops you from doing any kind of it messes up your attack. Like I kind of acts. I guess I want to say blind. Miss some attacks is what it's called, but it should be blind. Okay, a blind duration 5 seconds. Ooh, that attack speed's kind of going up really fast. That scales really well too. Instant dream coil pop. Unable to leave. I'm sorry, you're not going anywhere. Right click, dodge. Does not get the kill. A little bit of map was off there, it looks like. And she's going to pick up that regen and not worry about that harass. Meanwhile, Troll is sitting in. Yeah, I'd get back to. Silencer's coming in to help kind of protect that mid tower. All right, I'm going to let the override camera go back to it. Ogre does have boots, couple mana regen. This very position 5. I like to get Aether Lens because Aether Lens is like one of the greatest multipliers for Ignite. Because Ignite has the potential to hit so many. I mean, based on your ultimate, right? So you're doing 2. If you get like a 4 times multiplier off, I mean, you're just nuking down like camp after camp. This Skywrath just tagging up that Silencer. I'd be so cranky if I was Silencer right there because it was such a slow death. But now it looks like Troll's going to get his revenge on him for taking out his Silencer. Ooh, and then now the Quap gets revenge back. Oh, they're just playing tag with each other at this point. It looks like Quap is the winner. You can look at the finances, though. It looks like 241 going over to the Skywrath, which immediately loses it because he dies to the Troll, which immediately loses it because he dies to the Quap. So Quap up 234, which isn't anywhere near as good as what the Troll got for the Skywrath. So it's all right. It's all right. But it's still pretty balanced. There's a 1K difference. Let's go ahead and look at the last hits and see how the laning phase went. Oh, terrible. Man, that Ogre just extensions. Unextended, overextended. That was just bad. All right, so last hits, you have 123 on the Luna, which is obviously going to happen. Looks like Puck is slightly up on the Quap as far as last hits goes. Ooh, Skywrath kind of nuking down that Troll. Can he finish off the job? Does he have Rod of Atos? No. Ooh. Oh, he has 5 talismans. Look, it works. I can't complain with that, dude. So the base intelligence multiplier is 1.4. So you're looking at 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, because 5 times 5 is 25, right? So that 25 on top of there basically gives him 75 total on top of this. So 75 times 1.5, that's roughly another 100 on top of the 135, which is very spammable. That's roughly 220 damage on that Arcane Bolt. And on top of the 160, so that's like 300 damage. And these things, like, such a low cooldown. 2-second cooldown. So it's spam to spam to like if you're anywhere near that, and then Arcane Seal increases that damage by 30%. So instead of 300, you're probably taking like 400 per 2-second tick or so. This has a 14, a little bit longer, but this still sucks. And the duration of this is 3 seconds right now. So if he timed it perfectly, he can get 30% on 2 Arcane Bolts and 1 concussive shot. So it's really mean to do to people. It's a lot of damage on top of the ulti, which obviously Mystic Flare. It's especially with Rod of Atos, it's one of the highest damaging abilities. But you have to hold them still, or they have to be really slow. All right, let's let this override camera go again. We just missed that Troll death, and I don't want to even think about missing anything else. All right, Luna, she finally picked up her Dragon Lance. Now, Luna is classified as a range, but she's kind of not. I don't play Luna range because her range is so short. But the range actually comes from the actual bounces more than anything else. Jumping in on the Puck. DK able to jump in and get the stun off. Dream Coil holding him down. So on top of the ice, way too much magic damage. They did get that Macro Pyre on there. That Macro Pyre just helped kind of just that little added kiss to it. Silencer getting nuked down in a heartbeat. Magnus does get a double skewer off. Unfortunately, it's on a Skyrath who was on a cooldown for everything, including his ulti. So he basically got his nuke down. Quap just jumping in, committing her ulti. I guess they didn't have a good ulti timing, because you don't want to fight into like a Quap ulti. You don't want to fight into a Skyrath ulti. But that's another thing about Skyrath. Like, Skyrath ulti is basically almost down again. It's 60 seconds. So you have to worry about that once a minute. It's very difficult to fight into those ulti timings. Really quick ulti timing, not so much from the Quap. Quap ulti timing is a little bit longer. She's mid 20, but roughly 2 minutes. She's at 125 seconds. So that one's a lot easier to track. The Skyrath, you just always assume is always lethal at all times, because that's just what you deal with. Skyrath still, he's going to just start farming because he can at this point. Luna getting Chrysalis in, so she's getting more crit, more bounce. Ogre Magi just buffing everybody. Look at that. I mean, the downside is that's a level 1 buff. It's better than nothing, obviously, but I think it's, 30 attack speed on an Ogre. It's 30 bonus attack speed, but it also scales all the way up to like 60 for your buddies and 90 for you. So if you find a camp that no one's farming, then you actually have the opportunity to like tick down and run. You don't always want to use Ignite unless you have like a Ether Lens or like some really high sustainability on your mana. Mana boots don't let you farm. And, whoa. Actually, I'm really curious of that build. So he's going to Shadow Amulet, and then in the Glimmer Cape, Glimmer Cape is very pause 5 team centric, but so is being able to multiply or push significantly, push in lanes. So on my team, if there's an Ogre Magi, we usually play him as more of like a Nature's Prophet style. It's where you can go in, splash, ignite, push in lanes, run back. It's not uncommon to see like a Blink Dagger, your Ether Lens to make sure you actually have that sustain to be able to push. But that's, that's a lower rank, so I'm not sitting in a friggin' professional match. Although, I have played more matches than a lot of these people, I've noticed. Oh, that blink out was so beautiful. Let's see if she can keep it up. That ice, man, see, he even took the time to stop and make sure that ice landed properly. Looks like she's going to get away. Puck did get Witchblade. Well, they're finally their tier 2 neutrals, finally. But finally, they've only been available for like 19 seconds, so it's not like super finally. It's just, they're gonna. Skyrath's build is still amazing to me. I don't know if that's the build I would go for, but it's pretty dope. Why not? I mean, I can't say I wouldn't try it. I mean, it's obviously working here. That 25 bonus damage. And the sustainability, because... Oh, that's also another thing, too. Not only is it 25 bonus damage, there's actually some other benefits we didn't talk about, which is a spell lamp. So, 3% spell lamp times 5. So, that's 15% spell lamp. 0.6 mana regeneration times 5. So, that's 3 extra mana regeneration. It looks like they picked off the silencer really well. Ogre was able to get that fire blast. Looks like he used Ignite, too. I don't know who he bloodlusted, but someone should be hitting faster. No, it's not you. It's not you. Did he bloodlust himself? Did he bloodlust nobody? I don't know who he bloodlusted. Typically, they glow like an orange glow whenever the bloodlust is on them. Huh. 8k lead at this point. 7-13. Nice frost. Nice ice ice wall. What is this called? Ice path. I don't like to call it ice wall. That's Invoker. Quap still playing a very dangerous game here. She wants to ulti somebody. What's the yeah, that was the worst potential play. You don't do that around a Puck, a Magnus, but even if you have BKB, Magnus revolts polarity, which has been used at this point. You don't go around him. The Dream Coil, that was a terrible play. I don't know. She just gave up like a. Let's see, how much did she give up gold wise? 613 gold. That is so much gold. Why oh why? But not my call. Do 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 do. All right, let's get back over 1 second. Silencer on the run. Magnus has his blink dagger and a headdress for her HP regeneration. Ooh, big boy crit sitting on that Luna. Invisibility on that troll. What's he hiding from? There's a Shadow Blade. I guess to just jump on people. Run away. Oh, that's probably the best idea. Because it's a good disengagement. Because once you're done with your ulti, if they've kited you into terrible places, that Shadow Blade, you just bounce. Like you go in, you're like, I am out of here, and then you just bolt out of there. Like there's yeah, you don't want to be there. Let's see. Force Staff. That's 10 more intel, which helps with his greaves or his glaives. So that's not bad. So he's got these glaives of wisdom, which intel the damage 15%. So that's not terrible. So Force Staff is a really common pickup. If you're having a hard time and they're getting too close to you, then sometimes you might buy the Dragon Lance first. I've seen it. I've seen it both ways. Typically want the straight damage. Ooh, I don't know what Luna was doing there, but she shouldn't have been. That was eat me. Is she throwing? Is this a throwing game that's happening now? Because that looked like she didn't want to play anymore. There might be some arguments or discussions going on that side, because that looked like a complete throw, or she right-clicked in the wrong side of the map, or she's in the restroom and her little brother decided to play, or sister, or she loaded Minecraft. I don't know what happened. Why was she there? I don't know the mindset. I can't fix that. You can't fix crazy. Oh man. All right. So he keeps empowering himself and doing a whole lot of nothing with it. So that's cool. I mean, you want to just waste your mana, that's fine. Quap coming in, just slapping small things in the face, just farming a little brains out, trying to make sure that they don't, because I think she realized that part of the map right there is actually owned. Radiant side. You got a troll. Getting faster. Now the cool thing about troll, especially with looks like they might actually have another commitment sitting up on top of that. Oh, looks like they're gonna commit Macropyre. Macropyre guy died anyway. The troll might have got the kill on the silencer. They're trying to capture that Puck. Puck is actually deciding to go ahead and retreat. Puck does need to go ahead and pick up. Did he not pick up a Blink Dagger or a Yule's? Lincoln Sphere on a Puck. Maybe not the greatest idea. I feel like this is a troll game. By troll, I mean like maybe some people are. Yeah, I'm not going to talk smack. That's terrible. But it looks like itemization-wise, it's a little rough. See, I like the Bleak Dagger, and I like the BKB. Both add strength. One gets you in their face. Potential nukes all over the board, right? We do have the Quap, which comes in with Shiva's Guard. I wouldn't mind seeing a Blink Dagger on the Quap, because she can then come in with a Blink Dagger and disengage with her Blink. I'm not saying that's necessary, not even remotely. But if they're concerned about any kind of movement, that's to their potential benefit. She does end up getting eaten alive, though, every time Puck drops a Dream Coil, so BKB is still not a terrible idea. I don't know if you can dispel this, though. Cannot be dispelled. So cancel that. Nobody cares. And then Luna, I mean, she's got really decent optimization. But she made it that crazy, tier 3 tower dive play. Ogre Magi looks like getting the kill off on the troll. That was the ignite there. Not terrible. A lot of crowd control. Unable unable to blink out of that combo. That is a very rough combo for any Quap to have to deal with. That and a relocation, the skewer, and it looks like the ignite does, and the not just the ignite, but the fire blast does pick off. Damn. Pick off the silence and they end up getting the puck. That's pretty chill. It's an easy game, I guess, on their part. 12-19, 9K up. Even with Luna acting kind of crazy, it's like I think the biggest part is Puck not having the mobility that he needs. I don't know why Puck didn't pick up the Blink Dagger and Yule's combo. It's basically everything that he needs to never die. And if you never die, you can always keep killing them, which is the goal. Looks like Lena's just at the point where she can just tower hit, but I mean she's going up against a level 12 Jakiro. Level 16 Troll. Alright, so we got last hits denied. So you can see basically who won. So I mean Silencer's way at the bottom. I would like to see Silencer significantly higher prioritized. Looks like they're playing like a lot of their position, 4-5 scenario. I would like to see Silencer more of a core than a Magnus who's got a bunch of last hits, but kind of just has a Blink Dagger. I mean, that's all Magnus really has right now. That Force Staff, I don't think it's going to be anywhere near as good as if you were to have some more farm and levels on the Silencer, because Magnus, despite being the tank and initiator, really benefits from just Blink Dagger. But it's not like he's even close to remotely tied for XP, because it's a 13-14 over here. DK sitting at level 17. Let's go ahead and go into net worth. Actually, hero level, 22, 20, 19, 17. So we're now, man, that spread is pretty deep. It looks like the Dire have a very big advantage. Net worth advantage is still pretty significant too. You got 5K on the Luna, or 4K on the Luna over the Puck, and the Puck is going to get locked down and nuked out anytime she sees. It looks like the Puck and the Quap has been kind of a wash. The Luna with a 4K lead is going to be painful to deal with, and then the Quap being able to still jump in and out and play, that's rough. I feel like this game has some potential to be over, but it's going to still depend on timings from the Troll. What does Troll need to kill everybody? I don't know if a Shadow Blade is what Troll needs to kill everybody. What was that silence for? In and out on the Quap? It was. So Quap could not leave. Troll jumped on top of her, ultied her, and she just couldn't go anywhere. Silence made sure she couldn't blink out. So 15-20. They just gained a 2K gold advantage. Let's see from the recap there. Or 778 looks like minus a 377. Probably picked up some farm because I think it was 13 a second ago. Oh, what a beautiful blink skewer. Oh, that was a quick death. At least it was quick. So that blink skewer and the shockwave, that is a one-way ticket to like ouch. And that's the other thing about Quap is her 2600 HP. It helps. It really does help to have like a high. But as soon as the skewers and jumps in, it's coordinated to where they're nuking this down. Like they know Quap needs to die immediately. Everybody focus Quap, because if you don't immediately focus Quap, Quap just comes back to life, and then that's it. All right. Ooh, nice little smoke. Troll living inside of that. Looks like they scanned their side of the jungle. They know that, or they're not anyway. Ogre just dropped vision. Now that vision, if Jakiro pops out, they know that they're in the Roche pit now. That was immediate. But it's too late for it to matter. Troll level 18 now has the Aegis. Skewer Boy's a little scared. I would be too. Oh, jumps on the Skywrath, who still managed to get his ulti off. Oh man, they use up the troll, get him back down on the ice path. Sends off the ignite. The ignite stings. They decided to disengage because there was a little bit of backdooring going on over there. That is some rat Dota. Alright, let's see here. 18-20. So everything's kind of calmed down. You see where net worth is. Looks like they're eating into that lead. It's only a 9K lead. It was 13, now it was 11. So 18-20 with a 9K lead. That net worth is slowly shifted. Oh, hold on. Another nuke down. It looks like the DK went down also. Magnus on top of it. I think that's still a fairly decent trade. I would like to have seen Troll actually engage in there and used his Aegis. They could have been able to push up that tier 2, maybe even tier 3. That's a nice little Ghost Scepter picked up. A little bit late, I think, on the Ghost Scepter timing. Just to deal with the Troll instantly starts to target somebody else. The Aegis being used. Luna still has her actual ulti up. Able to completely commit to it. She shows, but it is just the Luna who's deciding to farm. Here comes that Shadow Bleed. Oh man. No, what? I hate this game. Why did it move? Oh, Luna able to nuke down the troll. Man, that satanic came in just in time, huh? That satanic timing was like super perfect. Still can't believe this directed camera made me move. Directed camera's cool, but it I feel like broadcaster? You want to see what she's doing? I feel like that's cheating. Okay, so she's actually double clicking and seeing hero view of what heroes are doing, it looks like. Or she's just watching Magnus completely. Alright, looks like they're running I'm going to go ahead and do free view. Sorry, free camera. Yeah, biff that. That's crazy. Oh, blink in. Jumped in with the DK. Was able to get his stun off. And they just piled it on the Silencer. He did not have a chance. Now, Silencer's currently, and this is unfortunate. Ooh. Looks like a Dream Coil sitting down. Ice Path and Magpire on top of it. Macropire. Just throw the orb. DK finally decides to use his BKB, and they nuke down the Magnus with Skywrath. Skywrath did get nuked back down in return, and Puck's just trying to jump around. Looks like might have picked up that Blink Dagger finally. We'll go verify that after this team fight. Oh, we do have a buyback on the Jakiro, who does not have an ulti, but they did get the troll. Trying to do everything he can. Oh, GG being called. Did he pick up he did not pick up the Blink Dagger. It looks like he did not. I thought I heard the Blink Dagger poof when Puck disappeared from the planet. It's okay. Oh, man. Really good game. Really good game. Good job, Bright Crusaders. Good job. Very proud of you. The Bright Crusaders. This is Bright Crusaders versus Swift Knights. That was pretty dope. Pretty excited overall. Well done, well done. I'm gonna go ahead and queue up the next game. It'll load when it loads. But that actually, no, scratch that. I still want to review a little bit of that because that end portion there. So obviously, Bright Crusaders won. I think Troll didn't get a BKB, which he doesn't necessarily get to use. Right, because once he uses ulti, he's kind of just gonna run around and kill everybody anyway. That Shadow Blade, I don't think was necessary. I think after farming the $3,000 to pay for it, I actually got to see it used once. I don't mind the Mantis Style or the Maelstrom. The Mantis Style is actually really good, especially if you're gonna have to deal with the ulti from the Luna. The Maelstrom is just a lot of magic damage. It's one of the quickest bonuses you can to help farm. and to actually like help nuke people down. Puck unfortunately didn't get any survivability. Lincoln Sphere is not something you want. It looks like that's tailored specifically to not deal with the Q, but Puck's Lincoln Sphere is built into the kit. Like his ability to like come in and out and phase shift in and out of existence is what gives Puck that survivability. And despite not having a Blink Dagger or a Yules, was still able to go 8-2 with 7 assists. That's really respectable as a Puck. So I would have liked to have seen a little bit more. I don't think Lincoln Sphere is the way to go. The Witchblade, the Kai and Sage, that's still like lots of damage. The Aghanim Scepters being a big benefit. I don't think Lincoln Sphere was required unless he got it specifically for the HP and mana regen. But I mean, Witchblade still provides 14 intelligence. You still have intelligence from here. You still have intelligence from here. So you're still building up a lot of that mobility for your actual spells, but you can't get as aggressive without a blink dagger. For example, it's difficult for you to orb, jump in, cast all of your spells. In a very quick succession, and then poof, and then blink out, setting up for your team to jump in, because now your illusionary orb is a one-way ticket versus you being able to use and blink out also. So you need to be able to engage and disengage, which is the point of like Void Spirit, for example, engage and disengage. Blink Dagger on a Quap, for example, it's an engage or disengage, or anything that gives her like bonus blinks. Now you have Silencer, really tough game, very underfarmed. I would venture to say, look at the gold per minute, very low. XP per minute, extremely low. It looks like they played this as a position 4-5, even though they're used to playing this as a position like 1-2-3. Because their stats basically say like, hey, I go carry all the time. I play this style all the time. And they're like, oh, play Silencer. You play a good Silencer. I do, but give me the money. It looks like he was, scratch that. Was this his first Silencer game? Like, no joke, because look, it's plus 282, plus 416, plus 4, plus 7, plus. This was his first Silencer game in a tournament. No. Stop. No, you should have given this dude, like, I think Diamond got host. Like, that was just brutal. It looks like Jakiro, same potential scenario. First time Jakiro, not first time Puck. Definitely not first time troll, but bad troll game for him. So I would have given them more experienced characters to play, like something that they're used to playing. Even if you end up giving them like a accidental core position where they need some type of farm to be viable, but to expect them to be on a first time Jakiro and a first time Sun, so that's definitely rough. You have DK, decent game. I wouldn't change anything about the build. I like the earlier BKB before going and finishing your Ags. BKB just Blink Dagger BKB is basically all you need to do a lot as a DK. You have built-in regeneration. Your Soul Ring makes sure you just don't run out of mana. Your kit, as far as survivability goes, really well. It's not the highest net worth that you would expect, especially if you're going up against like a troll. The net worth is about the same, despite the level of farming. But gold per minute, you're still at 518, which is extremely respectable. I'm going to shut up, actually. I think it should have come down to him getting more kills and abusing some of that blink and the stun. But, who cares? They won, I guess. They played their strat perfectly. It's hard for me to argue up against them on that. Two-Faced Quap did really good, was trading back and forth with the Puck. That Ghost Scepter 1500, I think, saved her life once for 3 seconds or so. After that Ghost Scepter 1500 gold should have gone somewhere else, like towards a BKB or a Blink Dagger. Same kind of scenario with the Puck, be able to come in, harass, cast, and then just get out of dodge. But not necessary on a Quap. But still, the Ghost Scepter, I think, should have been more of a BKB like lineup. You would have, I don't know. I think you would have had a lot more survivability at that point. Luna, just a pretty flawless game. 7-1. That one was kind of stupid. That one death was hilarious. I don't know what happened. I'm a little bit curious. I would love to know what happened. Don't. Below gameplay for Ogre Magi. I gotta say that this is another first time pick. I mean, this dude's like got brand new stats. I would have gave him somebody um, that he's comfortable with. Y'all obviously won, so it's hard for me to argue against that. But I do like that you let him grab the Aether Lens. Without an Aether Lens, you don't end up as viable as an Ogre Magi. And Skywrath, I I got nothing. Dagon? Really? That is all right. Sure. But at the same time, who cares? Null Talisman was hilarious. These Null Talismans were awesome. I think they were just a great addition to the entire kit. And why not? I never go 5 Null. I might consider going 5 Null, even in a pub. Or I don't know about ranked. I don't know if I played that in a ranked. But the 5 Dagon, that was, yeah, sure. Why not? You can't argue, especially if you guys won. How am I going to say, like, well, yep, nope, you won? I can't argue with you. All right, so let's go ahead and jump into it. Let's see if the next game's gone on. Bright Crusaders versus Swift Knights. Let's come on, come on. Oh, already. Okay, so we have none of the normal players. Oh, Tidehunter's normal. Earthshaker, they don't have a whole lot of multipliers, so I don't know why you would pick an Earthshaker. I do that whenever you're going into like a PL fight or something, at least to abuse some of that. But maybe to get some catch up on the Hoodwink is a possibility, but still not something I would go into. I could see that helping the Huskar jumps. If Huskar jumps on top of any of your friends, you can hopefully break up and disrupt that. But you're looking at like laser precision on your Q, so it's not something I would typically go with. I do like the PA Grim. I'd like the Underlord. Underlord Underlord in pubs and Underlords in ranks and ranked drive me nuts. It's always their ultimate ability is always used as an escape, and I would like seeing it as a form of engagement. I would like to see Underlord to show up out of nowhere with like PA, and then they just like go up and like two shot like the Skywrath and Hoodwink or something. But if they're going to play this as defensively as most Underlords do, not going to be the biggest fan, but we'll see. I have high expectations for Underlord, but typically I find them fairly underwhelming. I don't mind this Quap going up. I wonder if it's going to be a Quap PA because I've seen PA mids lately. It's a possibility that PA is going to be mid. Huskar could also be a good mid. Skywrath is a good mid. Hoodwink is a good mid. Tide, nah, well, he can mid, but shouldn't send him mid. We'll see how that goes. Grimstroke, Earthshaker. I don't see any crazy good combinations. Rubik steals. I would like to see him steal, obviously, Quap's ulti, Skyrath's ulti, or Skyrath's silence. He can steal the Ravage. He can steal the break from the Hoodwink. I love Rubik. Rubik's always in a good spot. As long as other characters are in a good spot, Rubik is in a good spot. Let's see. Oh, great. My friggin' camera is like acting like an idiot. I apologize about that. Stupid camera. Stupid monkey. See if I can get this fixed up a little bit. That is so bad. Y'all are more than welcome to yell at me too when my camera like tips over like that. I'm trying to get this sucker fixed. Let's see. Ooh. 17-3? That's or 13-7. Okay, never mind. That's not terrible, but it's not the best. Still trying to fix it. Oh no, the other way, the other way. Okay, cool. So let's start with the first items. Oh, Hoodwink, definitely gonna go help your teammate not die. Looks like he's gonna be paired up with a Huskar, probably playing in position 5. You got Tidehunter, just gonna be last hitting everything he possibly can. Paired up with the Skywrath Mage, who's probably gonna be grabbing 5 Null Talismans. Huskar is going to be grabbing 3 Strength Bracers. And Quap is going to try to rush bottle as fast as possible. Looks like might pick up 1-0 talisman. Earthshaker is going to grab, looks like some right click damage, just picking the Coiling Blade. Or it might be better pathing, because Coiling Blade on pathing is really beautiful. It's something that I think everybody deserves to get. I know Puppy picks it up on even like a sniper, like pretty significantly. PA did grab herself the Orb of Venom, just in case she wants to like actually do some pick off. She has the ability to slow them down and get off all of her right clicks. Rubik bought tons of support items and probably going mid. It looks like I would venture to say Rubik's going to be tailing up mid. Underlord is going to probably be going up top with the PA. I could be totally wrong though, because it looks like Earthshaker's positioning himself mid, despite having a stun. Really? Alright. So, it looks like Skywrath is going to be the only one to be handing out a bounty rune on their end. Earthshaker mid versus the Quap. This lineup's going to be, like, terrifying. Alright, so Hoodwink. We already with everybody here, right? We already got through all the items. Oof. So he's just going to be spamming that enchant totem, just getting all that bonus damage. Oh, uses it for the deny. Interesting choice. Decides to go in and right click her for funsies. I mean, she is melee. So, I mean, he is melee. So that's rough. You're going to have, like, I'm already seeing a difficult time, especially going up against a ranged. Looks like it's still kind of even, though, when it comes to... Let's go to last hits denies. Let's go there first. So we're at 6-5. And I got to say, this Earthshaker's not doing the worst. Oh, yeah, eat that tree as fast as possible. I wonder if he ordered himself tangos. Looks like he got like a quick bottle. In order to maintain rune control, he's going to have to outmaneuver a blink. So he's going to have to deal with rune control. He's going to have to deal with bounty control. Looks like they did get the vision up here. Looks like on the Radiant side, all right, they have vision more centered. Really quick bottle. 10-9 with 2 denies on the Earthshaker though. Picks up 1 enchant totem, so just in case she shows up, you can smack her in the face, enchant totem, and smack her in the face again. Oh, didn't get it off. It's okay. That's just really hard. I would have considered going and smacking her in the face. Oh, it's just rough, though. He does have a water bottle, so he might be able to entice her to jump in. Did not entice her to jump in. He's just taking so much right-click. I want to see the other lanes, too. I understand. But I want to know if this Earthshaker can survive up against a Quap. It looks like it's over. Like, this might be the end of the Earthshaker's reign here. He does have a level advantage, though. It is 4-3. I don't know how big of a level advantage it is. Ooh, look at that right hit. I mean, right click, though. That is... Oh, man. Stunner right there. Boom, get her in. Yep. Oh. I'm glad he didn't chase in. If he chased in, I'm pretty sure he would have been dead. It's just such an interesting matchup because you never see Earthshakers and Quaps hang out together like this. They got another 30 seconds so they can get their next bottle. Their bottle filled. With the exception of her picking up that bounty. Is he going to go for their bounty? Oh, he's blocking her in. That was a waste of mana, I feel. That could have been well spent somewhere else. All right, let's start kind of looking around the board. It is 3-0, so we've missed quite a few kills. Looks like Tide went down. Looks like they're just wrecking shop up here on top lane. see who it is. So right now we've got kills on. That's terrible. So Skywrath on top has died, and the Tide on top has died, and it shows 4, but I'm only seeing 3. So it looks like we've missed a couple here, but it seems like it's not necessarily the most fair game. Let's go back to directed camera. We'll let this sucker kind of chase around. Skywrath going in on the PA. PA level 4 does have a little bit of advantage. It looks like their Shaker bottom, or excuse me, Huskar bottom's really low on life despite having 9 total extra strength. It's not the most strength in the world, but at this point when you start with like 20, a lot of extra strength. It's like 33% more. Grim spam. As long as Grim spams the bananas out of that, it's very difficult to stay in lane because that sustain has got to be really high to be able to tank all of that damage. It's just like the Skywrath mage spam. Like it is, if they just consistently just Q and W over and over and over. I mean, what do you do about that? You don't. You just scream. Blink. Jump in. They're linked together. Oh man, that stun on that Grim. Oh, that's so mean. Well, because, alright, so Grim throws his stun. Rubik died bottom. But Huskar's level 4, but I don't know, 1 on 5. Looks like it's going to be a throw. Maybe. We'll see how it goes. But so what happens is Grimstroke puts his stun on top of the PA. And once he throws that stun on the PA, it's destined to pop, like one way or the other. So PA jumps on top of anybody, and they're guaranteed stunned. So PA has the ability to just abuse the Grimstroke stun ability to her benefit. And then she just right-clicks somebody down, and they just have no recourse for it. And then she gets a nice Orb of Venom stack on there, and then she can start, really ticking down that poison. It's bonus mainly because she's melee. I don't know if she's going to go with the full. She did go full Orb of Corrosion. That is mean, because now you have 13% movement speed on top of it, so they're not running away from you. They definitely start to take that additional damage. There's more reduced armor. As you can see there, the armor reduction just helps her kind of tank into the Tide, who's now terrified. Skywrath just trying to harass them out. But if Skywrath stays there too long, it's going to be the same scenario for him. Grim's going to throw that stun on top of the PA. She has some sustainability, which she does. She has that Ring of Health. Oh, Quap comes in for the double kill. I did not see that coming. I don't know if y'all did, but that was really good. Go Quap. Go Quap. Go Quap. Good job. Good job. Okay. Let's see here. Oh, let's see how that works. All right, back to it. So Skywrath Mage looks like he's up to 1 null talisman out of the potential 5 that he might grab. Quap is really good at rotating. Does take a big slap to the face. Oh, dude. Earthshaker was so mean. So Earthshaker completely committed his R. He went Echo Slam, jumped in, smacked her twice in the face. And there's nothing Quap could do about that. That was just brutal. So now they're just tipping each other out of rage. Huskar is just jumping on top of creeps. It is getting paired up by Rubik. It looks like they pick up another kill up on the Skywrath. This is just completely brutal. Earthshaker does have a double damage bottled up. That, man, double damage on an Earthshaker, especially in a bottle. He can choose to use it at any moment he wants and just devastate. That Pit Lord Outworld, he needs to just go back to base. Just take the walk of shame. Go back to base. Go heal up. You're more needed in team fights, especially with your PA up there. Definitely use your help. Huskar looks like he picked up his Iron Will. Almost done with his armlet. Never decided to finish his bracers, which is fine. You can just get it for the +3 strength, not worry about the HP regen you get or the other stats. Whatever. Oh, man, this Hoodwink is so pro. He's rocking that shovel. Believe it or not, that shovel is, like, worth so much. I mean, it team-centric wise anyway. Ooh, all right. Ravage coming off. Does get a nice lick on the PA. Commits the gust. Run, baby, run. Doobie on this Grim. Trying to do that spam as much as spam as you can. Oh, they're going to go ahead and silence him up. Grim is trying to run back. Looks like Hoodwink's there. Hoodwink does know how to deny his own creeps to get that tower damage off of him. Tide Hunter. Hiding. What's Tide doing? Probably hiding from that PA. Especially underneath the tower. Man, they're pushed really far back, but it looks like they're going to go ahead and lane cut. This Honor Lord using some farmage. They did get that stun off again. Tide Hunter's in a lot of trouble sitting up there, and for some reason this game wants me to watch him. I don't. I want to see what happens up here top. They get leashed up together. Tide Hunter sitting right next to that Skywrath, pretty much underneath tower. He's going up to hide. PA just wants to get this final right click off on that. And she's dying for a friggin' coup de grace, man. She couldn't catch a crit to save her life. And of course, the ulti from the Quap comes in. Where are we going? Yep. This is a relaxed tip game at this moment. There's nothing too crazy going on. That's a Huskar taking down a really quick Roshan, 11 minutes. 1K lead. Not that Roshan matters because he jumped in and got smacked in the face by the Earthshaker. Oh, that was beautiful. A lot of this harass tipping going. Looks like he gets broken. Quap jumps in, tries to do some retaliation damage to the Earthshaker. Unable to get it off. PA does pick up. Nope, looks like Underlord picked up the kill there. I would have tried to give it to the PA, but considering the blink on the Quap, you need to take her out and kill her as much as humanly possible. Let's go to free camera because I am done with directed. All right, so we got the little rat, as I call him. I know it's Hoodwink, but he's like a little rat to me. He's like super rat. Earthshaker, well, Huskar staying at low life. He's basically just farming his brains out mid. You got Earthshaker who's taking out that mid tower. Excuse me, Earthshaker taking on bottom. Looks like another leash. Well, they got a Grimstroke throwing the stun on the PA, and then PA just jumps in for the kill. So this Ink Swell is the stun that you put on your buddy. And as long as that Ink Swell is on them, after a certain duration of time, ooh, the leash and then releash. Ink Swell thrown up on the Quap again, and the Tide nuke down. Now she's gonna pick up this this Fan of Knives Ag Shard. It's got to be picked up at some point, because that's gonna make sure that every time she kills Tide, she has to hit him like 5 times less or more, because it's a complete break. Instead of going full in on like a Silver Edge, it's a really good way to take out the passes from that Tide. Quap's still trying to get her farm in, so we're at 95 last hits on the Huskar, who's had like a decent amount of free farm bottom, which is no longer bottom. He's actually started going to the rotating to the jungle. Pitlord, he was hanging up in the jungles, now rotated the bottom along with the rat, aka Hoodwink. And they're just trying to take out this bottom tower. They want to pick up the tier 1. It looks like Hoodwink's not willing and ready to give that up yet, despite them actually giving up the control on top there. Looks like, yeah, man, they're just fighting that tooth and nail. Pitlord does have the Hood of Defiance. You got the Mordegon Armlet sitting on top of the Huskar. Quap did pick up some more survivability from that Sage. You do have 2 armlets done on the Skywrath. Is he going to pick up 2 more? I don't know. He might pick up boots, maybe. I would pick up boots. That's just a me thing. Tide just trying to get as many Anchor Smash last hits in. They are picking off the double stacks. They do prioritize, of course, the PA, which is natural. She's like a position 1. There is a 1K gold lead, actually. Not the direction you would expect, considering it's 9-14. A lot of that's just going to come from last hits from the Huskar and the Quap, though. See, let's go, let's see. Kill death average. We got 7-2 already on the Quap. She's been nuking everybody down. But she's also had a lot of help from the Grimstroke. Just that jump is so beautiful. 3-0 on the Earthshaker, despite being up against what I would have considered a very difficult mid opponent. That Quap, unfortunately, was not able to get as many pickoffs as I thought she was going to be able to, just from their Q and harass. Just taking him down. He was able to just maintain. There is a lot of smart play from like staying farther away than was expected, and a 0-6 Skywrath. But Skywrath, unfortunately, was being fed into the Grimstroke PA combo, which dominated that top lane. Let's go into the hero level. You want to see who's under-leveled? Obviously, that's Skywrath, the Rat, Grimstroke, all of your support. So this is going about exactly what you expect. You also have 13 on that Earthshaker. XP, current net worth. Let's go to net worth here. So Quap and Huskar, top of the charts. So they're the ones kind of dominating. Despite being down 5 kills, they're still dominating the bananas out of this sucker. Let's go to directed camera. I'll let it do its thing for a while. Oh, this is a room for potential in a team fight. Yeah, it is. So Quap jumps on top of the... Oh, PA jumps on top of Quap. Quap decides to commit the ulti, push her back, get herself a little bit of space. Does blink out of it, recognizing that she might have a blink out. PA decides to go in and just stay back. Plus, they're in their jungle, so they could retaliate any point in time. So Huskar not going in. Looks like Tide and the Skywrath are a little bit over engaged. They might be coming in to tag up that Skywrath. He does use the blink into the enchanted totem. Takes him down really rather quickly. Now, I'm really excited about this build from this Earthshaker. Oh. It's picking up some of that bonus damage right here. Ravage committed. Basically does nothing except slow down his death. Just a little brief. Hey, you want a high five? Let's be besties. So Ravage is a duration 2.4 stun, 200 damage. Even at max at 400 damage, it's not really the biggest damaging part of the team fight. What you save the Ravage for the most part is the stun. Because it doesn't pierce spell immunity, so you don't save it for BKB, but it is a good engager for you to be able to adjust your position to make sure that everybody's in the right spot. But when it's you versus 3 people, you don't really waste your stun. There's no point. It's a 2.4 second. I'm gonna live slightly longer. But back in Dota 1, there was this term, and it was obviously good luck, have fun. And then there was a second half of that, which was eat trees, die fast, ETDF. And the idea was the faster you die, the faster you can get back out to farming. And now we consider the idea of making space. So he did drag it out and make some potential space, but I mean, it's not like PA hasn't stopped farming. Looks like Earthshaker has some room to breathe. It's got a TP out. Yeah, there's no stuns. I mean, Gush doesn't actually stun anything. Neither does his Anchor Smash. There's nothing they could really do to hold him and lock him there. That Ravage was already used. He does not pick up a Rod of Atos yet. He's on his way to. That's going to make him a lot more lethal, especially with that Mystic Flare. That Rod of Atos is a very highly critical. And I've seen every Skywrath Mage game I've seen today so far, no Rod of Atos. Drive me nuts. Like, just give him the farm to make him lethal. And then you have somebody who can nuke somebody out potentially. But that's not the case. I love that nice little shot. So if you see the acorn shot he threw up there to make sure he got vision, beautiful way to not expend one of your observer wards to still clear out a location. While, using your invis ward, obviously. Let's see, what do we got here? looks like a potential room for a pretty decent team fight. Not that PA really cares, or the Huskar. So this is like a support team fight. Just hey, let's bug each other. Hopefully, make the other person's carry rotate. But neither one of the carries are rotating because they know better than to fall for this. PA position 1, level 14, still farming. Does have a Battle Fury, that nice Orb of Corrosion, and then we have the Huskar, which unfortunately, well, actually, he got BKB, which is nice. I do like the Sage and the BKB pickup, and I feel like there's a lot of viability with that because basically means you don't have to worry about magic damage, and you're significantly more lethal. And in a team fight, which when your only goal is to basically live and survive at extremely low HP, that's pretty critical. Like the BKB, I think, is extremely critical. I do miss the days when the supports used to pick up like Vladimir's, not Vlad's, Veil of Discord for the Huskar, mainly because it's percentage based. So whenever you do the life break on somebody, your damage dealt and taken 44%. But once you actually throw up the Veil of Discord, I mean, whoever you jump on is really gonna feel it, like in the worst possible way. I mean, it hurts a lot. All right, back to direct to camera. I'll let this go, and we're back to normal. Huskar still farming. Gonna check for Roche. We know Roche is up in 57 seconds. He does not, which is totally fine. Co-op running up. See what she finds. She's gonna go ahead and push down that lane. PA's farming. It looks like Rubik and Tide are saying hello in the mid lane. They're pinging to go ahead and put pressure or to deny or to basically protect that mid lane. Ooh, they jump in. Looks like they. Oh, did he grab Glimmer? Is that Glimmer Cape? He did grab the Glimmer Cape. They got a quick Vord down. And it's going to be a defensive runaway. Is it? No, it is not a defensive runaway. It looks like he actually stopped that. They realized. I love that he recognized that they were safe and he decided to actually cancel his teleport scroll there. Or not his teleport, but his ulti. The Dark Rift. She commits her ulti on top of the Skywrath Mage. Rubik still takes a dive. Quap wants to kill the PA, but unfortunately does not have the DPS. PA does make it out alive. Go PA. Oh, it's the War of the Gargantuans here. Like, because Tide doesn't really care about fighting the Underlord, and the Underlord doesn't care about fighting the Tide. It really is just like so much extra beef like that they have to fight through, but it's making space. And why is it making space? Because this time, this Kongor drops with presence. So, who are they going to give that to? We'll go ahead and see. He should be carrying, he might have eaten it himself. It looks like he gave himself the Inner Fire. Really good bonus damage. He wants to jump on somebody, but he can as long as that that circle's up from Underlord. Quap's just farming her little brains out. He jumps on top of the Underlord, does commit to the BKB, does have his halberd sitting up too. So hasn't halberded anybody, and he did not commit his, he didn't turn on, oh, there he goes. I was wondering when that armlet was going to jumps again. Now that is percentage based on his current HP. Oh, here comes the silence. Takes it down. Armlet being toggled on. Does jump on the Rubik. Does unfortunately fall first time the Aegis is used. Comes back, immediately starts to take back down that tower. Will he be so aggressive without the Aegis? I know PA's going to be aggressive towards that That Skywrath, man, he has been worked so hard. Skywrath just does not have any. See, Skywrath needs a Lincoln Sphere. That's what Skywrath needs. But even then, like, the cooldown on this thing is like 6 seconds. The cooldown on the Lincoln Sphere. What's the cooldown on Lincoln Sphere? Do y'all know? Let's find out. Lincoln Sphere cooldown. I wish it would just stop doing that. 12-second cooldown on a Lincoln Sphere. So essentially, it'll let you live for 6 seconds longer and give you 6 seconds to run away from that. But I mean, Stifling Dagger doesn't hit, jumps on top of you with Phantom Strike, or I'm going to Phantom Strike you first, knowing that it's not going to dislocate me over there, and then Stifling Dagger you anyway. So you're still in a lot of pain, even with the Lincoln Sphere, which is why this case maybe not the greatest pickup. Maybe not something you want to grab. BKB on the PA. Break misses, despite really wanting to hit that ultimate. Hoodwink's commitment is gone. I heard somebody die because I heard blood splatter. Looks like they did pick up the co-op using the PA. Grimstruck running around. Does have Glimmering Cape. Quap's still dead, unfortunately. 51 seconds. PA's having like 1,350 HP crits. Oh man, 1282 on the Skywrath. That shows you what armor does. Well, it's not a lot of armor, but yeah, it's painful to be a Skywrath right now. Well, if you look at the level differences, that's why I like some of these here too, right? So you go to hero level, you got 21 versus 9. I mean, it's gonna sting. It's gonna sting more than you want it to sting. So your main key players, you know, which is your Huskar, your PA, your Quap, your Earthshaker. I would even venture to go so far as everybody except for Skywrath. It's such a big difference. Rubik's still able to get in there. I haven't seen a whole lot of really great Rubik skills, but he did pick up Gush right there. See if he actually uses the Gush. 10 seconds left on there. Oh, the PA dies to the Huskar. Huskar burn, man. That burning spear, that is very painful to deal with. This might be just Huskar GG, despite having what used to be a lead. Looks like this Huskar might just be able to carry this the rest of the way. And once you see that Pit Lord deciding to oh, what a beautiful blink. I can't believe she found that in there. It makes sense. It makes sense. Why wouldn't it be? And now it's time for the Underlord to die. And Huskar GG. Yep. All right, I called that by like 30 seconds. 5-man smoke. All right, we're going to just follow the Huskar because I feel like this is just a Huskar game at this point. So if Huskar does everything Huskar needs to do, Huskar wins. Grimstroke trying. Huskar jumps in, starts right-clicking that PA. PA is melted down. They officially have an Earth Shaker. And that's pretty much it. They have Earth Shaker. I mean, I know on paper it shows they have the Underlord, but no, it's just Earth Shaker. And Earth Shaker really hasn't been able to do a whole lot recently. Looks like Grim made a fatal mistake of trying to ward. We're going to go in on this Underlord. If he jumps on that Earthshaker, he better use that BKB first. I would like to see that BKB used any day now. There you go. Still not BKBing. Looks like he does not need it. I'm not sure what that BKB is for in his inventory. Boom, boom, boom. Jump on the Pit Lord. Is GG called? GG is in fact called. Round of applause, everybody. Round of applause for Huskar. Just can't deal with the Huskar. That's it. It's GG. Once again, thanks for being here with me. Really good times. Really good time. Bright Crusaders victory. Go BCV. Continue. All right. They already start. Oh, Wiser Warriors. All right, so I'm going to reset my stream a little bit. And I got to figure out how to change the name. Like for real. Like mid-game. All right. Well, I will be back in about 2 minutes or so. And then I will absolutely see you then. All right. Well, I will be back in about 2 minutes or so. And then I will absolutely see you then. That was a repeat. For Dota. What another beautiful day for Dota. Oh man. Let's see here. Let's close some of this up. And practice this a little bit more. Я
люблю русское мясо.
люблю русское мясо. Я 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 люблю русское мясо. That is awesome. All right, I'm going to make a couple changes. Not too crazy. Bring some of this lighting down just a tad. Я люблю. All right. Я люблю русское мясо. All right. Cool. Oh, man. Let's see. We can get some of this going because I really love to see what team is next. We got Wiser Warriors versus Headless Horsemen. Wiser Warriors, Headless Horsemen. Wiser Warriors, Headless Horsemen Weiser Warriors, Headless Horsemen. Weiser Warriors. I like the way that sounds. Weiser Warriors. Headless Horsemen. Weiser Warriors, you know? Weiser Warriors. Headless Horsemen. Weiser. Oh, so good. I like some of these here. Weiser Warriors and Headless Horsemen. Let's go ahead and start this match, huh? Let's see how to go. Love casting. Do this in English. Do it for you. Do it for me too. I just gotta stay behind, which is the only downside. I'm always stuck on the behind. A little bit of recap. I don't think there's a whole lot that could have gone different. I really feel like they didn't put enough pressure on the Huskar. It really came down to Huskar timings. As soon as he was done, he could basically jump anybody. The few times he could take off on the PA, I mean, the burn damage was just more than enough to have to deal with PA. She didn't really have really a shot after that. Well, actually, they didn't even have to fight the PA. Like Huskar could basically nuke everyone else, while magic damage, and the break would take care of the PA. If the rat essentially landed his break on the PA's blur is gone. It's not like the Silver Edge where you have to hit it. It's built into the the ulti. So Hoodwink's break caused PA to die. Anytime Hoodwink can nuke her down. As long as he focused that, they pretty much had the game, it looks like. Let's go to watch here. Go to the Destiny Warriors. Weiser Warriors. Headless Horsemen. Come on, let's get a game going. Let's get a game one. Woo! Game one. Game one. Ain't nothing but a G thing, baby. Game one. Going crazy. You're the best. Keep working high. Hey, thanks, man. Dude, I love you. This is so good. Let's keep it up. Keep it up. I'll break these up and I'll make sure that these are posted because maybe even highlighted. Even like that's another possibility. Why not highlight these things? Does anybody have highlights from some of these games? I don't know. Should it be done? Yes, it should. I don't care what level of gameplay you're at, because if you're making the effort to put in to play this game, and you pull off some sick plays, bro, it needs to be viewed, it needs to be watched, it needs to be learned, it needs to be seen, it needs to be loved. Come on, come on, come on. And do the locomotion with me. Russian Dota, strong Dota. 8 teams compete. Oh man, how many times have these guys fought with each other? Oh, bro, this is like 8 teams compete for $15,000, but they compete forever. Like, I kind of feel bad. Like, if you just look at how many games these guys have, like, just flawless goblins, right? Flawless goblins. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. All right. 15K for playing 13 games isn't bad if you win. So, yeah, who cares? Oh, just beating my head up over this though. Like, I need to let's check something else out too. It looks like they keep some pretty good music on their side.
Били. Акса в размен на Драгонайта. Ну, видимо, вообще без
Well,
Ele significa, mano.
looks like they turned the music down, actually. I would love, absolutely love to be live with them because I'm not. Why can't I be live? Oh, it's okay. I'm 4 minutes and 35 seconds behind. I used to be 2. It's like they're pushing me back farther and farther. Not nice, but that's okay. I'm not going to complain. I still get to cast, and I'm enjoying it. Mm-hmm. Yep. Still just waiting for it to load up. Not a lot I can do. There's a lot I'd like to do, but not a lot I can do. Hmm. One day. Oh, they don't have a cat. Do they have a broadcaster? They do have a broadcaster. It should be. And look, Foxy was doing it. Okay, let's go on no broadcaster. Let's pick ours. Let me go ahead and throw this up. Broadcasting or casting. Casting in English. Free! Why not? I'm going to throw in that cheesy free because it's funny. All right, so I'm obviously behind, but we'll see what we got to do with. So we have no Zeus, we have no Ogre Magi, no Outworld Devourer, and no Marana. So coming in, we do have a Storm Spirit and a DK. Now the DK last game, all he really needed to engage and do everything he needed to do was the Blink Dagger, and that was really it. Blink Dagger boots, BKB. It was very viable. I love and hate the Axe pickup. I would like to see Axe mid, but you need to send Storm Spirit mid. I don't want to see if round 1 Storm Spirit, by the way, a first pick Storm is destined to just be completely countered. That it's not something that's viable, and now you have to commit to that to a mid. Otherwise, their Storm Spirit's just basically left to be poop. Committing to making the effort to commit to a Storm Spirit mid as a round 1 pick, draft pick. It's a rough life because now they can just dominate mid. They're not gonna have to worry about ganks. They're not gonna have to worry about any kind of Storm Spirit harass. They can keep vision on them. They know exactly how to track it. Hopefully, if this works out well, I don't see that they're counter picking the Storm Spirit though, but they are getting. What's the hoodwink for? I mean, Axe really doesn't have a whole lot. Does it counter the spins? I mean, is that break actually able to counter the Helix? Outside from that, Disruptor definitely doesn't have any kind of passes you need to break off. Neither does a Skywrath. It's really good DPS nonetheless, but not something that I would necessarily overcommit to. You do have the DK, which, like I said, just needs a Blink Dagger. Grimstroke, obviously, just tons of harass and damage. He's basically the Skywrath mage of Grimstrokes, or Grimstrokes of Sky. They're very similar in essentially. Troll Warlord. I don't. Oh, see now up against the Razor. So now Razor's going to be able to suck down all the Troll Warlord stuff. The quick picks here, really fast. kind of surprised how quickly Razor's able to just grab up um, that time. There's still a 2 minute timer, and here's the puck. So what are Monkey Puck IO? Um, Man, that is like the fastest draft of my life. Like that was so quick. It looks like they're really just sent on playing their own game, not that they're necessarily playing into somebody else's. They're going to give Nightful Dota the Storm Spirit, Dust on the Skywrath Mage, Babyface on Puck. Let's see who else. Looks like they haven't chosen anything for Rakid. Mm, Embrace the Light, Sandy, and Dust. Nightful. I don't really know where they're going with everybody. We felt the love in November. I felt the love in November. Shinra Tensi, Pudri, and Exterminator. Exterminator is getting Grimstroke. Shinra Tensi, the Dragon Knight Tilt Kick on Hoodwinked, Puder on Troll Warlord. Akid on Racer Dust on Mag, Skyrath Mage, Sandy on Disruptor, Embrace the Light on Axe, and a Nightful Dota on Storm Spirit. Let's see if I can. Tempting Russian accent. Let's see if I can do this here. No, I'll try my best. I do not want to offend anybody, but I will make sure I can try to broadcast to a wide audience. Let's see how we can pull this, pull this off here. Now we have Exterminator, Intensi, Tiltic, Pudrere, Babyface, Akid. Now Wise Warriors will be playing. It looks like that's going to be the Radiant side, and we have the Headless Horsemen on the Dire. Now, a lot of debate on which one plays off better than other. We will see if it is very strong. We got like one thing I know how to say in Russian too if I get called out, but we'll see. Nobody wants to watch me because I'm 5 minutes behind now. That's sad and terrible. Not fair. Not fair, Russian fair, not fair. Alright, so let's start with starting items. We got Axe. Picks up a lot of regen. Picks up... Damn, just lots of regen. But he also picks up his his Quelling Blade. 2 Iron Branches. So it's 14 damage. 14 damage, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 extra damage on the Razor. You got the Tangos there. You got Tango sitting on the Storm Spirit. Not any extra cleave. I've seen not cleave. Quelling Blade. Quelling Blade still gets picked up on range heroes. It's really good for pathing. It's really good for getting in and out of danger zones. You can. Looks like he has 4 Iron Branches he's dropping into. I don't know if he did like a last second change up or not. Skywrath Mage. Looks like I'm on broadcaster. No, let's go to directed camera for now. Skywrath Mage does have, looks like he's going to be building into at least 2 Null Talismans. Disruptor's going to be picking up a lot of regen, probably going to be feeding that to his little homie Razor down there. DK does pick up a lot more regen for himself with 56 plus 4 on the attack. He might be in for some hard times, but I mean, Axe pushes the lane by default, so I mean, why not? Let's see here. Why is my camera acting weird? Fog. Oh, because I have Fog Radiant. There we go. Fog both teams. There we go. That makes a lot more sense. Let's see. Not Axe jumping up. Axe, TK, a lot of regen. Hoodwink, some regen. A lot of bonus stats. Plus 4, 5, 6. Instantly tagged up by Disruptor's Q. Doesn't even have a chance to start the friggin' game. Just straight to harass. Right clicked. Oh, like a nice little razor link. I'm going to steal your right click. I'm going to use it on that Grimstroke. Nope, I'm going to go farm with it. That Disruptor took a lot of damage to drop off a Q, but at the same time, it's not like Hoodwink isn't sitting at like half HP. It does give a little bit of space, not the most space though, as he would prefer for the Razor. And he's going to have to use a lot of that regen for himself rather than being able to give it to give it to the actual Razor. Got mid. See how top lane's going. Ooh, this is nice actually. So top lane, you have Skywrath, who's doing a lot of harass damage, sitting in on top of the Invis ward for some reason. I guess just to make sure they don't get like pegged out. Because if they wanted to hide in the trees, Skywrath does have the ability to actually kind of like tack into it. Everybody's building this custom path here lately. This is like the in and out of the tower range path. This is a tough lane because they do have to deal with the ranged Skywrath, and they've got double melee, and they're both greedy. It's like they both picked into being a carry. But it looks like they're giving the majority of it to the troll. Let's see. Razor just having no real worries up against this Hoodwink so far. Probably consistently stealing his ability to farm. Let's see if we can go into actual last hits denies. Hoodwink's sitting at 2, and it's probably a lot to do with that static link. Still have decent fight going in mid. You had to commit this guy to mid. It looks like it's paying off fairly well. Almost. Man, if he would have picked up an electric vortex, that is a rough. Yep. That's a rough lane. That harass being dropped on there, that's just a lot to deal with for anybody. The splash damage from overload is it doesn't have to hit you with it. So this custom pathing right there. I don't know if he used the I guess he did use a tango, but now they got 2 lanes to be able to come down with. These custom paths are kind of hilarious. Totally worth building into Coiling Blade and getting that done because you can go in, kind of bug, and then run away. Looks like he's trying to get something from the secret shop. Looks the regen. And he's going to just TP out. No stun to hold him there. It would have been nice if Axe was there, but Axe is basically hell-bent on last hitting as hard as he can. Oh, man. Razor unable to defend his buddy. Looks like Disruptor might get... Disruptor died, but it looks like Razor was still trying to pick up a bonus kill. At least a return kill on the Grimstroke. Does do so. But that's 304 versus 160. So that's a pretty decent difference. If he can pick up a secondary kill here, that would be what we call in the business is worth it. But unfortunately, it looks like that's not the case. Axe did die top. It looks like Skywrath is going to go in and pick up on a DK. So I don't know if I would trade my Axe for a DK, but it is a core for support. But now you have a Skywrath who's going to end up with hopefully a decent amount of levels. He's definitely doing a lot of harass. He's doing everything he can to actually pick up an additional kill too. Is holding a salve. It looks like the return of Axe is also going to be a big issue. Axe should have vision in order to drop. Oh, he doesn't have battle hunger to stop that regen coming back. So that salve not being able to take it off because he's going to pick that up, but that's okay. Looks like Razor paused the game. Where's Razor placed to? Razor's in a decent little spot. They did pause it pretty quickly for him, so that's also not bad. So we're at 1722 on the Russian, and I'm at 404. Really? No wonder nobody wants to see me. That is terrible. Go live? This is as live as I get it. Huh. Alright, that's okay for now. Let's go to directed camera for a little bit. It looks like Razor gave up his courier, and they pick off the X. Well, I want both teams. What's your problem? Ooh, Razor sucking down all of that hoodwink damage again. Disruptor and Axe going down one more time. That is a very tough lane. Wow. And that is so they got a 2 minute delay, and I'm sitting on 4 minutes in, so I'm like at a 14-minute delay. I don't understand what's going on with this delay scenario, but Puck does barely outlive that Storm Spirit. Really surprised, but it looks like it might have been with some help because looks like we got a nice little tip from the Hoodwink. Axe farm and axe stings. Looks like he's going to go Vanguard before Blink. I'm a little 50-50 on some of that. I like Vanguard, Blink, Blink, Vanguard. It's Vanguard your farm. Blink is your farm heroes. Oh, the stun in. Looks like they're going to commit that troll pretty deep into there. Troll not able to push his R, get himself that nice little invulnerability period. They're going to TP the Puck. Puck jumps in, does get the silence off on the axe, throws his Q, kills the axe, and looks like this is fairly one-sided so far. As far as execution goes, Disruptor pulls back on the Hoodwink, and I'm pretty sure that Wink is dead. Yeah. Still not enough sustain to keep him in lane. He's going to stay, though. Possibly die to this Grimstroke again. Looks like they're just trading back and forth. Keeping it pretty even. All right, last hit denies. You're looking at 60 on the Storm Spirit versus 33 on the Puck. This Storm Spirit just rocked mid. 38 on the Axe, so your top two last hit deniers, both sitting on the Radiant team. Puck still decent execution. Ness has a pretty decent lockdown, trying to keep that Storm Spirit. Storm Spirit does have a level 8 and the ulti, so able to just zippity zip away. Let's change this up a little bit. Hero level, and let's go to net worth. Quick pop on that Storm Spirit again. 7-7. That Storm Spirit still having a pretty tough life. Net worth, though, if you're just looking at that, Storm Spirit's still doing better than that Puck, despite the deaths that he's given into. I am going to leave the game. I'm going to try to make an effort really quick to catch up to actual live, because this is it's pretty sad what's going on here. I don't 100% know what's going on. I think it might be time calculated within my computer system, so I'm going to see really quick if I can make sure the time is right compared to my cell phone, because I feel like there might be a tie-in. 4:58. No, that is 100% accurate. It is currently 4:58 a.m. In my side of the planet, and for some reason Dota 2 keeps me so far behind. Now I don't mind being a couple minutes behind, but it looks like I'm actually starting to trail like 10 to 15 minutes behind, and that is really bad. 22:29 on the mainstream. All right. Let's go back to wash. Tournaments. I think they have, or they're possibly making adjustments to where it's farther and farther back. Okay. 10 minutes, 17 seconds. So I'm now officially, looks like I'm what, 23, 24, 23 minutes behind. I don't know if I'm allowed to just stream their stream and then cast it in English. I feel like that's just a very rude thing to do because I'm like not even doing any of the work. Oh, it looks like a nice little glimpse back. All of that work and effort to get up there for just for a nice little glimpse. It does give some awareness. Grim just pushing the wave as best she can. Did pick up the Sage's mask. DK 100 gold. Wow, this is terrible. But DK did play position 4, position 5. You do have Troll Warlord trying to pick up the looks like Battle Fury. Puck. Not a lot going on. That courier's almost dead. It is now dead. Well, it's not like your Battle Fury was going to be done with that. So, it's okay. Testing 1, 2. There we go. Oh yeah, I can actually check my Facebook and see if they decided to add me as an official caster, which would be really cool. Looks like no one's actually replied to any of that. So let me delete this, because forget that comment, I guess. Stream here. I wonder, so right now we're actually watching a Headless Horseman's, which they haven't posted up yet, despite casting it. So I don't know why they didn't post it. They've been doing pretty good all morning, but it looks like they're probably not keeping up with a lot of that so well. So that's up to them. All right, so what do you got? Grimstroke, Sage's Mask. We got Vanguard finally done on the Axe. He's still short for the BKB. Razor's currently pretty decent on the farm, actually. I'm still not the biggest fan. Let me go to net worth here. I'm still not the biggest fan of the Falcon Blade, but, you know, in order for him to get some bonus spam, he still did catch off the break in that ulti. Running his tail off, does get skips back. He looks like he's going to get zipped on by the Storm Spirit and nuked down. So good job on Disruptor getting that that cast off, so we can go ahead and looks like be glimpsed. Storm Spirit. Ooh, that's dangerous. So if you look at this, there's only one thing that uses 2 of those, and that's like that Orchid. So he's, you know, like probably finished that Orchid. There it is. She's already done. Skywrath Mage looks like it's going to be building into that Rod of Atos. You do have some Disruptor raindrops, which are probably to deal with some of that spray damage they've been getting up to. The raindrops, man, infused raindrops is super critical to anybody with like a one-hit high burst spell. DK, boots, mana regen, not farming, probably just not allowed. Yep, buying mana for the troll. Good boy. Javelin, probably going to get turned. Yep, Melanier on the hoodwink. Puck, oh, see, this Puck, I like, thanks. He actually picked up the Yules. Very likely to pick up the Blink Dagger, so pretty awesome. Pretty good on you, Puck. Troll did finish that Battle Fury, so it's going to stay in melee more than melee a little bit more than normal. Going in there, it's going to go in, right click, just nuke everything down. Really good. I like Battle Fury. I like Molyneux. Like I said, there's a debate amongst the two. Let's see how he go ahead and farms. So it looks like he spams his Q. Doesn't necessarily invest too much into his 70. Skill cost. A lot of it's about cooldown. So right there he can do that. nuke him down really quickly, especially when paired up with the Skywrath Mage. Ping it out a couple times, go in, hold him still, and just wipe him off the face of the planet. Troll, Battle Fury, it looks like he's going into S&Y. And then you have the Grimstroke. Still, oh, looks like Grimstroke is waiting for the 20-minute marker just to get that ink swell. So that's a really good ag shard. That is one of my favorite ag shards in the game, actually. It's just such a high critical ag shard to pick up, and it needs to be picked up on basically everyone. All right, let's see here. So now we still have the Grimstroke, who's got the Sage's Mask. He's gonna do everything. He's not allowed to farm though. I mean, he's playing a position 4 or 5. Raindrops in the Disruptor. Same scenario, still not allowed to farm. But what does he really need to farm? He throws him back in. He has him glimpsed off. He can also isolate it with no real worries. Now we have the DK running around. We have DK rocking the shovel. Does pick up a mango. I like shovel on supports, not so much on DKs. But you know, if you want to give it to the DK, sure, why not? Grimstroke still rocking that Sage's Max. It is currently 9-7. Not a lot going on. That they're staying on each other's side of the wall. That water is definitely like acting as a full-on border between a two-country scenario. A lot of times you'll see where it's actually split the other way, where it's actually gone down mid lane. One team will, stay heavier in like the northern side or the southern side of the mid lane, but they are respecting the wall of water, and a lot of it also comes down to ward placement. They know what vision they have sitting up in each one of their jungles versus. Where it's a lot of it's ward placement. If you place into your triangle, you're going to want to place into their jungle and vice versa. Storm Spirit comes in, just grab some quick farm, make sure he right clicks it. Should prioritize that range creep more than anything else, but it's all right. He's doing enough damage as it is. Puck throws a ward, or his illusionary orb. Getting pinged out. Somebody knows Pucky's there. Looks like there's some room for potential. But it just seems like such a calm game right now. Like there's not a lot going on. Seems really relaxed. Really chill game. Everybody's just farming away. So item timings. What item timings would actually be really good right now? Does Axe have his Blink Dagger is one question. He has a Blink, Vanguard, plus Blade Mail. So Axe is extremely lethal. We do have Razor to pick up the extra speed boots. Storm invested obviously in that Orchid. Does have raindrops. They're jumping on that Razor. DK came in, did do his stun. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough. They didn't combo it up really well with the Grim stun on top of it. They are leashed. They did break the Storm Spirit. It did not transfer onto the Skywrath Mage. Disruptor's ulti being holding down that Troll. Troll does get taken down. Babyface possibly able to pick off that. No, Storm Spirit does not get picked off by the puck. Congratulations. Run as fast as you friggin' can. And they're off. Puck jumps out. Razor, go ahead and farm that bottom lane. Trying to push it back away from the tower. Doesn't want to let the tower die freely. Storm Spirit does have a little bit of a commitment coming in. Jumps in. Oh, is he going to get the Grim? He does. That's a couple right clicks and gone. Oh, that compliments of that Orchid too. That Orchid bonus damage is really difficult to deal with once it's on the Storm Spirit. Despite the way the actual mid lane went, Storm Spirit's actually rocking the highest net worth right behind the Troll. And it looks like he might not have a whole lot of issues. He was able to pick out the Troll a little bit earlier. Looks like Puck himself is going to just start farming. Did get a Dagon. I'm not the biggest Dagon fan on a Puck, but I guess if you have the money to do it, I would get some more stats into your boots and commit some of that money towards somebody else that actually could become slightly more viable. Double Dream Coil onto the Skywrath. Looks like the Storm Spirit doesn't even care. He's just standing there waiting to right click that Puck down. Did not care in the slightest that Skywrath was I mean, the Puck actually did what he did. No worries, really. DK freaks jump. Ooh. Looks like he's going to try to take down both camps of that Razor. Might try to get the assist into the axe. Kill on the... Ooh, Storm Spirit looks like it's dominating. Ooh, Storm Spirit on the mega kill. All right, so let's go ahead and go with player view. And we're going to follow the Storm Spirit around a little bit. Looks like he's got quite a bit of good map awareness. He's going to be bolting out of there. He should be gone by this point, because that silence is going to be terrible to deal with from the Grimstroke. And then obviously once the Troll pops his ulti, he's just in a lot of trouble. But what could he really do at that point? There isn't a whole lot of places for him to go to and run and bounce out of. So he was in trouble, like to say the least. He was definitely in trouble. Looks like they're going to push up mid there. With the creeps. Them Winions, Razor not defending it. Looks like he's going to go in and let mid fall. He's terrified of going up there though. Let's go ahead and go back to free camera, both teams, so we can get the full map opened up again. Razor's just trying to farm. He's doing everything he can. So win conditions of 15-13. So they got a 4K net worth, but doesn't mean they're out of the woods yet because they still have to deal with a Troll as in a vulnerability period and Aegis at this point. Looks like they're going to push directly into this. They get the Ink Swell off. Looks like they also find a nice little catch on the Storm Spirit, who was BKB'd out of that silence to stop himself from dying. That was a really good BKB moment there for him. Razor just completely negating everything that the Troll has. Definitely steals 194 total attack damage. So, very difficult to deal with. This Puck better have a blink out of there. He does not. He's getting right click to Doom and Kingdom Come. Axe is showing up way too late. Unfortunately for Axe. So there we go. Yeah. Oh, that's terrible. All right. Sorry, that was bad. All right, so Razor goes in. He's just very violent. Oh, does he get off 40, 80, 52, 60? As long as he stays backward and kites out the Troll, he's going to be able to take all of this damage from him, put him exactly where he wants. Now the Troll is sitting in negative. So the Troll does like 30 damage per hit now. Unfortunately, the Grimstroke still does a boatload of damage, pops off the BKB, nukes him down so fast. But look, he's 102 plus 307. Doesn't have a whole lot outside from it. That BKB Survivability is exactly what he needed. Doesn't have any additional attack speed or anything else. Troll, I mean, it looks like you're still able to pick off the DK as well as the Grimstroke. Alright, let's get the Hoodwink on the run. I'm a big fan of following the Storm Spirit because Storm Spirit's doing a beautiful job this game. Let's go ahead and look up the KDR really quick. So you got 7-1 on Skywrath, 7-2 on the Troll. It looks like the majority of the kills are just going the side of Radiant. Very difficult. Looks like it's going to be Troll or nothing for the most part. But the Razor can kite the Troll. Storm Spirit can kite the Troll. Troll is going to slowly be less of a problem. The more mana the Storm Spirit gets on him, the more he can infinitely kite the Troll out. So there's not a whole lot he can do after Storm gets too fat. Like, it's kind of over. Looks like another couple kills. Looks like he was kind of nuked out. Looks like we missed it. Let's go back to the directed camera so we can get a little bit better view on some of these. Puck just decided to barrel in. Going to go ahead and creep cut. And Storm Spirit committing to just jump in and defend that bottom tower. Just abusing the mana amount that he has. Does throw in the BKB. Trying to get that Grim and kills himself in the process. Like, look, sacrifices have to be made, but geez Louise, that was a 1v4. I don't know if that was just like a crazy show of strength, but oh well. It looks like he was also trying to make space for this axe to... Oh, he was trying to get that axe to get him some Rat Dota style, which, yeah, didn't really work out. Razor's still kind of running around. Should be farming his brains out because he's got to be the one that's going to actually have to kite that Troll out when it comes down to it. He's doing, looks like 107. Where's his courier? Or did he just finish that Shiva's guard? So looks like he just picked up a Shiva's guard. Got a Haystring top. DK trying to take out a stack of Ancients. They did not prioritize any farm into this DK. It looked like Razor's going to steal every ounce of damage from the puck. I like how the Link was over there, even though he hasn't transported yet. But he needed to be where he goes. And then after that Link is done, that's what, 3 ticks, and he is out. Directed camera. Directed camera. Directed camera. Directed camera. Oh man. So that's the thing, is I'm still broadcasting a little bit old school, and they're already on to the next one, which is kind of sad. I don't know exactly what's going on. I don't know if it's a Russian kind of thing. Maybe if I changed my VPN to a different, like it made it look like I was in Russia. That's possible, actually. But that's okay. Directed camera sucks. Look at this. I'm staring at the water. How terrible is directed camera here? Alright, so we got Storm Spirit. He's starting to farm all these beautiful stacks too. So prioritization, let's go to net worth. Looks like Troll's really kicked up in the high gear. Troll's going to be a force to deal with, but he's got to have so much sustain in order to deal with it. Without, let's see, what items does Troll currently have? A Basher's got to be finished. Looks like he's going into Satanic. He's going to need a lot more than that. I would definitely give himself a Rampage. I want to eat. I don't know. That's going to be a very tough game because he does get kited very, very quickly. It looks like this game hates my camera view. They do get a kill off on Puck. Good job. He canceled it. It looks like he was about to do his Berserker call. Did cancel it in time. looks like Grimstroke is Stroke of Fate does not cancel BKB or reset the cooldown. Storm Spirit just blinking in, getting leashed immediately, but they do have the Hoodwink and the Puck down, trying to get the last kill on the Grimstroke. DK popping his stun. I don't see a commitment from the Razor ultimate yet, or the Axe ulti. Well, Axe still needs to wait for the death, but if he could blink over there and pop off and kill the Grimstroke, it'd be beneficial for others. That Blade Mail is going to do a lot of work, especially on top of that Troll. They did kite the Troll out and get the kill on the Troll. That was already going to be determined as a big issue. Despite how much gold you put on a Troll, they can kite him out. Razor's movement speed is naturally a kite. Of course, you have Storm Spirit, who just, I mean, his ball lightning just gives him so much ability to move anywhere he wants to go. Axe looks like he's actually going to finish Overwhelming Blink. That's his plans. Disruptor going to go with Ghost Scepter so he doesn't die to that Troll. They did finally get that Rod of Atos, compound with the break, as well as that Stroke of Fate. Nothing Razor can do to that one. Double damage! Actually, was that double damage? Oh, yeah, I think it was, because that looks like it burned. That's stinging a lot. Double damage on a Storm Spirit. Just instantly popping. Popping that Hoodwink. Look, he's hiding behind the trees. You don't see me's. Look at him. He's going to give people the heebie-jeebies. That's that regen. So 38 mana regen at this point on him. That is enough. Kind of. I'm pretty sure they're going for more. Oh, Lincoln Sphere, 49. So Lincoln Sphere providing an additional 10. Oh, that double damage is gone. But is it enough to nuke him down? Is it possible to save your axe at this point? Who's to say? There's a chance I would be running, but we'll see how that goes. Looks like Padre is gonna take him down. Man, that whirling axe is doing some work, huh? Storm Spirit jumping back in again is linked up with the Disruptor. Disruptor gets unbonded, but he's able to nuke down that Grimstroke pretty quickly. Will he have enough mana to escape? It looks like he's going to go ahead and pop his BKB, giving him enough mana regen, hopefully to get up and down. Razor decides to completely engage. He commits his life, his Lincoln. Oh, man. Poor Razor. Yeah, don't ever expect your Star Spirit to come in with, like, no mana. That's, like, his existence. I didn't think that was going to be viable. I apologize, Puck. Because when you bought that, I kind of giggled. Just a little. But that's okay. Storm Spirit getting that Hoodwink one more time. Looks like he's free food. Puck possibly getting jumped in on. Does get out of the dodge. Did not commit to the end of the Illusionary Orb. Decided to stay there with the Storm Spirit. Just dropped the Yules and dies. Probably was Orchided. That's why he couldn't cast it again to go to where he wanted to go. Storm Spirit rocking 14-4. Probably the most interesting. Let's go ahead and go to KDR. 14-4. Likely to jump in on this Troll Warlord. Hopefully to just get that trigger off. It's Oh, does decide to run away. Really smart decision. Troll is very, very dangerous with that Skull Basher. You can't really fight into him for the most part anyway. There is a Shadow Blade now on the axe. He blinks in, does get his blade mail off. Nukes him down, nukes down the Grimstroke. Looks like BKB on the Storm Spirit. We'll use that to run away. Does let Axe die again. This guy is like, just don't follow him. Just don't follow him. He's going to leave you to die. Razor gets Rod of Atos in, but that looks like it's okay because he still kept the link on the entire time. It looks like Troll is down 287 damage on right click. Razor just cleans shop. Razor does clean shop with that 287. Hello, if you need a free high quality service, increase your viewers, check the stream details.com. Oh no, I'm totally good. I really appreciate that. Thank you for your time. Non-barrier pride. All right, that totally works for me. But I'm good. I'm doing this for fun. I do this for friends. I do this because the community needs people to actually cast. People need, it's a good time more than anything else, but I appreciate the offer. Storm Spirit comes in, just gets the jump on two more. They don't have an answer for the Storm Spirit one way or the other. It looks like that is likely to be GG. Grimstroke and the Hoodwink disconnecting. I want to say that is definitely GG. Very well done. Very well done. Why the Warriors, the victors? Why so Warriors? More specifically, that Storm Spirit, man. 15-4. There's a certain point they just, nope. What are you going to do? We're all just going to die to Storm Spirit. 15-4. That is just a crazy game. The dude was level 29. The highest on the opposing team was 24. Those last 5 levels are the most difficult to get into. So, like, really good job on the Storm Spirit. I'm really excited that they were able to pull that off. Looks like Horsemen versus Warriors game 2's already probably started, knowing them. Unfortunately, I'm probably going to be stuck behind as usual, but I would like to go into some of this. Appreciate y'all staying with me. Let me see if I can pull this out. WW1. Looks like we're a little bit behind still, though, which is rather unfortunate. I'm not a big fan of this. This is typically there's a 2-minute delay, but it looks like the delay is significantly more than 2 minutes. At least when it comes to my end, I don't know exactly what happened, how I got nerfed, what exactly is pushing me off so far, but that's kind of the scenario. It looks like I'm behind about 10 minutes on every single game. So unfortunately, if you plan on joining in with us, it is going to be a little bit behind. I understand that there's a lot of benefits to watching it live. I'm a very live person myself, but there's also benefits to watching it in English if that's your only language you speak. I hope that you decide to join us. If you don't, that's okay. If you'll never hear this. But let's see what we can kind of look for. I know for a fact we're going to be behind. It looks like it's 12:28 a.m. It was showing that at like 6 something in the morning. I don't know why that time was actually changing out. 4:26 a.m. for me is when that started. But let's see what time it started for them. Let's see. Headless Horsemen and Weiss Warriors. Let me check their Facebook and see what plans they have as far as getting everybody up. Facebook here. Pulse audio. No, I don't need that one. I need the Destiny League 2. Destiny League. Oh, hey, nice. All right, no, don't care. So let's see. Weiss Warriors. See if how that kind of plays out. I'm hoping that people would actually decide to just let's see. Testing 1, 2. Let's see. Testing 1, 2. All right, that's not terrible. All right. So they do have fourth best of 3, White Warriors, Headless Horseman. Let me see how many more games they actually had, because they posted everybody's games, and it looks like this is the last one for the day on the Destiny League. So it has been a great fun time. If this ends up being like a 2-0 scenario, one way or the other, I gotta say I had a great time. I hope y'all had a great time. I've enjoyed this like by far. It's been just a really good day. I know it's been a pretty long drudge for some people. For me, I don't know. It's just another beautiful day of Dota. Like, thank you for following, subscribing, donating, whatever you do. It's all really appreciated. It helps keep my family kind of going. I'm trying to do this as like a full-time thing. I would love to be just a caster and enjoying a lot of this. Thanks for coming. Like, thanks for coming along for the ride. Thanks for being here with me. Unfortunately, we are in a 10-minute delay behind, which does kind of suck, which is okay also. Like, I'm not going to complain or cry, but it is kind of terrible because I would like to be a live caster or even like a 2-minute behind caster would be pretty cool and beneficial. My co-caster is actually not here. He's ill. I wish my co-caster was here, but he's under the weather right now. So it is just me. I am Mega Million Zero. My co-caster is RoboBlitz. Definitely one of the best casters I know of. And as far as technicality and timings, he's very significant. As far as making fun and light of a game and enjoying, that's kind of like my MO. So I like a little bit of both. I like having humor in a game. I like having sincerity. I like having the knowledge and information. It's quite a bit. Like it's quite a bit to be able to go all over the board and to be able to commit to something like this. Because I want to be like a full-time existence caster. Like it's why not? Why not? It's a lot of fun, especially on a game that you love passionately. We'll see how this goes. One day. Still at a 10-minute lag behind the rest of Russian world. Not really sure why I'm so far behind, but I am. I think I might actually Google this really quick. Why is Dota 2 client behind? Twitch stream. Mouse over full tool top complete in game predictions. Game is Dota 2 client. I wonder if while they make the when they make the custom game, if it actually gives them the ability to put the delay. It's very possible. And that's exactly what it seems like is going on. Because right now they're at what, the 2 minute 15 second mark. 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 2 min And I really would just love.
У нас Пуджа. Будет ли пытаться Марс убить Джекира, но нету никак.
Yeah, I would love to cast this.
Увидим и-
But unfortunately, I'm pushed back. This might just be to prevent screen sniping. Because they're probably doing it from home. Looks like the game over? That would be tragic. Hold on. Looks like I'm being. Oh, let me get into this with Poggins really quick. Dota Gaming, Gary Poggins. And Jelly. Gary Poggins. And Jelly. Let me let him know what I'm doing. No back. Hey, there we go. Man, I'm finally like at least moderately up to date. So we got a ban on the looks like we got a ban on, let's see if Poggins wants to cast this with me. There's a chance he actually might. Let me pull this up here. Send message to the Poggy on Discord. And let's go back to watch. Because why not? All right, so we got currently Lycan banned. IO Chaos Knight's really good. I'm surprised it wasn't an IO. IO Mars is pretty common. Hey, what's going on, man?
How you doing?
Not bad. You?
Doing alright.
Cool. Yeah, I've been casting all morning. I've been casting for like 5 hours already.
Nice.
Yeah, there's the Destiny. It's a Russian Destiny league. That's just like on a Russian league, and nobody cast it in English. So
Yo, is it the DPC game going on right now?
no, it's not even the DPC. It's because that's the thing. Like DPC is like casted by like mainstreamers, so it'd be like really difficult for me to cast up against like Purge or like for some stupid reason. What's her name? Damn it, Winter or any of the fucking English casters. Like there's no way.
Shiver.
Oh, Shiva, yeah, she's all right. Actually, she used to bother the piss out of me when she first started casting, but I have respect for her now. Finally, but I wasn't sure if she was actually a Dota player for like the longest time. Well, because she was learning on the fly, and like she would ask like some of the most ridiculous questions, and she would admit like she's like, I don't play that much Dota too, but Winter, and I'm like, oh my gosh, you get to say but Winter, and after you say that sentence, are you fucking kidding me? So. Like it just drove me nuts a little bit, but I've decided to pick up casting like take it pretty seriously. But yeah, like so this is like it's Russian, so I'm like fuck it, I'll be the English guy, and it's worked out pretty well. Like I when I first started, damn, I had like 15 people on at one point. Just a lot for me.
Yeah, no, that's dope, dude. I wish I could cast, but I'm not really good at I don't know the abilities, all that stuff.
Oh yeah, well I mean you can like just be the guy that makes fun of things if you want to watch it with me. Because I don't know, it's up to you. It's up to you.
I'm
But
gonna watch.
yeah, so like right now we got IO Chaos Knight Lena. They've banned out. Oh fuck around. I hate Nyx.
It's in the draft, yeah.
Yeah, like it's in the draft right now.
Ooh, this is cool.
Dude, I watch so many games. Robo watches like, dude, fuck around. Like if that guy's in the can, like he's on his phone watching like clips. Oh, they did get the IO Mars. I'm really surprised. So IO and Mars are best friends. I don't know who's gonna go down mid. It might be Lena, but I don't know, man. Like it's been really weird. They sent Earthshaker mid earlier today.
Yeah,
Tripped me out.
I think what's this? Warrior. Why is there warriors? Okay, and headless horsemen.
That's their
Warriors
names.
They need a mid, so they're gonna.
Well, yes, if they're gonna send the Lena
Storm.
mid. Dude,
That one-
Storm just got banned.
Oh, we did. Oh,
Yeah, so that was a good call. See what you did there? That was amazing. Yeah.
I would have gone Storm, but they got banned. Who else? Ah, I'm trying to think who they would. I mean, you could go. Is Drow banned? but I don't feel like Drow's good here.
Nah, okay, so for mids, they've been picking a lot of Storm. They pick Hua, Puck. Who else they pick as mids? Void Spirit's another big one that they pick.
Ooh, is that
Uh,
Nano?
Monkey King's usually picked. Trying to think of who else. The Earthshaker, man. Earthshaker went up against Quap, and I didn't expect that to be viable. But Earthshaker rocked Quap. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, I would never see that coming.
Oh,
Yeah, that's a good mid. That's a good
mid.
that's a good mid, good pusher,
Good
good
AoE.
ganker. Oh yeah, not terrible. And dude, I swear nobody goes in that reserve time. Like no one.
Everything's been instant.
Pretty much. Yeah. Like the last game.
Support. What? Just kept picking her out the bat.
Yeah, oh, dude. Like, so this is 2 of 3, right? But on the last game, no joke, it was 2 minutes and 10 seconds on reserve time at the end for both. And I mean, it was just like click, 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 click. The draft was done in like 20 seconds. Like it was.
Full game.
Yeah, dude. I was like, what's? Yeah, like TI's like draft is like 30% of the friggin' game.
Yeah, it's literally like a 15-minute draft.
Yeah. Oh, dude, for real. But no, it was done in like I don't know, 20, 30 seconds.
They should go disruptor.
Oh.
That's
Ooh.
been kind of very. That's been pretty good lately. Is that disruptor Mars? I mean, I don't know if that's a combo, but I keep seeing disruptor being picked like last for some reason.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
I don't know all the details, but
Naga Siren.
Naga Siren is
Mm.
so toxic. Late game is just so hard to deal with her. Because you can split push all 3 lanes pretty fast.
Mm-hmm.
But interesting.
Wow. Whoa. What?
Yeah,
Is that a pudge?
that is a push.
What the fuck? Are you kidding me right now? It's a pudge. I love that. Why not? Exterminator is pudge. Titlick Mars. Babyface Lena. Pudre. Chaos Knight. Shinra Tinsi. This is Io. Sandy Jakiro. Akid Nagra Siren Dust. Nyx Assassin. Embrace the Light Sand King. And Night Full Dota's Leshric.
What did you put money on?
Oh, right now, if I damn, I put on the Chaos Knight.
Price, I'm gonna go warrior.
Really? I'm gonna put on Headless. Like, okay, so laning wise,
Yeah.
Mars is gonna rock everybody.
Early game they got really good.
Yeah, and if they can scale that out, I think it's a win. Naga, I mean, if they pick on Naga like hard and they IO and like just harass the crap out of Naga, then it's on Lesh to carry. And
Yeah. I'm feeling
Pudge
like they
gets-
picked the right one.
Yeah, because Pudge gets natural magic resistance, like up against the Leshrac. Lena's going to hit him from far away, so it's going to be difficult to jump in. I don't know, man.
I feel like warriors are gonna take this, but I'm still gonna put my money. Sorry,
Oh.
headless horsemen are gonna take this, but I'm still gonna put my money on warriors.
Ooh, it's going to come down to that. Biscuit, look at that. Did you see how many games? Did you see the win-loss with Io?
You guys are pros. That was all time though.
Oh, that's still all time, like all games.
1,000 matches plus.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure. I thought that was like just Io. Like, oh man. Okay, so we got the Warriors, the Wasted Warriors. So they get to rock the Dire, and the Headless Horseman. Yeah, walking the Radiant. That works. That works. So I feel like Radiant always has like a fair advantage anyway. Like it just feels like that when it comes to like the camps. So I feel like it's a little easier for Chaos Knight to steamroll than it will be for Naga. Because Naga, I think, just has to travel slightly farther for when she's farming out.
So I'm looking at how they're doing this.
Respect hooks. Oh, they don't contest the rune the same way like we do in pubs and stuff, man.
Facts.
Like Lena and Lash are like really focused on making sure their lane goes well and they don't end up underneath somebody else's tower.
Yeah, they're literally not even contesting.
Oh yeah. All right, here we go. We're off.
I'm gonna spectate that. The mid doesn't seem too much fun.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna spectate the Pudge lane, and actually I'll do that about 10 minutes in, cause he'll be letting hooks around then.
I don't know. He might just start kind of early, but like I think. See, I don't like Pudge in off lane like that though, because like I feel like it's just yeah,
Mars
like
is
Io's.
faster and he's a polar.
Like, Io should be paired up with Mars, in my opinion. This bottom, you know, fuck it. It's not my call. It's their game. But this Io's just like tanking creep camps like crazy. He finally started right clicking.
First blood going out.
Oh, get it, Shun. Oh man, that's so brutal. Sucks.
Chaos Knight, dude, that's kind of dope.
Yeah, I expected the Io Mars. I didn't see the Io Chaos Knight coming. That hook, bro. Did you see the hook?
Somebody already?
No. No, it was like nothing but air. It was like a Mirana arrow that just went so bad.
Dude, you know that Magnum shard for Mirana?
Mm,
It's a the Starstorm that she has.
yeah.
It happens when the arrow either hits or like disappears.
So it actually goes along the entire path. So like,
Oh, for real?
yeah. So like, the goal is to get it. Oh shit! They're gonna get another kill. Hold on. Yeah, that's what I'm looking at, and it's gonna be on this Nyx again. But so it goes along the path. So like, it doesn't even have to hit, or it is like if it goes alongside the creeps when they're like walking up mid or something. You'll actually see that the Starfire will hit like everybody along that entire like pew 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 pew
If
pew.
it misses them,
Yeah, it'll still
it still hits them.
exactly.
But if it goes by a second wave of creeps.
Oh, as long as it's near anything, it will by default cast the Starfire spell.
And it'll cast it more than once if it goes by 2 groups.
Yeah, anything that it goes by.
Interesting.
Yeah, so it's cool for like double stacking camps, I guess. I've never tried it for that, but I guess it's possibly viable. Oh, he lands the hook on the Jakiro. Jakiro does drop out the counter with the flame, and it looks like he might end up dying. Oh, Pudge with the feed. He got stuck inside of those trees with nothing to do.
Man, those neutral creeps didn't really do anything.
No.
Just expecting a stun.
Oh, I think it needs 3 to stun for that fat one. That Centaur Conqueror. For him to stun, I think he needs the 3.
If you have like illusions next to you, it'll proc that, right?
Yeah, illusions. I think they actually have to be attacking it though. I'm not 100% sure on what it needs to be attacking, but I've tried. Like, if I'm standing there next to it and I have like 2 illusions that I got from Illusionary Rune, if I'm standing next to it, it won't do it. But the second I actually start to attack it with my illusions, it'll automatically take it down, or it'll automatically war stomp. Damn.
Seems like they're kind of even.
I don't know. Looks like Io might bite the dust here in a second. Nope, Io just dropped that fucking salve. Coming straight back to life, keeping his Chaos Knight alive forever.
Chaos Knight is
Dang! Oh, get him! Hey, go Io. Good job. Right,
he's harassing.
dude, for real. He's working it, man. Back to the top. Pudge was about to hook, but he changed his mind. He's like, I'm not hooking you again. You live. I want to kill Lena. Oh, nope, he grabs the hook.
I'll try to skewer.
Oh, yeah. Pin him up against the friggin' wall. Just rot him to death. Just keep walking. There you go.
He needed that.
Yeah, he did. He needed to win. His morale was going to crap. Although it's 4-1, so it's not like they're in a bad spot overall as a team.
Mars might eat the dust here.
Oh, really? Let me get back up there. Oh,
There's been some work.
that was like a
So much agility.
good dodge. Oh, geez, Louise, yeah. Plus 15 on there. That's
Agility.
and then 12 more from the Coiling Blade. So her right click is like really good when she's like farming creeps.
I'm actually gonna try that.
Where's Io? Like Io needs to be over here taking care of his boy. Oh crap! Here comes the couriers.
Nice.
Tick, tick.
And Panther having mana, so
Mm-hmm. Although Io has 2 mangoes he can like chow into. Yeah, there he goes. He just gave him the mana he needed. Yep. Spear that Naga away. Eat some fire. Oh, rebuke from the Mars. Pushed him back.
Nether killed one on bottom.
Just try it.
The
Oh,
Sand King in his storm.
oh, dude, that's so mean.
They pulled out dust
He's-
this early.
He's trapped in there too. No, no. What? Did the dust wear off?
Yeah.
Oh, I'd be so mad. Do you have another dust?
Wow.
No, just the one dust.
Pop your star.
There he
There you
goes.
go.
Yep. Io for the win, huh?
Oh, Spirit.
Jeez Louise.
Who died? Oh, Lena died?
What?
Oh.
Where did Lena die? Oh, let me double click her picture. Oh, I guess she died in mid, trying to get a rune, it looks like. Obviously, it had to be Lesh to do it.
Damn, I am like congested.
That sucks. Dude, I've been sick. Robo's like trashed. We didn't play anything yesterday.
Sick.
No shit. He slept like 14 hours. I slept like another like 9 or 10. This is like in the daytime after getting like a full night's sleep. Dude, this Io, man. Hurry up. There you go.
Oh, do I sound different?
Do you what?
Do I sound different? I got a new mic. I got a new headset.
You do actually. You sound there's like a certain depth to your voice that wasn't there before.
Yeah, it's I just got what is it? Steel Series Arctis 7, like the Bluetooth one.
Yeah.
That's so nice.
You know what that's cool about? Where'd you get it from?
I think my parents got it for me. Is it my grandparents or my parents?
If the Best Buy, man, I'm like the insurance on there, dude. It's like so worth. Oh man, because all right, so we have the Quest 2 thing, right? But there's a back strap, and it's like $50. It's about the same price as your headset. Because I think SteelSeries, like a really good SteelSeries, you're still looking at like $39.40 for a basic. For a Bluetooth, probably like $50, right?
Like 70.
70, damn. All right, so my bad. But all right, so your headset, like if you break it and you spent like I think it's like $9 on the insurance, dude, like no joke, like you just take it to Best Buy and just swap it out. And we've abused that probably fairly heavy on the strap. Because the back strap, it's a $50 strap for the Quest, and I think we replace it like twice a year. Like, and it's like pretty consistent because they use the shit out of it, so it always breaks. But yeah, Robo's trashed out. I'm getting over a fever now. Like my first stream this morning was like, let's play Dota with a fever.
Whoa.
What are you watching?
No, the SteelSeries Arctis Pro wireless headset's $300.
Oh, dang.
Wait, that's what they got me? Are you fucking kidding me?
Somebody loves you.
Yeah, wow.
That's cool, man. That's friggin' awesome. This Chaos Knight is GG and everybody. But yeah, that insurance, the Best Buy insurance, if you got it recently, you can take it, get it refunded, buy it again with the exact same price just to make sure you get the insurance. No, I'm dead serious because you have like 14 days or something. And then you spend the $9 for the friggin' insurance. And if they don't have the exact replacement, they will give you the full value of your headset. Like, how much it was 100 and something? So,
$300 headset.
okay. So, they'll give you that value and in like Best Buy bucks or whatever, and you can always just swap it out for a new one.
Huh.
Chaos Knight's overextending now. He just got cocky down there.
Oh, did he die to?
Yeah, he died to like tier 2 tower location. He just
Okay.
like
Where?
he was like getting kind of close to like tier 2.
Interesting.
Let me see exactly where it died. Oh,
How's the Mars doing? Mars is level 7. Let's see how the mids are doing. They're level 10. Okay, so he's a little bit behind, but that's
so typically at like the 10-minute point is when I consider like the last time to really look at like last hit denies, because then you can see how like lane went.
fine.
So Naga win hers. Apparently, like Lesh and Lena were pretty close. I mean, that's not terrible. More denies on the Lesh side, so I would say Lesh kind of won that one. Who was Mars up against? Mars was up against the Knicks. Shakira, yeah, I mean, you can kind of go that route to see how the laning phase was won out.
Yeah, because Naga and Shakira over top.
Mm-hmm.
Mars. Nice hook there, Pudge. You just exposed yourself.
Oh, yeah.
That Nyx assassin just went flying right by.
Oh, looks like Mars commits an arena of blood, and maybe to try to get the distraction so they don't kill the Pudge, but
Hero is dead. I thought he
yeah,
was there.
a little bit too. There was a chance because he could have got that evade
No.
from being on high ground.
Io's
The-
gonna pass away. but-
The
oh, wait,
death
no,
of Io.
no, wait, he actually might be able to. Nah, he did.
No, what? Yeah.
I thought he was gonna go with Mars and just try to.
Oh, like actually fight him back?
Yeah, that'd been cool.
Ooh. I think they're playing for like 15 grand, so I don't know if they're gonna play stupid shit like that.
Whoa, that's a lot.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, for real.
Good.
But dude, like no joke. Yeah, it's not terrible. It's 15 G's. We're playing Dota? Kidding me?
If it was $500, I'd be playing till I cried.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, it must be so cool to be pro.
Oh, dude. Okay, so I looked up the info on a lot of these these people that are playing right now. So not everybody's sitting at like 3,000-4,000 games. Jeez, that chaos is just. They're making sure his game turned into crap, aren't they? Decent hook. Didn't land it. But some of these people only have like 240 games. I was looking up, yeah, for real. I was looking up the history. I was like, that guy looked like he played kind of okay at best. And then sure enough, I looked it up and like the guy's like profile straight up says like 240 matches. 247 was one of them. So
At least must be like counts.
let me go to it. So this is a professional, not Dota Pro circuit. So like none of these matches are going to end up getting you into TI.
But they are set up by a like private system.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, and this one's like Russian based.
Pretty cool.
I was
240 matches, maybe 15 grand, bro. I'd say that's pretty
oh yeah.
fortunate. That's so nice.
I looked it up and I think so far the average amount of matches each team has played so far in this specific tournament is 8. Was it 8 or 11? I have to look it back. It might have been 11. But I don't know when the finals is, the grand finals. Oh, Marina Blood straight into that Nyx. Speared him up against the wall. GG. In and out. Run away. Don't feed.
Go me, no go.
Right?
I like watching League games because it's just like she just. I feel like it takes coordination. Wow, that was a sick IOL.
Right?
And then she'll come back full health.
Yeah, she's going to definitely come back. They're fine.
Come back for that one. Well, there's Naga.
Mm-hmm. Ooh.
Rip. Nice hook.
That Naga setup is rude.
Yo, is my team? Oh my god. I should have put money on the Warriors. I stuck with them. I hope they win.
Hell yeah.
Their positioning and their team fights are looking strong.
I mean, it looks like a. Well, no, wait, hold on. I thought I went with the Chaos Knight team who's losing now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Warriors. But hey, so far it looks even-ish.
Yeah, I don't know. They're ruining the Chaos Knight's game pretty hard, and then now they're just like wiping everybody else. So I'm gonna get rid of last hits and highest. I'm gonna go to the net worth chart. So Naga and Lesh are highest. CK's down. Oh,
Maybe I'm just a little bit behind. Because Lena and Naga's at
so I have Naga, Lesh, CK, and Lena, and I'm at 1540.
Oh, that's weird how it's different. Okay.
Well, hold on. You have net worth up?
Last hits and oh, you're looking at network.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there we go. I was looking at last hits.
Gotcha.
Whoops. Yeah, the she's at 9 hit pull. Yeah, the two top networks.
Yeah, Naga, Lesh, and they're just paired up going off. They were ganking everybody for a little bit. Looks like they split up finally, but they're abusing their high damage.
Crazy. What's she going next, guy?
If I was Naga at this point, I mean, yeah, it looks like she is, but I mean, I love Radiance on Naga, bro.
Yeah, dude, it makes farming and split pushing easy.
It really does. It's not like a I'm gonna kill everybody build. It's definitely like a we can kill everybody build, but it's a lot more.
Yeah, you get more, like, I guess, bang for your buck.
Well, yeah, because you split push the lanes, and then you open up for everybody to be able to farm. Damn, I don't even know what she was doing over there. That IO, that IO Chaos Knight just being a prick. But yeah, because then you open. Ooh, that Lash. No joke. Way to turn that around.
That bloodstone, though.
For real. 15 points, baby.
Bro, the Ags for Storm Spirit is so much fun. Because the AoE, okay, so, like, you basically coil, or sorry, you vortex everybody in a 475 radius.
Right.
And a lot of teams like to do that. So you just right into the middle, vortex one person, and you got like 5 people. Kinda cool. I don't know. That's probably one of the best Ags I've ever done. It's the funnest one.
I'm
There's Storm Spirit, unfortunately. I was hoping for that.
Yeah.
Alright, KSI's top.
The last game, I think Storm Spirit went like 15-3. That was literally the game before this one.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah,
And I think that's why he was banned as a like courtesy ban. Like, no, we don't want to play with you.
yeah, they got. Yeah, I feel like Warriors just has solid defensive.
Yeah, but that's CK. Can he take him down? Oh, nope. Lesh for the win. Jeez Louise.
Yeah, basically relevant.
Pudge is just not really viable this game. Nice. Arena Blood was worth it. That wasn't too bad.
We should start calling those air hooks.
Yeah, for real. I'm surprised they're not tipping him every time he misses one. They're out of tips already.
Air hook.
Pretty much, man.
Air hook. Actually lands one, but he gets killed right after.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Not the Lesh, not the Lesh, not the Lesh.
He's like blind. Oh shit! It's a Lesh rack.
It's kind of funny because like Ivan will intentionally get hooked by a Pudge whenever he's playing Dark Willow.
Yeah.
And there's certain characters that are just.
Yeah, he hooked an illusion. Lol.
Only seen landed one. Naga just like melting this Mars a little at a time. Oh, she wants it. She wants that Mars bad. She's level 12.
Good instead of Pudge, but they needed it.
Oh man,
Wow, waste Chaos Knight ult.
for real. Oh, he's trying to do something with it at least. Oh, that's a really good Arena of Blood. Chaos just melts so fast. Oh my gosh. That was terrible. IO is gone. Now they're just gonna melt the friggin' Mars.
Go Warriors. Wait, who won the first game?
Warriors.
Is it the best?
2 out of 3. So if Warriors win, that's the end. I think that's the end of the day too. Like that's the only things that are listed. I think it's like 10 at night in Russia, by the way. Like this is like a very late last game.
It's only like what, 5 a.m.
Yeah, 6:06 in the morning right now. He landed a hook. I mean, that's a plus. Like,
See how they come back.
nah, I don't either. It's just stupid difficult at this point. Chaos can't get enough room. I mean, he's got to farm like his brains out, but he's also got to overcome. Oh, dude,
Oh my god, this thing.
that's so brutal.
Yeah, they basically, there's so much early game disable that no one can get BKB and they have great mapping.
Mm-hmm. But that Lash level 19 compared to their Chaos Knight and Lena 14 and 14. And then Naga still 17 versus the 14-14. Like if you go to hero level, like it's just a huge gapping. It's a lot. Mm-hmm. Hey, go Chaos Knight. He's got the BKB. Yeah. Fortunately, yeah, he is. Unfortunately, the Chaos Knight died. Come on, magic damage. Oh. Can they take out this Naga? Oh, no. Disengage. Disengage.
Yeah, Mars is level 12.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Why don't they give the broom handle to Chaos? Oh, he's got the Brigand's Blade.
That is rough, man. That is. He's doing his best. He's doing his best.
So you could rack up. Okay, so it says your attacks deal 8 more damage to enemies for each 10% HP there is. So you could technically rack up like an extra 70 damage plus the 10 damage.
Yeah.
Use that more often.
Oh, I was finally starting to pair up with Mars. I would say should have done that at the beginning, but
Yeah. But like Pudge and Chaos Knight, actually that would have been pretty good.
like, see, I get the Chaos Knight too. I mean, his goal is to make sure that the hard carry position 1 is going to get the most farm. But Mars isn't really viable as a tank without getting a crap load of farm with an IO. So I think the Pudge was a terrible pick.
Yeah. Pudge, rip.
Yeah.
Wow.
They needed to put an actual support with the Mars.
Alright, they're doing work.
Yeah.
Yeah, though.
But I mean, that's a Nyx. Like, nobody cares if Nyx dies. Look at that Lesh.
And, Chaos Knight's
Yeah. Oh. Now they just gotta wait for him to come back. Oh, rip. I gotta turn you up though, which is kind of nice. Well, can you talk for a little bit?
oh, is that better?
That's way better. Okay, cool. I hit you up.
There we go. Yeah, sorry, my mic was far away from my mouth.
The other one was louder, but it was like more high pitched. No, I had to like change your volume in Discord. But the other one was louder, but it was more high pitched. But this one, I think it has a little better range. Ooh,
Yeah, better quality.
oh, for sure.
My other mic was just busted. So busted. The cord was so coiled.
Oh, really?
Headset to the changer and then to the USB. Yeah, it was so coiled and just it was short. So now that I have a Bluetooth, I can actually walk around with my headset on, and I don't have to deal with that cord being all cinched up.
Nice.
Yeah, I don't know how to get that to not do that, so I'm not gonna use that headset ever again. Wow, I can't believe they bought me a $300 headset. I didn't think they would. Cause I was just like, hey, I just need a new headset. I'm busted. And
That hook,
I
bro.
was like, dang.
No, that's cool though, man. I mean, I don't know.
But I think my grandparents got it for me, and they're kind of like, I guess, they're kind of like me, but they're struggling because
Unless,
real estate. So I feel bad.
I don't know.
What a G.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's from love, man. They're just giving you a
hard.
decent life.
Yeah, facts. And like, we call them the bogeylos. The bogeys. They're pretty bad.
Like old fogey. Oh, that's it. That's the
That's
GG
it.
call.
15 grand. Bye bye.
Oh, I don't think this is finals, man. But
Oh.
I think this is just a basic game. But hey, the White Setter Warriors won. So that's 2-0. I think that's the end of this series, actually.
We got Invictus Gaming versus Royal Never Give Up right now.
Oh, really?
I'm gonna be watching that. Yeah, that's when I first started watching it
IG.
before we switched to your game.
Gotcha. Damn. Yeah, I love me some IG. I don't know. I mean, I don't think Royals has a good shot just because IG's real. You know what I mean?
He's got more rep.
Yeah, by far, by far. But IG hasn't been like TI viable in a while, so there's a chance. I mean, I can't give it to him all the way. But give me a couple minutes. I gotta use the restroom. But do your thing.
Okay,
But I'm totally gonna watch that IG game too.
same. I'm already in. Already it's loading. Damn, my loading screens are so cool. Blah 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 blah. My game is taking forever to load.
That was still a pretty decent series. Wasn't bad.
I don't know why it's taking forever to load.
Oh, the IG game?
Yeah.
I don't know. Hey everybody, I'm gonna go ahead and be resetting my chat. I'm gonna start casting some of the new DPC stuff versus the Russian scenario. Really appreciate you coming in with me. I had a really good time all night. I'm glad you guys were there with me. I do have a co-caster just jumping in, but we're just gonna Mr. Poggins here. So
Roadcaster.
hey, it works, and we're gonna go ahead and reset this stream. I really appreciate you guys. Like I said, thanks for everything you guys do. Appreciate your support. Always welcome to come in, hang out, talk smack, not talk smack, whatever. I don't really care.